Chapter 2.16, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. Chapter 2.16, Part 1. Lake of Tacarigua, Hot Springs of Mariara, Town of Nueva Valencia del Rey, Descent toward the coasts of Puerto Cabello. The valleys of Aragua form a narrow basin between granitic and calcareous mountains of unequal height. On the north, they are separated by the Sierra Mariara from the seacoast, and toward the south, the chain of Guaquimo and Yusma serves them as a rampart against the heated air of the steppes. Groups of hills, high enough to determine the course of the waters, close this basin on the east and west, like transverse dikes. We find these hills between the Tuy and La Victoria, as well as on the road from Valencia to Nirgua, and at the mountains of Torito. Note: the lofty mountains of Los Teques, where the Tuy takes its source, may be looked upon as the eastern boundary of the valleys of Aragua. The level of the ground continues, in fact, to rise from La Victoria to the Hacienda de Tuy, but the river Tuy, turning southward in the direction of the sierras of Guairaima and Tiara, has found an issue on the east, and it is more natural to consider as the limits of the basin of Aragua a line drawn through the sources of the streams flowing into the lake of Valencia. The charts and sections I have traced of the road from Caracas to Nueva Valencia, and from Puerto Cabello to Villa de Cura, exhibit the whole of these geological relations. End of note. From this extraordinary configuration of the land, the little rivers of the valleys of Aragua form a peculiar system, and direct their course toward a basin closed on all sides. These rivers do not bear their waters to the ocean. They are collected in a lake, and, subject to the peculiar influence of evaporation, they lose themselves, if we may use the expression, in the atmosphere. On the existence of rivers and lakes, the fertility of the soil and the produce of cultivation in these valleys depend. The aspect of the spot and the experience of half a century have proved that the level of the waters is not invariable. The waste by evaporation and the increase from the waters running into the lake do not uninterruptedly balance each other. The lake, being elevated 1,000 feet above the neighbouring steppes of Calabozo, and 1,332 feet above the level of the ocean, it has been suspected that there are subterranean communications and filtrations. The appearance of new islands, and the gradual retreat of the waters, have led to the belief that the lake may perhaps in time become entirely dry. An assemblage of physical circumstances so remarkable was well fitted to fix my attention on those valleys where the wild beauty of nature is embellished by agricultural industry and the arts of rising civilization. The lake of Valencia, called Tacarigua by the Indians, exceeds in magnitude the lake of Neufchâtel in Switzerland, but its general form has more resemblance to the lake of Geneva, which is nearly at the same height above the level of the sea. As the slope of the ground in the valleys of Aragua tend toward the south and the west, that part of the basin still covered with water is the nearest to the southern chain of the mountains of Guigue and Yusma, and of Guaquimo, which stretch toward the high savannas of Ocumare. The opposite banks of the lake of Valencia display a singular contrast. Those on the south are desert and almost uninhabited, and a screen of high mountains gives them a gloomy and monotonous aspect. The northern shore, on the contrary, is cheerful, pastoral, and decked with the rich cultivation of the sugarcane, coffee tree, and cotton. Paths bordered with cestrums, azedaracs, and other shrubs always in flower, cross the plain and join the scattered farms. Every house is surrounded by clumps of trees. The ceiba with its large yellow flowers, note, Carnes tolendas, Bombax hibiscifolius, end of note, gives a peculiar character to the landscape, mingling its branches with those of the purple erythrina. This mixture of vivid vegetable colours contrasts finely with the uniform tint of an unclouded sky. In the season of drought, where the burning soil is covered with an undulating vapour, artificial irrigations preserve verdure and promote fertility. Here and there, the the granite rock pierces through the cultivated ground. Enormous stony masses rise abruptly in the midst of the valley. Bare and forked, they nourish a few succulent plants, which prepare mould for future ages. Often on the summit of these lonely hills may be seen a fig tree or a clusia with fleshy leaves, which has fixed its roots in the rock and towers over the landscape. With their dead and withered branches, these trees look like signals erected on a steep cliff. The form of these mounts unfolds the secret of their ancient origin. For when the whole of this valley was filled with water, and the waves beat at the foot of the peaks of Mariara, the Devil's Nook, El Rincon del Diablo, and the chain of the coast, these rocky hills were shoals or islets. These features of a rich landscape, these contrasts between the two banks of the lake of Valencia, often reminded me of the Pays de Vaud, where the soil, everywhere cultivated and everywhere fertile, offers the husbandman, the shepherd, and the vine dresser the secure fruit of their labours, while on the opposite side, Chablais presents only a mountainous and half-desert country. In these distant climes, surrounded by exotic productions, I loved to recall to mind the enchanting descriptions with which the aspect of the Limon Lake and the rocks of La Maillerie inspired a great writer. Now, while in the centre of civilized Europe, I endeavour in my turn to paint the scenes of the New World. I do not imagine I present the reader with clearer images or more precise ideas by comparing our landscapes with those of the equinoctial regions. It cannot be too often repeated that nature, in every zone, whether wild or cultivated, smiling or majestic, has an individual character. The impressions which she excites are infinitely varied, like the emotions produced by works of genius, according to the age in which they were conceived, and the diversity of language from which they in part derive their charm. We must limit our comparisons merely to dimensions and external form. We may institute a parallel between the colossal summit of Mont Blanc and the Himalaya mountains, the cascades of the Pyrenees and those of the Cordilleras. But these comparisons, useful with respect to science, fail to convey an idea of the characteristics of nature in the temperate and torrid zones. On the banks of a lake, in the vast forest, at the foot of summits covered with eternal snow, it is not the mere magnitude of the objects which excites our admiration. That which speaks to the soul, which causes such profound and varied emotions, escapes our measurements as it does the forms of language. Those who feel powerfully the charms of nature cannot venture on comparing one with another, scenes totally different in character. But it is not alone the picturesque beauties of the lake of Valencia that have given celebrity to its banks. This basin presents several other phenomena, and suggests questions, the solution of which is interesting alike to physical science and to the well-being of the inhabitants. What are the causes of the diminution of the waters of the lake? Is this diminution more rapid now than in former ages? Can we presume that an equilibrium between the waters flowing in and the waters lost will be shortly re-established, or may we apprehend that the lake will entirely disappear? According to astronomical observations made at La Victoria, Hacienda de Cura, Nueva Valencia, and Guigua, the length of the lake in its present state, from Cagua to Guayos, is 10 leagues, or 28,800 toises. Its breadth is very unequal. If we judge from the latitudes of the mouth of the Rio Cura and the village of Guigua, it nowhere surpasses 2.3 leagues, or 6,500 toises. Most commonly it is but 4 or 5 miles. The dimensions, as deduced from my observations, are much less than those hitherto adopted by the natives. It might be thought that, to form a precise idea of the progressive diminution of the waters, it would be sufficient to compare the present dimensions of the lake with those attributed to it by ancient chroniclers, by Oviedo, for instance, in his History of the Province of Venezuela, published about the year 1723. This writer, in his emphatic style, assigns to, quote, this inland sea, this monstruoso cuerpo de la Luna de Valencia, end quote, note, enormous body of the lake of Valencia, end of note, 14 leagues in length and 6 in breadth. He affirms that at a small distance from the shore the lead finds no bottom, and that large floating islands cover the surface of the water, which are constantly agitated by the winds. No importance can be attached to estimates which, without being founded on any measurement, are expressed in leagues, leguas, reckoned in the colonies at 3,000, 5,000, and 6,650 varas, Note: seamen being the first, and for a long time the only persons, who introduced into the Spanish colonies any precise ideas on the astronomical position and distance of places, the legua nautica of 6,650 varas, or of 2,854 toises, 20 in a degree, was originally used in Mexico and throughout South America. But this legua nautica has been gradually reduced to 1/2 or 1/3 on account of the slowness of travelling across steep mountains or dry and burning places. The common people measure only time directly, and then, by arbitrary hypotheses, infer from the time the space of ground travelled over. In the course of my geographical researches, I have had frequent opportunities of examining the real value of these leagues, by comparing the itinerary distances between points lying under the same meridian within the difference of the latitudes. End of note. Oviedo, who must so often have passed over the valleys of Aragua, asserts that the town of Nueva Valencia del Rey was built in 1555, at the distance of 1/2 a league from the lake, and that the proportion between the length of the lake and its breadth is as 7 to 3. At present, the town of Valencia is separated from the lake by level ground of more than 2,700 toises, which Oviedo would no doubt have estimated as a space of 1.5 leagues, and the length of the basin of the lake is to its breadth as 10 to 2.3, or as 7 to 1.6. The appearance of the soil between Valencia and Guigua, the little hills rising abruptly in the plain east of Cano de Cambury, some of which, El Ilota and La Isla de la Negra, or Caratapona, have even preserved the name of islands, sufficiently prove that the waters have retired considerably since the time of Oviedo. With respect to the change in the general form of the lake, it appears to me improbable that in the 17th century its breadth was nearly the half of its length. The situation of the granite mountains of Mariara and of Guigua, the slope of the ground which rises more rapidly toward the north and south than toward the east and west, are alike repugnant to this supposition. In treating the long discussed question of the diminution of the waters, I conceive we must distinguish between the different periods at which the sinking of their level has taken place. Wherever we examine the valleys of rivers, or the basins of lakes, we see the ancient shore at great distances. No doubt seems now to be entertained that our rivers and lakes have undergone immense diminutions, but many geological facts remind us also that these great changes in the distribution of the waters have preceded all historical times, and that, for many thousand years, most lakes have attained a permanent equilibrium between the produce of the water flowing in and that of evaporation and filtration. Whenever we find this equilibrium broken, it will be well rather to examine whether the rupture be not owing to causes merely local and of very recent date, than to admit an uninterrupted diminution of the water. This reasoning is conformable to the more circumspect method of modern science. At a time when the physical history of the world, traced by the genius of some eloquent writers, borrowed all its charms from the fictions of imagination, the phenomenon of which we are treating would have been adduced as a new proof of the contrast these writers sought to establish between the two continents. To demonstrate that America rose later than Asia and Europe from the bosom of the waters, the lake of Tacarigua would have been described as one of those interior basins which have not yet become dry by the effects of slow and gradual evaporation. I have no doubt that in very remote times the whole valley, from the foot of the mountains of Cocuiza to those of Torito and Nirgua, and from La Sierra de Mariara to the chain of Guigua, of Guacimo and La Palma, was filled with water. Everywhere the form of the promontories and their steep declivities seemed to indicate the shore of an alpine lake, similar to those of Styria and Tyrol. The same little helicites, the same valvatae, which now live in the lake of Valencia, are found in layers of 3 or 4 feet thick as far inland as Tumero and La Concesión near La Victoria. These facts undoubtedly prove a retreat of the waters, but nothing indicates that this retreat has continued from a very remote period to our days. The valleys of Aragua are among the portions of Valencia most anciently peopled, and yet there is no mention in Oviedo or any other old chronicler of a sensible diminution of the lake. Must we suppose that this phenomenon escaped their observation at a time when the Indians far exceeded the white population, and when the banks of the lake were less inhabited? Within half a century, and particularly within these 30 years, The natural desiccation of this great basin has excited general attention. We find vast tracts of land, which were formerly inundated, now dry, and already cultivated with plantains, sugar canes, or cotton. Wherever a hut is erected on the bank of the lake, we see the shore receding from year to year. We discover islands, which, in consequence of the retreat of the waters, are just beginning to be joined to the continent, as for instance the rocky island of Culebra in the direction of Guigua. Other islands already form promontories, as the Morro between Guigua and Nueva Valencia, and La Cabrera southeast of Mariara. Others again are now rising in the islands themselves, like scattered hills. Among these last, so easily recognized at a distance, some are only 1/4 of a mile, others a league from the present shore. I may cite, as the most remarkable, 3 granite islands, 30 or 40 toises high, on the road from Hacienda de Cura to Aguas Calientes, and at the western extremity of the lake, the Cerrito de Don Pedro, Ilota, and Caratapona. On visiting 2 islands entirely surrounded by water, we found in the midst of brushwood, on small flats, 4, 6, and even 8 toises height above the surface of the lake, fine sand mixed with helicites, anciently deposited by the waters. Note: Isla de Cura and Cabo Blanco. The promontory of Cabrera has been connected with the shore ever since the year 1750 or 1760 by a little valley, which bears the name of Portajuelo. End of note. In each of these islands may be perceived the most certain traces of the gradual sinking of the waters. But still farther, and this accident is regarded by the inhabitants as a marvellous phenomenon, in 1796 3 new islands appeared to the east of the island Caiguira, in the same direction as the islands Burro, Otama, and Zorro. These new islands, called by the people Los Nuevos Peñones or Los Aparecidos, note, Los Nuevos Peñones, the new rocks, Los Aparecidos, the unexpectedly appeared, end of note, form a kind of banks with surfaces quite flat. They rose in 1800, more than 1 foot above the mean level of the water. It has already been observed that the lake of Valencia, like the lakes of the Valley of Mexico, forms the centre of a little system of rivers, none of which have any communication with the ocean. These rivers, most of which deserve only the name of torrents or brooks, are 12 or 14 in number. Note: the following are their names: Rios de Aragua, Turmero, Maracay, Tapatapa, Agnas Calientes, Mariara, Cura, Guacura, Guacara, Guataparo, Valencia, Cano Grande de Gambure, etc. End of note. The inhabitants, little acquainted with the effects of evaporation, have long imagined that the lake has a subterranean outlet, by which a quantity of water runs out equal to that which flows in by the rivers. Some suppose that this outlet communicates with grottos, supposed to be at great depth. Others believe that the water flows through an oblique channel into the basin of the ocean. These bold hypotheses on the communication between 2 neighbouring basins have presented themselves in every zone to the imagination of the ignorant, as well as to that of the learned, for the latter, without confessing it, sometimes repeat popular opinions in scientific language. We hear of subterranean gulfs and outlets in the New World, as on the shores of the Caspian Sea, though the lake of Tacarigua is 222 toises higher, and the Caspian Sea 54 toises lower than the sea, and though it is well known that fluids find the same level when they communicate by a lateral channel. The changes which the destruction of forests, the clearing of the plains, and the cultivation of indigo have produced within half a century in the quantity of water flowing in on one hand, and on the other the evaporation of the soil and the dryness of the atmosphere, present causes sufficiently powerful to explain the progressive diminution of the lake of Valencia. I cannot concur in the opinion of M. Despons, who visited these countries since I was there, that to set the mind at rest, and for the honour of science, a subterranean issue must be admitted. Note: in his Voyage à la Terre Ferme, M. Despons says, the small extent of the surface of the lake renders impossible the supposition that evaporation alone, however considerable within the tropics, could remove as much water as the rivers furnished. In the sequel, the author himself seems to abandon what he terms, this occult case, the hypothesis of an aperture, End of note. By felling the trees which cover the tops and the sides of the mountains, men in every climate prepare at once two calamities for future generations: want of fuel and scarcity of water. Trees, by the nature of their perspiration, and the radiation from their leaves in a sky without clouds, surround themselves with an atmosphere constantly cold and misty. They affect the copiousness of springs, not, as was long believed, by the peculiar attraction for the vapours diffused through the air, but because, by sheltering the soil from the direct action of the sun, they diminish the evaporation of water produced by rain. When forests are destroyed, as they are everywhere in America by the European planters, with imprudent precipitancy, the springs are entirely dried up, or become less abundant. The beds of the rivers, remaining dry during a part of the year, are converted into torrents whenever great rains fall on the heights. As the sward and moss disappear with the brushwood from the sides of the mountains, the waters falling in rain are no longer impeded in their course, and instead of slowly augmenting the level of the rivers by progressive filtrations, they furrow, during heavy showers, the sides of the hills, bearing down the loosened soil, and forming sudden and destructive inundations. Hence it results that the clearing of forests, the want of permanent springs, and the existence of torrents are three phenomena closely connected together. Countries situated in opposite hemispheres, as for example Lombardy bordered by the Alps, and Lower Peru enclosed between the Pacific and the Cordillera of the Andes, afford striking proofs of the justness of this assertion. Till the middle of the last century, the mountains round the valleys of Aragua were covered with forests. Great trees of the family of mimosa, ceiba, and the fig tree shaded and spread coolness along the banks of the lake. The plain, then thinly inhabited, was filled with brushwood, interspersed with trunks of scattered trees and parasite plants, enveloped with a thick sward, less capable of emitting radiant caloric than the soil that is cultivated, and consequently not sheltered from the rays of the sun. With the destruction of the trees and the increase of the cultivation of sugar, indigo, and cotton, the springs, and all the natural supplies of the lake of Valencia, have diminished from year to year. It is difficult to form a just idea of the enormous quantity of evaporation which takes place under the torrid zone in a valley surrounded with steep declivities, where a regular breeze and descending currents of air are felt toward evening, and the bottom of which is flat and looks as if levelled by the waters. It has been remarked that the heat which prevails through the year at Cura, Guacara, Nueva Valencia, and on the borders of the lake, is the same as that felt at midsummer in Naples and Sicily. The mean annual temperature of the valleys of Aragua is nearly 25.5 degrees. My hygrometrical observations of the month of February, taking the mean of day and night, gave 71.4 degrees of the Hare hygrometer. As the words great drought and great humidity have no determinate signification, and air that would be called very dry in the lower regions of the tropics would be regarded as humid in Europe, we can judge of these relations between climates only by comparing spots situated in the same zone. Now at Cumana, where it sometimes does not rain during a whole year, and where I had the means of collecting a great number of hygrometric observations made at different hours of the day and night, the mean humidity of the air is 86 degrees, corresponding to the mean temperature of 27.7 degrees. Taking into account the influence of the rainy months, that is to say, estimating the difference observed in other parts of South America between the mean humidity of the dry months and that of the whole year, an annual mean humidity is obtained for the valleys of Aragua at farthest of 74 degrees, the temperature being 25.5 degrees. In this air, so hot, and at the same time so little humid, the quantity of water evaporated is enormous. The theory of Dalton estimates, under the conditions just stated, for the thickness of the sheet of water evaporated in an hour's time, 0.36 mil, or 3.8 lines in 24 hours. Assuming for the temperate zone, for instance at Paris, the mean temperature to be 10.6 degrees, and the mean humidity 82 degrees, we find, according to the same formulae, 0.10 mil an hour, and 1 line for 24 hours. If we prefer substituting for the uncertainty of these theoretical deductions the direct results of observation, we may recollect that in Paris and at Montmorency the mean annual evaporation was found by Sedileux and Cotte to be from 32 inches 1 line to 38 inches 4 lines. Two able engineers in the south of France, Messieurs Clausade and Pin, found that in subtracting the effects of filtrations, the waters of the canal of Languedoc and the basin of Saint-Ferréol lose every year from 0.758 met to 0.812 met, or from 336 to 360 lines. M. de Prony found nearly similar results in the Pontine marshes. The whole of these experiments, made in the latitudes of 41 and 49 degrees, and at 10.6 and 16 degrees of mean temperature, indicate a mean evaporation of 1 line, or of 1 3/10 a day. In the torrid zone, in the West India Islands for instance, the effect of evaporation is 3 times as much, according to Legault, and double according to Cassan. At Cumana, in a place where the atmosphere is far more loaded with humidity than in the valley of Aragua, I have often seen evaporate during 12 hours in the sun 8.8 mil, in the shade 3.4 mil, and I believe that the annual produce of evaporation in the rivers near Cumana is not less than 130 inches. Experiments of this kind are extremely delicate, but what I have stated will suffice to demonstrate how great must be the quantity of vapour that rises from the lake of Valencia and from the surrounding country, the waters of which flow into the lake. I shall have occasion elsewhere to resume this subject, for, in a work which displays the great laws of nature in different zones, we must endeavour to solve the problem of the mean tension of the vapours contained in the atmosphere in different latitudes, and at different heights above the surface of the ocean. A great number of local circumstances cause the produce of evaporation to vary. It changes in proportion as more or less shade covers the basin of the waters, with their state of motion or repose, with their depth, and the nature and colour of their bottom. But in general, evaporation depends only on 3 circumstances: the temperature, the tension of the vapours contained in the atmosphere, and the resistance which the air, more or less dense, more or less agitated, opposes to the diffusion of vapour. The quantity of water that evaporates in a given spot, everything else being equal, is proportionate to the difference between the quantity of vapour which the ambient air can contain when saturated, and the quantity which it actually contains. Hence it follows that the evaporation is not so great in the torrid zone as might be expected from the enormous augmentation of temperature, because in those ardent climates the air is habitually very humid. End of chapter 2.16, part 1. Chapter 2.16, part 2. Of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, part 2. Since the increase of agricultural industry in the valleys of Aragua, the little rivers which run into the lake of Valencia can no longer be regarded as positive supplies during the 6 months succeeding December. They remain dried up in the lower part of their course, because the planters of indigo, coffee, and sugar canes have made frequent drainings, azequias, in order to water the ground by trenches. We may observe also that a pretty considerable river, the river Pao, which rises at the entrance of the Llanos, at the foot of the range of the hills called La Galera, heretofore mingled its waters with those of the lake, by uniting with the Cano de Cambury on the road from the town of Nueva Valencia to Guigua. The course of this river was from south to north. At the end of the 17th century, the proprietor of a neighbouring plantation dug at the back of the hill a new bed for the Rio Pao. He turned the river, and after having employed part of the water for the irrigation of his fields, he caused the rest to flow at a venture southward, following the declivity of the Llanos. In this new southern direction the river Pao, mingled with 3 other rivers, the Tinaco, the Guanarito, and the Chilua, falls into the Portuguesa, which is a branch of the Apure. In this new southern direction the river Pao, mingled with 3 other rivers, the Tinaco, the Guanarito, and the Chilua, falls into the Portuguesa, which is a branch of the Apure. It is a remarkable phenomenon that by a particular position of the ground, and the lowering of the ridge of division to the southwest, the river Pao separates itself from the little system of interior rivers to which it originally belonged, and for a century past has communicated through the channel of the Apure and the Orinoco with the ocean. What has been here effected on a small scale by the hand of man, nature often performs either by progressively elevating the level of the soil, or by those falls of the ground occasioned by violent earthquakes. It is probable that in the lapse of ages several rivers of Sudan and of New Holland, which are now lost in the sands or in inland basins, will open for themselves a course to the shores of the ocean. We cannot at least doubt that in both continents there are systems of interior rivers, which may be considered as not entirely developed, and which communicate with each other, either in the time of great risings or by permanent bifurcations. The river Pao has scooped itself out a bed so deep and broad, that in the season of rains, when the Cano Grande de Cambury inundates all the land to the northwest of Guigue, the waters of this cano and those of the lake of Valencia flow back into the Rio Pao itself, so that this river, instead of adding water to the lake, tends rather to carry it away. We see something similar in North America, where geographers have represented on their maps an imaginary chain of mountains between the Great Lakes of Canada and the country of the Miamis. At the time of floods, the waters flowing into the lakes communicate with those which run into the Mississippi, and it is practicable to proceed by boats from the sources of the river St. Mary to the Wabash, as well as from the Chicago to the Illinois. These analogous facts appear to me well worthy of the attention of hydrographers. The land that surrounds the lake of Valencia, being entirely flat and even, a diminution of a few inches in the level of the water exposes to view a vast extent of ground covered with fertile mud and organic remains. Note. This I observed daily in the Lake of Mexico. End of note. In proportion as the lake retires, cultivation advances toward the new shore. These natural desiccations, so important to agriculture, have been considerable during the last 10 years, in which America has suffered from great droughts. Instead of marking the sinuosities of the present banks of the lake, I have advised the rich landholders in these countries to fix columns of granite in the basin itself, in order to observe from year to year the mean height of the waters. The Marquis del Toro has undertaken to put this design into execution, employing the fine granite of the Sierra de Mariara, and establishing limnometers on the bottom of gneiss rock so common in the lake of Valencia. It is impossible to anticipate the limits, more or less narrow, to which this basin of water will one day be confined, when an equilibrium between the streams flowing in and the produce of evaporation and filtration shall be completely established. The idea very generally spread, that the lake will soon entirely disappear, seems to me chimerical. If in consequence of great earthquakes or other causes equally mysterious, 10 very humid years should succeed to long droughts, if the mountains should again become clothed with forests, and great trees overshadow the shore and the plains of Aragua, we should more probably see the volume of the waters augment, and menace that beautiful cultivation which now trenches on the basin of the lake. While some of the cultivators of the valleys of Aragua fear the total disappearance of the lake, and others its returns to the banks it has deserted, we hear the question gravely discussed at Caracas, whether it would not be advisable, in order to give greater extent to agriculture, to conduct the waters of the lake into the Llanos, by digging a canal toward the Rio Pao. The possibility of this enterprise cannot be denied, particularly by having recourse to tunnels or subterranean canals. Note. The dividing ridge, namely, that which divides the waters between the valleys of Aragua and the Llanos, lowers so much toward the west of Guigue, as we have already observed, that there are ravines which conduct the waters of the Cano de Cambury, the Rio Valencia, and the Guataparo, in the time of floods to the Rio Pao. But it would be easier to open a navigable canal from the lake of Valencia to the Orinoco by the Pao, Portuguesa, and the Apure, than to dig a draining canal level with the bottom of the lake. This bottom, according to the sounding in my barometrical measurements, is 40 toises less than 222, or 182 above the surface of the ocean. On the road from Guigue to the Llanos, by the tableland of La Villa de Cura, I found, to the south of the dividing ridge, and on its southern declivity, no point of level corresponding to the 182 toises, except near San Juan. The absolute height of this village is 194 toises. But I repeat that farther toward the west, in the country between the Cano de Cambury and the sources of the Rio Pao, which I was not able to visit, the point of level of the bottom of the lake is much further north. End of note. The progressive retreat of the waters has given birth to the beautiful and luxuriant plains of Maracay, Cura, Mocundo, Guigua, and Santa Cruz del Estival, planted with tobacco, sugar canes, coffee, indigo, and cacao. But how can it be doubted for a moment that the lake alone spreads fertility over this country? If deprived of the enormous mass of vapour which the surface of the waters sends forth daily into the atmosphere, the valleys of Aragua would become as dry and barren as the surrounding mountains. The mean depth of the lake is from 12 to 15 fathoms. The deepest parts are not, as is generally admitted, 80, but 35 or 40 deep. Such is the result of soundings made with the greatest care by Don Antonio Manzano. When we reflect on the vast depths of all the lakes of Switzerland, which, notwithstanding their position in high valleys, almost reach the level of the Mediterranean, it appears surprising that greater cavities are not found in the bottom of the lake of Valencia, which is also an alpine lake. The deepest places are between the rocky island of Burro and the point of Cana Fistula, and opposite the high mountains of Mariara. But in general the southern part of the lake is deeper than the northern. Nor must we forget that, if all the slopes be now low, the southern part of the basin is the nearest to a chain of mountains with abrupt declivities. And we know that even the sea is generally deepest where the coast is elevated, rocky, or perpendicular. The temperature of the lake at the surface, during my abode in the valleys of Aragua, in the month of February, was constantly from 23 to 23.7 degrees, consequently a little below the mean temperature of the air. This may be from the effect of evaporation, which carries off caloric from the air and the water, or because a great mass of water does not follow with equal rapidity the changes in the temperature of the atmosphere, and the lake receives streams which rise from several cold springs in the neighbouring mountains. I have to regret that, notwithstanding its small depth, I could not determine the temperature of the water at 30 or 40 fathoms. I was not provided with the thermometrical sounding apparatus which I had used in the alpine lakes of Salzburg and in the Caribbean Sea. The experiments of Saussure prove that, on both sides of the Alps, the lakes which are from 190 to 274 toises of absolute elevation, note, this is the difference between the absolute elevations of the lakes of Geneva and Thun, end of note, have, in the middle of winter, at 900, at 600, and sometimes even at 150 feet of depth, a uniform temperature from 4.3 to 6 degrees. But these experiments have not yet been repeated in the lakes situated under the torrid zone. The strata of cold water in Switzerland are of an enormous thickness. They have been found so near the surface in the lakes of Geneva and Bienne that the decrement of heat in the water was 1 centesimal degree for 10 or 15 feet. That is to say, 8 times more rapid than in the ocean and 48 times more rapid than in the atmosphere. In the temperate zone, where the heat of the atmosphere sinks to the freezing point, and far lower, the bottom of a lake, even were it not covered by glaciers and mountains covered with eternal snow, must contain particles of water which, having during winter acquired at the surface the maximum of their density, between 3.4 and 4.4 degrees, have consequently fallen to the greatest depth. Other particles, the temperature of which is plus 0.5 degrees, far from placing themselves below the stratum at 4 degrees, can only find their hydrostatic equilibrium above that stratum. They will descend lower only when their temperature is augmented 3 or 4 degrees by the contact of strata less cold. If water in cooling continued to condense uniformly to the freezing point, there would be found, in very deep lakes and basins having no communication with each other, whatever the latitude of the place, a stratum of water, the temperature of which would be nearly equal to the maximum of refrigeration above the freezing point, which the lower regions of the ambient atmosphere actually attain. Hence it is probable that in the plains of the torrid zone, or in the valleys but little elevated, the mean heat of which is from 25.5 to 27 degrees, the temperature of the bottom of the lakes can never be below 21 or 22 degrees. If in the same zone the ocean contain at depths of 7 or 800 fathoms, water the temperature of which is at 7 degrees, that is to say, 12 or 13 degrees cooler than the maximum of the heat of the equinoctial atmosphere over the sea, I think it must be considered as a direct proof of a submarine current carrying the waters of the pole toward the equator. Note: it is almost superfluous to observe that I am considering here only that part of the atmosphere lying on the ocean between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south latitude. Toward the northern limits of the torrid zone, in latitude 23 degrees, whither the north wind brings with an extreme rapidity the cold air of Canada, the thermometer falls at sea as low as 16 degrees, and even lower. We will not here solve the delicate problem as to the manner in which, within the tropics and in the temperate zone, for example, in the Caribbean Sea and in the lakes of Switzerland, these inferior strata of water, cooled to 4 or 7 degrees, act upon the temperature of the stony strata of the globe which they cover, and how these same strata, the primitive temperature of which, within the tropics, 27 degrees, and at the Lake of Geneva 10 degrees, react upon the half-frozen waters at the bottom of the lakes and of the equinoctial ocean. These questions are of the highest importance, both with regard to the economy of animals that live habitually on the bottom of fresh and salt waters, and to the theory of distribution of heat in lands surrounded by vast and deep seas. The Lake of Valencia is full of islands which embellish the scenery by the picturesque form of their rocks and the beauty of the vegetation with which they are covered, an advantage which this tropical lake possesses over those of the Alps. The islands are 15 in number, distributed in 3 groups, without reckoning Morro and Cabrera, which are already joined to the shore. Note: the position of these islands is as follows: northward, near the shore, the Isla de Cura; on the southeast, Burro, Horno, Otama, Sorro, Caiguira, Nuevos Peñones, or the Aparecidos; on the northwest, Cabo Blanco, or Isla de Aves, and Chamberg; on the southwest, Bruca and Culebra. In the centre of the lake rise, like shoals or small detached rocks, Vagra, Fraila, Penasco, and Pan de Azucar. They are partly cultivated and extremely fertile on account of the vapours that rise from the lake. Burro, the largest of these islands, is 2 miles in length, and is inhabited by some families of mestizos who rear goats. These simple people seldom visit the shore of Macondo. To them the lake appears an immense extent. They have plantains, cassava, milk, and a little fish. A hut constructed of reeds, hammocks woven from the cotton which the neighbouring fields produce, a large stone on which the fire is made, the ligneous fruit of the tutuma, the calabash, in which they draw water, constitute their domestic establishment. An old mestizo who offered us some goat's milk had a beautiful daughter. We learned from our guide that solitude had rendered him as mistrustful as he might perhaps have been made by the society of men. The day before our arrival, some hunters had visited the island. They were overtaken by the shades of night, and preferred sleeping in the open air to returning to Macondo. This news spread alarm throughout the island. The father obliged the young girl to climb up a very lofty zamang or acacia, which grew in the plain at some distance from the hut, while he stretched himself at the foot of the tree, and did not permit his daughter to descend till the hunters had departed. The lake is in general well stocked with fish, though it furnishes only 3 kinds, the flesh of which is soft and insipid: the guavina, the vagra, and the sardina. The 2 last descend into the lake with the streams that flow into it. The guavina, of which I made a drawing on the spot, is 20 inches long and 3.5 broad. It is perhaps a new species of the genus Erythrina of Gronovius. It has large silvery scales edged with green. This fish is extremely voracious and destroys other kinds. The fishermen assured us that a small crocodile, the bava, which often approached us when we were bathing, contributes also to the destruction of the fish. Note: the bava or bavilla is very common at Bordones near Cumana. See volume 1. The name of bava, baveuse, has misled M. Dupont. He takes this reptile for a fish of our seas, the Blennius pholis. Voyage à la terre ferme. The Blennius pholis, smooth blenny, is called by the French baveuse, slaverer, in Spanish, baba. We could never succeed in procuring this reptile so as to examine it closely. It generally attains only 3 or 4 feet in length. It is said to be very harmless. Its habits, however, as well as its form, much resemble those of the alligator, Crocodilus acutus. It swims in such a manner as to show only the point of its snout and the extremity of its tail, and places itself at midday on the bare beach. It is certainly neither a monitor, the real monitors living only in the old continent, nor the sauvegarde of Siba, La Certitegequin, which dives and does not swim. It is somewhat remarkable that the lake of Valencia, and the whole system of small rivers flowing into it, have no large alligators, though this dangerous animal abounds a few leagues off in the streams which flow either into the Apure or the Orinoco, or immediately into the Caribbean Sea between Porto Cabello and La Guayra. In the islands that rise like bastions in the midst of the waters, and wherever the rocky bottom of the lake is visible, I recognized a uniform distribution in the strata of gneiss. This direction is nearly that of the chains of mountains on the north and south of the lake. In the hills of Cabo Blanco there are found among the gneiss angular masses of opaque quartz, slightly translucid on the edges and varying from grey to deep black. This quartz passes sometimes into hornstein and sometimes into kieselschiefer, schistose jasper. I do not think it constitutes a vein. The waters of the lake decompose the gneiss by erosion in a very extraordinary manner. Note: the water of the lake is not salt, as is asserted at Caracas. It may be drunk without being filtered. On evaporation, it leaves a very small residuum of carbonate of lime, and perhaps a little nitrate of potash. It is surprising that an inland lake should not be richer in alkaline and earthy salts, acquired from the neighbouring soils. End of note. I have found parts of it porous, almost cellular, and split in the form of cauliflowers, fixed on gneiss, perfectly compact. Perhaps the action ceases with the movement of the waves, and the alternate contact of air and water. The island of Schaumburg is remarkable for its height. It is a rock of gneiss, with two summits in the form of a saddle, and raised 200 feet above the surface of the water. The slope of this rock is barren, and affords only nourishment for a few plants of clusia, with large white flowers. But the view of the lake and of the richly cultivated neighbouring valleys is beautiful, and their aspect is wonderful after sunset, when thousands of aquatic birds, herons, flamingos, and wild ducks, cross the lake to roost in the islands, and the broad zone of the mountains which surrounds the horizon is covered with fire. The inhabitants, as we have already mentioned, burn the meadows in order to produce fresher and finer grass. Gramineous plants abound, especially at the summit of the chain, and those vast conflagrations extend sometimes the length of 1,000 toises, and appear like streams of lava overflowing the ridge of the mountains. When reposing on the banks of the lake, to enjoy the soft freshness of the air in one of those beautiful evenings peculiar to the tropics, it is delightful to contemplate in the waves, as they beat the shore, the reflection of the red fires that illumine the horizon. Among the plants which grow on the rocky islands of the lake of Valencia, many have been believed to be peculiar to those spots, because till now they have not been discovered elsewhere. Such are the pawpaw trees of the lake and the tomato of the island of Cura. Note: the tomatoes are cultivated, as well as the pawpaw tree of the lake, in the botanical garden of Berlin, to which I had sent some seeds. End of note. The latter differs from our Solanum lycopersicum. The fruit is round and small, but has a fine flavour. It is now cultivated at La Victoria, at Nueva Valencia, and everywhere in the valleys of Aragua. The pawpaw tree of the lake, Papaya de la Laguna, abounds also in the island of Cura and at Cabo Blanco. Its trunk shoots higher than that of the common pawpaw, Carica papaya, but its fruit is only half as large, perfectly spherical, without projecting ribs, and 4 or 5 inches in diameter. When cut open, it is found quite filled with seeds, and without those hollow places which occur constantly in the common pawpaw. The taste of this fruit, of which I have often eaten, is extremely sweet. Note: the people of the country attribute to it an astringent quality, and call it tapaculo. End of note. I know not whether it be a variety of the Carica microcarpa described by Jacquin. The environs of the lake are insalubrious only in times of great drought, when the waters in their retreat leave a muddy sediment exposed to the rays of the sun. The banks, shaded by tufts of Coccoloba barbadensis, and decorated with fine liliaceous plants, note: Pancratium undulatum, Amaryllis nervosa, end of note, remind us by the appearance of the aquatic vegetation of the marshy shores of our lakes in Europe. We find there pondweed, Potamogeton, chara, and cat's tail 3 feet high, which it is difficult not to confound with the Typha angustifolia of our marshes. It is only after a careful examination that we recognize each of these plants for a distinct species. Note: Potamogeton tenuifolium, chara compressa, Typha tenuifolia. End of note. Peculiar to the new continent. How many plants of the Straits of Magellan, of Chile, and the Cordilleras of Quito have been formerly confounded with the productions of the northern temperate zone, owing to their analogy in form and appearance. The inhabitants of the valleys of Aragua often inquire why the southern shore of the lake, particularly the southwest part, toward Los Aguacotes, is generally more shaded, and exhibits fresher verdure than in the northern side. We saw in the month of February many trees stripped of their foliage near the Hacienda de Cura, at Mocundo, and at Guacara, while to the southeast of Valencia everything presaged the approach of the rains. I believe that in the early part of the year, when the sun has southern declination, the hills around Valencia, Guacara, and Cura are scorched by the heat of the solar rays, while the southern shore receives, along with the breeze when it enters the valley by the Abra de Porto Cabello, an atmosphere which has crossed the lake, and is loaded with aqueous vapour. On this southern shore, near Guaruto, are situated the finest plantations of tobacco in the whole province. End of chapter 2.16, part 2. Chapter 2.16, part 3, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, part 3. Among the rivers flowing into the lake of Valencia, some owe their origin to thermal springs, and deserve particular attention. These springs gush out at 3 points of the granitic cordillera of the coast: near Onoto, between Turmero and Maracay; near Mariara, northeast of the Hacienda de Cura; and near Las Trincheras, on the road from Nueva Valencia to Porto Cabello. I could examine with care only the physical and geological relations of the thermal waters of Mariara and Las Trincheras. In going up the small river Cura toward its source, the mountains of Mariara are seen advancing into the plain in the form of a vast amphitheatre, composed of perpendicular rocks, crowned by peaks with rugged summits. The central point of the amphitheatre bears the strange name of the Devil's Nook, Rincon del Diablo. The range stretching to the east is called El Chaparro, that to the west Las Viruelas. These ruin-like rocks command the plain. They are composed of a coarse-grained granite, nearly porphyritic, the yellowish-white feldspar crystals of which are more than 1.5 inches long. Mica is rare in them, and is of a very fine silvery lustre. Nothing can be more picturesque and solemn than the aspect of this group of mountains, half covered with vegetation. The peak of Calavera, which unites the Rincon del Diablo to the Chaparro, is visible from afar. In it, the granite is separated by perpendicular fissures into prismatic masses. It would seem as if the primitive rock were crowned with columns of basalt. In the rainy season, a considerable sheet of water rushes down like a cascade from these cliffs. The mountains connected on the east with the Rincon del Diablo are much less lofty, and contain, like the promontory of La Cabrera and the little detached hills in the plain, gneiss and mica slate, including garnets. In these lower mountains, 2 or 3 miles northeast of Mariara, we find the ravine of hot waters called Cabrera de Aguas Calientes. This ravine, running northwest 75 degrees, contains several small basins. Of these, the 2 uppermost, which have no communication with each other, are only 8 inches in diameter; the 3 lower from 2 to 3 feet. Their depth varies from 3 to 15 inches. The temperature of these different funnels, pozos, is from 56 to 59 degrees, and what is remarkable, the lower funnels are hotter than the upper, though the difference of the level is only 7 or 8 inches. The hot waters, collected together, form a little rivulet called the Rio de Aguas Calientes, which, 30 feet lower, has a temperature of only 48 degrees. In seasons of great drought, the time at which we visited the ravine, the whole body of the thermal waters forms a section of only 26 square inches. This is considerably augmented in the rainy season. The rivulet is then transformed into a torrent, and its heat diminishes, for it appears that the hot springs themselves are subject only to imperceptible variations. All these springs are slightly impregnated with sulphuretted hydrogen gas. The fetid smell peculiar to this gas can be perceived only by approaching very near the springs. In one of these wells only, the temperature of which is 56.2 degrees, bubbles of air are revolved at nearly regular intervals of 2 or 3 minutes. I observed that these bubbles constantly rose from the same points, which are 4 in number, and that it was not possible to change the places from which the gas is emitted by stirring the bottom of the basin with a stick. These places correspond no doubt to holes or fissures on the gneiss, and indeed, when the bubbles rise from one of the apertures, the emission of gas follows instantly from the other 3. I could not succeed in inflaming the small quantities of gas that rise above the thermal waters, or those I collected in a glass phial held over the springs, an operation that excited in me a nausea caused less by the smell of the gas than by the excessive heat prevailing in this ravine. Is this sulphuretted hydrogen mixed with a great proportion of carbonic acid or atmospheric air? I am doubtful of the first of these mixtures, though so common in thermal waters, for example at Aix-la-Chapelle, Engines, and Bareges. The gas collected in the tube of Fontana's eudiometer had been shaken for a long time with water. The small basins are covered with a light film of sulphur, deposited by the sulphuretted hydrogen in its slow combustion in contact with the atmospheric oxygen. A few plants near the springs were encrusted with sulphur. This deposit is scarcely visible when the water of Mariara is suffered to cool in an open vessel, no doubt because the quantity of disengaged gas is very small and is not renewed. The water, when cold, gives no precipitate with a solution of nitrate of copper. It is destitute of flavour and very drinkable. If it contain any saline substances, for example, the sulphates of soda or magnesia, their quantities must be very insignificant. Being almost destitute of chemical tests, we contented ourselves with filling at the spring 2 bottles, which were sent along with the nourishing milk of the tree called palo de vaca to Messrs. Fourcroy and Vauquelin, by the way of Porto Cabello and the Havannah. This purity in hot waters, issuing immediately from granite mountains, is in Europe, as well as in the New Continent, a most curious phenomenon. Note: warm springs equally pure are found issuing from the granites of Portugal and those of Cantal. In Italy, the Pisciarelli of the lake Agnano have a temperature equal to 93 degrees. Are these pure waters produced by condensed vapours? End of note. How can we explain the origin of the sulphuretted hydrogen? It cannot proceed from the decomposition of sulphurets of iron or pyritic strata. Is it owing to sulphurets of calcium, of magnesium, or other earthy metalloids contained in the interior of our planet under its rocky and oxidated crust? In the ravine of the hot waters of Mariara, amidst little funnels, the temperature of which rises from 56 to 59 degrees, 2 species of aquatic plants vegetate. The one is membranaceous and contains bubbles of air, and the other has parallel fibres. The first much resembles the Ulva labyrinthiformis of Vandelli, which the thermal waters of Europe furnish. At the island of Amsterdam, tufts of Lycopodium and Marchantia have been seen in places where the heat of the soil was far greater, such as the effect of an habitual stimulus on the organs of plants. The waters of Mariara contain no aquatic insects. Frogs are found in them which, being probably chased by serpents, have leapt into the funnels and there perished. South of the ravine, in the plain extending toward the shore of the lake, another sulphureous spring gushes out, less hot and less impregnated with gas. The crevice whence this water issues is 6 toises higher than the funnel just described. The thermometer did not rise in the crevice above 42 degrees. The water is collected in a basin surrounded by large trees. It is nearly circular, from 15 to 18 feet in diameter, and 3 feet deep. The slaves throw themselves into this bath at the end of the day, when covered with dust, after having worked in the neighbouring fields of indigo and sugarcane. Though the temperature of this bath, baño, is habitually from 12 to 14 degrees hotter than the air, the negroes call it refreshing, because in the torrid zone this term is used for whatever restores strength, calms the irritation of the nerves, or causes a feeling of comfort. We ourselves experienced the salutary effects of the bath. Having slung our hammocks on the trees round the basin, we passed a whole day in this charming spot, which abounds in plants. We found near the Baño of Mariara the volador, or gyrocarpus. The winged fruits of this large tree turn like a flywheel when they fall from the stalk. On shaking the branches of the volador, we saw the air filled with its fruit, the simultaneous fall of which presents the most singular spectacle. The 2 membranaceous and striated wings are turned so as to meet the air, in falling, at an angle of 45 degrees. Fortunately, the fruits we gathered were at their maturity. We sent some to Europe, and they have germinated in the gardens of Berlin, Paris, and Malmaison. The numerous plants of the volador, now seen in hothouses, owe their origin to the only tree of the kind found near Mariara. The geographical distribution of the different species of Gyrocarpus, which Mr. Brown considers as one of the Laurini, is very singular. Jacquin saw one species near Cartagena in America. Note: the Gyrocarpus jacquini of Garter, the Gyrocarpus americanus of Wildenau. End of note. This is the same which we met with again in Mexico, near Zumpango, on the road from Acapulco to the capital. Note: the natives of Mexico call it Quetzalcoatl. I saw some of its young leaves with 3 and 5 lobes. The full-grown leaves are in the form of a heart, and always with 3 lobes. We never met with the volador in flower. End of note. Another species which grows on the mountains of Coromandel. Note: this is the Gyrocarpus asiaticus of Wildenau. End of note. Has been described by Roxburgh. The 3rd and 4th grow in the southern hemisphere on the coasts of Australia. Note: Gyrocarpus phenopterus and G. rugosus. End of note. After getting out of the bath, while, half wrapped in a sheet, we were drying ourselves in the sun, according to the custom of the country, a little man of the mulatto race approached us. After bowing gravely, he made us a long speech on the virtues of the waters of Mariara, adverting to the numbers of invalids by whom they have been visited for some years past, and to the favourable situation of the springs between the 2 towns of Valencia and Caracas. He showed us his house, a little hut covered with palm leaves, situated in an enclosure at a small distance, on the bank of a rivulet communicating with the bath. He assured us that we should there find all the conveniences of life: nails to suspend our hammocks, ox leather to stretch over benches made of wreaths, earthen vases always filled with cool water, and what, after the bath, would be most salutary of all, those great lizards, iguanas, the flesh of which is known to be a refreshing aliment. We judged from his harangue that this good man took us for invalids who had come to stay near the spring. His counsels and offers of hospitality were not altogether disinterested. He styled himself the inspector of the waters, and the pulpero, note, proprietor of a pulperia, or little shop where refreshments are sold, end of note, of the place. Accordingly, all his obliging attentions to us ceased as soon as he heard that we had come merely to satisfy our curiosity, or, as they express it in the Spanish colonies, those lands of idleness, para ver no más, to see and nothing more. The waters of Mariara are used with success in rheumatic swellings and affections of the skin. As the waters are but very feebly impregnated with sulphuretted hydrogen, it is necessary to bathe at the spot where the springs issue. Farther on, these waters are employed for the irrigation of fields of indigo. A wealthy landed proprietor of Mariara, Don Domingo Tovar, had formed the project of erecting a bathing house, and an establishment which would furnish visitors with better resources than lizard's flesh for food, and leather stretched on a bench for their repose. On the 21st of February, in the evening, we set out from the beautiful Hacienda de Cura for Guacara and Nueva Valencia. We preferred travelling by night on account of the excessive heat of the day. We passed by the hamlet of Punta Zamuro, at the foot of the high mountains of Las Viruelas. The road is bordered with large zamang trees, or mimosas, the trunks of which rise to 60 feet high. Their branches, nearly horizontal, meet at more than 150 feet distance. I have nowhere seen a vault of verdure more beautiful and luxuriant. The night was gloomy. The Rincon del Diablo, with its denticulated rocks, appeared from time to time at a distance, illumined by the burning of the savannahs, or wrapped in ruddy smoke. At the spot where the bushes were thickest, our horses were frightened by the yell of an animal that seemed to follow us closely. It was a large jaguar, which had roamed for 3 years among these mountains. He had constantly escaped the pursuits of the boldest hunters, and had carried off horses and mules from the midst of enclosures, but having no want of food, had not yet attacked men. The negro who conducted us uttered wild cries, expecting by these means to frighten the tiger, but his efforts were ineffectual. The jaguar, like the wolf of Europe, follows travellers, even when he will not attack them. The wolf, in the open fields and in unsheltered places, the jaguar skirting the road and appearing only at intervals between the bushes. We passed the day on the 23rd in the house of the Marquis de Toro, at the village of Guacara, a very considerable Indian community. An avenue of carolineas leads from Guacara to Mocundo. It was the first time I had seen in the open air this majestic plant, which forms one of the principal ornaments of the extensive conservatories of Schönbrunn. Note: every tree of the Carolinea princeps at Schönbrunn has sprung from seeds collected from one single tree of enormous size near Chacao, east of Caracas. End of note. Mocundo is a rich plantation of sugar canes, belonging to the family of Toro. We there find, what is so rare in that country, a garden, artificial clumps of trees, and on the border of the water, upon a rock of gneiss, a pavilion with a mirador or belvedere. The view is delightful over the western part of the lake, the surrounding mountains, and a forest of palm trees that separates Guacara from the city of Nueva Valencia. The fields of sugar cane, from the soft verdure of the young reeds, resemble a vast meadow. Everything denotes abundance, but it is at the price of the liberty of the cultivators. At Mocundo, with 230 negroes, 77 tablones or cane fields are cultivated, each of which 10,000 veras square. Note: a tablon equal to 1,849 square toises contains nearly an acre and 1/5. A legal acre has 1,344 square toises, and 1.95 legal acre is equal to 1 hectare. End of note. Yields a net profit of 200 or 240 piastres a year. The Creole cane and the cane of Otaheite are planted in the month of April, the first at 4, the second at 5 feet distance. Note: in the island of Palma, where in the latitude of 29 degrees the sugar cane is said to be cultivated as high as 140 toises above the level of the Atlantic, the Otaheite cane requires more heat than the Creole cane. End of note. The cane ripens in 14 months. It flowers in the month of October if the plant be sufficiently vigorous, but the top is cut off before the panicle unfolds. In all the monocotyledonous plants, for example, the maguey cultivated at Mexico for extracting pulque, the wine-yielding palm tree, and the sugar cane, the flowering alters the quality of the juices. The preparation of sugar, the boiling, and the claying are very imperfect in terra firma, because it is made only for home consumption, and for wholesale papillon is preferred to sugar, either refined or raw. This papillon is an impure sugar in the form of little loaves of a yellow-brown color. It contains a mixture of molasses and mucilaginous material. The poorest man eats papillon, as in Europe he eats cheese. It is believed to have nutritive qualities. Fermented with water, it yields the guarapo, the favorite beverage of the people. In the province of Caracas, subcarbonate of potash is used, instead of lime, to purify the juice of the sugar cane. The ashes of the bucare, which is the Erythrina corallodendrum, are preferred. The sugar cane was introduced very late, probably toward the end of the 16th century, from the West India Islands into the valleys of Aragua. It was known in India, in China, and in all the islands of the Pacific, from the most remote antiquity, and it was planted at Khorasan, in Persia, as early as the 5th century of our era, in order to obtain from it solid sugar. Note: the Indian name for the sugar cane is sharkara, hence the word sugar. End of note. The Arabs carried this reed, so useful to the inhabitants of hot and temperate countries, to the shores of the Mediterranean. In 1306 its cultivation was yet unknown in Sicily, but was already common in the island of Cyprus, at Rhodes, and in the Morea. 100 years after, it enriched Calabria, Sicily, and the coasts of Spain. From Sicily, the Infante Don Henry transported the cane to Madeira. From Madeira it passed to the Canary Islands, where it was entirely unknown, for the ferulae of Juba, quae expresse liquorum fundunt potui usundum, are euphorbias, the Taibaba dulce, and not, as has recently been asserted, sugar canes. Note: on the origin of cane sugar in the Journal de Pharmacie, 1816, page 387. The Taibaba dulce is, according to Vaughan, the Euphorbia balsamifera, the juice of which is neither corrosive nor bitter, like that of the cardon or Euphorbia canariensis. End of note. 12 sugar manufactories, ingenios de azucar, were soon established in the island of Great Canary, in that of Palma, and between Adeje, Icod, and Guarachico, in the island of Teneriffe. Negroes were employed in this cultivation, and their descendants still inhabit the grottos of Tirajana in the Great Canary. Since the sugar cane has been transplanted to the West Indies, and the New World has given maize to the Canaries, the cultivation of the latter has taken the place of cane at Teneriffe and the Great Canary. The cane is now found only in the island of Palma, near Argual and Tazacorte, where it yields scarcely 1,000 quintals of sugar a year. Note: Notice sur la culture du sucre dans les îles Canariennes, by Leopold von Buch. End of note. The sugar cane of the Canaries, which Aiguilon transported to St. Domingo, was there cultivated extensively as early as 1513, or during the 6 or 7 following years, under the auspices of the monks of St. Jerome. Negroes were employed in this cultivation from its commencement, and in 1519 representations were made to government, as in our own time, that the West India Islands would be ruined and made desert if slaves were not conveyed thither annually from the coast of Guinea. For some years past, the culture and preparation of sugar has been much improved in terra firma, and, as the process of refining is prohibited by the laws at Jamaica, they reckon on the fraudulent exportation of refined sugar to the English colonies. But the consumption of the provinces of Venezuela and Papillon, and in raw sugar employed in making chocolate and sweetmeats, dulces, is so enormous that the exportation has been hitherto entirely null. The finest plantations of sugar are in the valleys of Aragua and of the Tuy, near Pau de Zarate, between La Victoria and San Sebastian, near Guatira, Guarinas, and Carimari. The first canes arrived in the New World from the Canary Islands, and even now Canarians, or Isleños, are placed at the head of most of the great plantations, and superintend the labours of cultivation and refining. It is this connection between the Canarians and the inhabitants of Venezuela that has given rise to the introduction of camels into those provinces. The Marquis del Toro caused 3 to be brought from Lancerota. The expense of conveyance was very considerable, owing to the space which these animals occupy on board merchant vessels, and the great quantity of water they require during a long sea voyage. A camel, bought for 30 piastres, costs between 8 and 900 before it reaches the coast of Caracas. We saw 4 of these animals at Macundo, 3 of which had been bred in America. 2 others had died of the bite of the coral, a venomous serpent very common on the banks of the lake. These camels have hitherto been employed only in the conveyance of the sugar canes to the mill. The males, stronger than the females, carry from 40 to 50 arrobas. A wealthy landholder in the province of Varinas, encouraged by the example of the Marquis del Toro, has allotted a sum of 15,000 piastres for the purpose of bringing 14 or 15 camels at once from the Canary Islands. It is presumed these beasts of burden may be employed in the conveyance of merchandise across the burning plains of Casanare, from the Apure and Calabozo, which in the season of drought resemble the deserts of Africa. How advantageous it would have been had the conquistadores, from the beginning of the 16th century, peopled America with camels, as they have peopled it with horned cattle, horses, and mules. Wherever there are immense distances to cross in uninhabited lands, wherever the construction of canals becomes difficult, as in the Isthmus of Panama, on the tableland of Mexico, and in the deserts that separate the kingdom of Quito from Peru, and Peru from Chile, camels would be of the highest importance to facilitate inland commerce. It seems the more surprising that their introduction was not encouraged by the government at the beginning of the conquest, as, long after the taking of Granada, camels, for which the Moors had a great predilection, were still very common in the south of Spain. A Biscayan, Juan de Renaga, carried some of these animals at his own expense to Peru. Father Acosta saw them at the foot of the Andes, about the end of the 16th century. But little care being taken of them, they scarcely ever bred, and the race soon became extinct. In those times of oppression and cruelty, which have been described as the era of Spanish glory, the comendadores and comaderos let out the Indians to travellers like beasts of burden. They were assembled by hundreds, either to carry merchandise across the Cordilleras, or to follow the armies in their expeditions of discovery and pillage. The Indians endured this service more patiently because, owing to the almost total want of domestic animals, they had long been constrained to perform it, though in a less inhuman manner, under the government of their own chiefs. The introduction of camels attempted by Juan de Reinaga spread an alarm among the encomenderos, who were, not by law, but in fact, lords of the Indian villages. The court listened to the complaints of the encomenderos, and in consequence America was deprived of one of the means which would have most facilitated inland communication and the exchange of productions. Now, however, there is no reason why the introduction of camels should not be attempted as a general measure. Some hundreds of these useful animals, spread over the vast surface of America, in hot and barren places, would in a few years have a powerful influence on the public prosperity. Provinces separated by steppes would then appear to be brought nearer to each other. Several kinds of inland merchandise would diminish in price on the coast, and by increasing the number of camels, above all the species called hedjin, or the ship of the desert, a new life would be given to the industry and commerce of the New World. End of chapter 2.16, part 3. Chapter 2.16, part 4, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, Part 4. On the evening of the 22nd, we continued our journey from Mocundo by Los Guayos to the city of Nueva Valencia. We passed a little forest of palm trees which resembled, by their appearance, and their leaves spread like a fan, the Chamaerops humilis of the coast of Barbary. The trunk, however, rises to 24 or sometimes 30 feet high. It is probably a new species of the genus Corypha, and is called in the country palma de sombrero, the footstalks of the leaves being employed in weaving hats, resembling our straw hats. This grove of palm trees, the withered foliage of which rustles at the least breath of air, the camels feeding in the plain, the undulating motion of the vapours on a soil scorched by the ardour of the sun, give the landscape an African aspect. The aridity of the land augments as the traveller approaches the town after passing the western extremity of the lake. It is a clayey soil which has been levelled and abandoned by the waters. The neighbouring hills, called Los Morros de Valencia, are composed of white tufa, a very recent limestone formation, immediately covering the gneiss. It is again found at Valencia, and on several other points along the chain of the coast. The whiteness of this tufa, which reflects the rays of the sun, contributes greatly to the excessive heat felt in this place. Everything seems smitten with sterility. Scarcely are a few plants of cacao found on the banks of the Rio de Valencia. The rest of the plain is bare and destitute of vegetation. This appearance of sterility is here attributed, as it is everywhere in the valleys of Aragua, to the cultivation of indigo, which, according to the planters, is of all plants that which most exhausts cansa, the ground. The real physical causes of this phenomenon would be an interesting inquiry, since, like the effects of fallowing land, and of a rotation of crops, it is far from being sufficiently understood. I shall only observe in general that the complaints of the increasing sterility of cultivated land become more frequent between the tropics, in proportion as they are near the period of their first breaking in. In a region almost destitute of herbs, where every plant has a ligneous stem and tends to raise itself as a shrub, the virgin soil remains shaded either by great trees or by bushes, and under this tufted shade it preserves everywhere coolness and humidity. However active the vegetation of the tropics may appear, the number of roots that penetrate into the earth is not so great in an uncultivated soil. While the plants are nearer to each other in lands subject to cultivation, and covered with indigo, sugar canes, or cassava, the trees and shrubs, loaded with branches and leaves, draw a great part of their nourishment from the ambient air, and the virgin soil augments its fertility by the decomposition of the vegetable substances which progressively accumulate. It is not so in fields covered with indigo or other herbaceous plants, where the rays of the sun penetrate freely into the earth, and by the accelerated combustion of the hydrurets of carbon and other acidifiable principles destroy the germs of fecundity. These effects strike the imagination of the planters the more forcibly, as in lands newly inhabited they compare the fertility of a soil which has been abandoned to itself during thousands of years, with the produce of ploughed fields. The Spanish colonies on the continent, and the great islands of Puerto Rico and Cuba, possess remarkable advantages with respect to the produce of agriculture over the lesser West India Islands. The former, from their extent, the variety of their scenery, and their relatively small population, still bear all the characters of a new soil, while at Barbados, Tobago, St. Lucia, the Virgin Islands, and the French part of St. Domingo, it may be perceived that long cultivation has begun to exhaust the soil. If in the valleys of Aragua, instead of abandoning the indigo grounds and leaving them fallow, they were covered during several years not with corn, but with other alimentary plants and forage; if among these plants such as belong to different families were preferred, and which shade the soil by their large leaves, the amelioration of the fields would be gradually accomplished, and they would be restored to a part of their former fertility. The city of Nueva Valencia occupies a considerable extent of ground, but its population scarcely amounts to 6,000 or 7,000 souls. The streets are very broad. The marketplace, Plaza Mayor, is of vast dimensions, and the houses being low, the disproportion between the population of the town and the space that it occupies is still greater than at Caracas. Many of the whites, especially the poorest, forsake their houses, and live the greater part of the year in their little plantations of indigo and cotton, where they can venture to work with their own hands, which, according to the inveterate prejudices of that country, would be a disgrace to them in the town. Nueva Valencia, founded in 1555 under the government of Villacinda by Alonso Diaz Moreno, is 12 years older than Caracas. Valencia was at first the only dependency of Burburata, but this latter town is nothing now but a place of embarkation for mules. It is regretted, and perhaps justly, that Valencia has not become the capital of the country. Its situation in a plain, on the banks of a lake, recalls to mind the position of Mexico. While we reflect on the easy communication afforded by the valleys of Aragua with the Llanos and the rivers that flow into the Orinoco, when we recognize the possibility of opening an inland navigation by the river Pao and the Portuguesa as far as the mouths of the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Amazon, it may be conceived that the capital of the vast provinces of Venezuela would have been better placed near the fine harbour of Porto Cabello, beneath a pure and serene sky, than near the unsheltered road of La Guaira, in a temperate but constantly foggy valley. Near the kingdom of New Granada, and situate between the fertile cornfields of La Victoria and Barquisimeto, the city of Valencia ought to have prospered; but, notwithstanding these advantages, it has been unable to maintain the contest with Caracas. Only those who have seen the myriads of ants that infest the countries within the torrid zone can form an idea of the destruction and the sinking of the ground occasioned by these insects. They abound to such a degree on the site of Valencia, that their excavations resemble subterranean canals, which are filled with water in the time of the rains, and become very dangerous to the buildings. Here recourse has not been had to the extraordinary means employed at the beginning of the 16th century in the island of St. Domingo, when troops of ants ravaged the fine plains of La Vega and the rich possessions of the order of St. Francis. The monks, after having in vain burnt the larvae of the ants, and had recourse to fumigations, advised the inhabitants to choose by lot a saint, who would act as a mediator against the plague of the ants. Note: un abogado contra los harmigos. The honour of the choice fell on Saint Saturnin, and the ants disappeared as soon as the first festival of this saint was celebrated. Incredulity has made great progress since the time of the conquest, and it was only on the back of the Cordilleras that I found a small chapel, destined, according to its inscription, for prayers to be addressed to heaven for the destruction of the termites. Valencia affords some historical remembrances, but these, like everything connected with the colonies, have no remote date, and recall to mind either civil discords or sanguinary conflicts with the savages. Lopez de Aguirre, whose crimes and adventures form some of the most dramatic episodes of the history of the conquest, proceeded in 1561 from Peru, by the river Amazon, to the island of Margareta, and thence, by the port of Burburata, into the valleys of Aragua. On his entrance into Valencia, which proudly entitles itself the city of the king, he proclaimed the independence of the country, and the deposition of Philip II. The inhabitants withdrew to the islands of the lake of Tacarigua, taking with them all the boats from the shore, to be more secure in their retreat. In consequence of this stratagem, Aguirre could exercise his cruelties only on his own people. From Valencia he addressed to the King of Spain a remarkable letter, in which he boasts alternately of his crimes and his piety, at the same time giving advice to the king on the government of the colonies and the system of missions. Surrounded by savage Indians, navigating on a great sea of fresh water, as he calls the Amazon, he is alarmed at the heresies of Martin Luther and the increasing influence of schismatics in Europe. Note. The following are some remarkable passages in the letter from Aguirre to the King of Spain. Quote, King Philip, native of Spain, son of Charles the Invincible, I, Lopez de Aguirre, thy vassal, an old Christian, of poor but noble parents, and a native of the town of Onate in Biscay, passed over young to Peru to labour lance in hand. I rendered thee great services in the conquest of India. I fought for thy glory without demanding pay of thy officers, as is proved by the books of thy treasury. I firmly believe, Christian King and Lord, that, very ungrateful to me and my companions, all those who write to thee from this land, America, deceive thee much, because thou seest things from too far off. I recommend to thee to be more just toward the good vassals whom thou hast in this country, for I and mine, weary of the cruelties and injustice which thy viceroys, thy governors, and thy judges exercise in thy name, are resolved to obey thee no more. We regard ourselves no longer as Spaniards. We wage a cruel war against thee, because we will not endure the oppression of thy ministers, who, to give places to their nephews and their children, dispose of our lives, our reputation, and our fortune. I am lame in the left foot from 2 shots of an arquebus, which I received in the valley of Coquimbo, fighting under the orders of thy Marshal Alonso de Alvarado against Francis Hernandez Giron, then a rebel, as I am at present, and shall be always, for since thy viceroy, the Marquis de Canete, a cowardly, ambitious, and effeminate man, has hanged our most valiant warriors, I care no more for thy pardon than for the books of Martin Luther. It is not well in thee, King of Spain, to be ungrateful toward thy vassals, for it was whilst thy father, the Emperor Charles, remained quietly in Castile, that they procured for thee so many kingdoms and vast countries. Remember, King Philip, that thou hast no right to draw revenues from these provinces, the conquest of which has been without danger to thee, but inasmuch as thou recompensest those who have rendered thee such great services. I am certain that few kings go to heaven. Therefore, we regard ourselves as very happy to be here in the Indies, preserving in all their purity the commandments of God and of the Roman Church. And we intend, those sinners during life, to become one day martyrs to the glory of God. On going out of the river Amazon, we landed in an island called La Margareta. We there received news from Spain of the great faction and machinations, Maquina, of the Lutherans. This news alarmed us extremely. We found among us one of that faction. His name was Monteverde. I had him cut to pieces, as was just, for believe me, Signor, wherever I am, people live according to the law. But the corruption of morals among the monks is so great, in this land, that it is necessary to chastise it severely. There is not an ecclesiastic here who does not think himself higher than the governor of a province. I beg of thee, great king, not to believe what the monks tell thee down yonder in Spain. They are always talking of the sacrifices they make, as well as of the hard and bitter life they are forced to lead in America, while they occupy the richest lands, and the Indians hunt and fish for them every day. If they shed tears before thy throne, it is that thou mayest send them hither to govern provinces. Dost thou know what sort of life they lead here? Given up to luxury, acquiring possessions, selling the sacraments, being at once ambitious, violent, and gluttonous. Such is the life they lead in America. The faith of the Indians suffer by such bad examples. If thou dost not change all this, O King of Spain, thy government will not be stable. What a misfortune that the emperor thy father should have conquered Germany at such a price, and spent, on that conquest, the money we procured for him in these very Indies. In the year 1559, the Marquis de Canete sent to the Amazon Pedro de Ursua, a Navarrese, or rather a Frenchman. We sailed on the largest rivers of Peru till we came to a gulf of fresh water. We had already gone 300 leagues, when we killed that bad and ambitious captain. We chose a caballero of Seville, Fernando de Guzman, for king, and we swore fealty to him, as is done to thyself. I was named quartermaster general, and because I did not consent to all he willed, he wanted to kill me. But I killed this new king, the captain of his guards, his lieutenant general, his chaplain, a woman, a knight of the Order of Rhodes, 2 ensigns, and 5 or 6 domestics of the pretended king. I then resolved to punish thy ministers and thy auditor, councillors of the Audiencia. I named captains and sergeants. These again wanted to kill me, but I had them all hanged. In the midst of these adventures, we navigated for 11 months, till we reached the mouth of the river. We sailed more than 1,500 leagues. God knows how we got through that great mass of water. I advise thee, O great king, never to send Spanish fleets into that accursed river. God preserve thee in his holy keeping." This letter was given by Aguirre to the vicar of the island of Margareta, Pedro de Contreras, in order to be transmitted to King Philip II. Fray Pedro Simon, provincial of the Franciscans in New Granada, saw several manuscript copies of it, both in America and in Spain. It was printed for the first time, in 1723, in the History of the Province of Venezuela by Oviedo, Volume 1, page 206. Complaints no less violent on the conduct of the monks of the 16th century were addressed directly to the Pope by the Milanese traveller Girolamo Benzoni. Lopez de Aguirre, or as he is still called by the common people, the tyrant, was killed at Barquisimeto after having been abandoned by his own men. At the moment when he fell, he plunged a dagger into the bosom of his only daughter, "that she might not have to blush before the Spaniards at the name of the daughter of a traitor." The soul of the tyrant, such is the belief of the natives, wanders in the savannahs like a flame that flies at the approach of men. See Volume 1, Chapter 1.4. The second historical event connected with the name of Valencia is the great incursion made by the Caribs of the Orinoco in 1578 and 1580. That cannibal horde went up the banks of the Guarico, crossed the plains or llanos. They were happily repulsed by the valour of Garcia Gonzalez, one of the captains whose names are still most revered in the provinces. It is gratifying to recollect that the descendants of those very Caribs now live in the missions as peaceable husbandmen, and that no savage nation of Guiana dares to cross the plains which separate the region of the forests from that of cultivated land. The Cordillera of the coast is intersected by several ravines, very uniformly directed from south east to north west. This phenomenon is general from the Quebrada of Tocume between Petares and Caracas, as far as Porto Cabello. It would seem as if the impulsion had everywhere come from the southeast, and this fact is the more striking, as the strata of gneiss and mica slate in the Cordillera of the coast are generally directed from the southwest to the northeast. Most of these ravines penetrate into the mountains at their southern declivity, without crossing them entirely. But there is an opening, Abra, on the meridian of Nueva Valencia, which leads toward the coast, and by which a cooling sea breeze penetrates every evening into the valleys of Aragua. This breeze rises regularly 2 or 3 hours after sunset. By this Abra, the farm of Barbula, and an eastern branch of the ravine, a new road is being constructed from Valencia to Porto Cabello. It will be so short that it will require only 4 hours to reach the port, and the traveller will be able to go and return in the same day from the coast to the valleys of Aragua. In order to examine this road, we set out on the 26th of February, in the evening, for the farm of Barbula. On the morning of the 27th, we visited the hot springs of La Trinchera, 3 leagues from Valencia. The ravine is very large, and the descent almost continual from the banks of the lake to the sea coast. La Trinchera takes its name from some fortifications of earth, thrown up in 1677 by the French buccaneers who sacked the town of Valencia. The hot springs, and this is a remarkable geological fact, do not issue on the south side of the mountains like those of Mariara, Onoto, and the Brigantine, but they issue from the chain itself almost at its northern declivity. They are much more abundant than any we had till then seen, forming a rivulet which, in times of the greatest drought, is 2 feet deep and 18 wide. The temperature of the water, measured with great care, was 90.3 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. Next to the springs of Urijino in Japan, which which are asserted to be pure water at 100 degrees of temperature, the waters of the trinchera of Porto Cabello appear to be the hottest in the world. We breakfasted near the spring. Eggs plunged into the water were boiled in less than 4 minutes. These waters, strongly charged with sulphuretted hydrogen, gush out from the back of a hill rising 150 feet above the bottom of the ravine, and tending from south-southeast to north-northwest. The rock from which the springs gush is a real coarse-grained granite, resembling that of the Rincon del Diablo in the mountains of Mariara. Wherever the waters evaporate in the air, they form sediments and incrustations of carbonate of lime. Possibly they traverse strata of primitive limestone, so common in the mica slate and gneiss of the coasts of Caracas. We were surprised at the luxuriant vegetation that surrounds the basin. Mimosas with slender pinnate leaves, clusias, and fig trees have pushed their roots into the bottom of a pool, the temperature of which is 85 degrees, and the branches of these trees extend over the surface of the water at 2 or 3 inches distance. The foliage of the mimosas, though constantly enveloped in the hot vapours, displayed a most beautiful verdure. An arum with a woody stem, and with large sagittate leaves, rose in the very middle of the pool, the temperature of which was 70 degrees. Plants of the same species vegetate in other parts of those mountains, at the brink of torrents, the temperature of which is not 18 degrees. What is still more singular, 40 feet distant from the point whence the springs gush out at a temperature of 90 degrees, other springs are found perfectly cold. They all follow for some time a parallel direction, and the natives showed us that, by digging a hole between the 2 rivulets, they could procure a bath of any given temperature that they pleased. It seems remarkable that in the hottest as well as the coldest climates, people display the same predilection for heat. On the introduction of Christianity into Iceland, the inhabitants would be baptized only in the hot springs of Hekla, and in the torrid zone in the plains, as well as on the Cordilleras, the natives flock from all parts to the thermal waters. The sick, who come to La Trinchera to use vapour baths, form a sort of framework over the spring with branches of trees and very slender reeds. They stretch themselves naked on this frame, which appeared to me to possess little strength, and to be dangerous of access. The Rio de Aguas Calientes runs toward the northeast, and becomes, near the coast, a considerable river, swarming with great crocodiles, and contributing by its inundations to the insalubrity of the shore. End of chapter 2.16, part 4. Chapter 2.16, part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, part 5. We descended towards Porto Cabello, having constantly the river of hot water on our right. The road is extremely picturesque, and the waters roll down on the shelves of rock. We might have fancied we were gazing on the cascades of the Rias that flows down Mount St. Gothard. But what a contrast in the vigour and richness of the vegetation! The white trunks of the cecropia rise majestically amid bignonias and melastomas. They do not disappear till we are within 100 toises above the level of the ocean. A small thorny palm tree extends also to this limit, the slender pinnate leaves of which look as if they had been curled toward the edges. This tree is very common in these mountains, but not having seen either its fruit or its flowers, we are ignorant whether it be the piritu palm of the Caribbees or the Cocos aculeata of Jacquin. The rock on this road presents a geological phenomenon, the more remarkable as the existence of real stratified granite has long been disputed. Between La Trinchera and the Hato de Cambury, a coarse-grained granite appears, which, from the deposition of the spangles of mica, collected in small groups, scarcely admits of confounding with gneiss, or with rocks of a schistose texture. This granite, divided into ledges of 2 or 3 feet thick, is directed 52 degrees northeast, and slopes to the northwest regularly at an angle from 30 to 40 degrees. The feldspar, crystallized in prisms with 4 unequal sides, about an inch long, passes through every variety of tint, from a flesh red to yellowish white. The mica, united in hexagonal plates, is black and sometimes green. The quartz predominates in the mass, and is generally of a milky white. I observed neither hornblende, black schorl, nor rutile titanite in this granite. In some ledges we recognized round masses of a blackish grey, very quartzose, and almost destitute of mica. They are from 1 to 2 inches diameter, and are found in every zone, in all granite mountains. These are not embedded fragments, as at Greifenstein in Saxony, but aggregations of particles which seem to have been subjected to partial attractions. I could not follow the line of junction of the gneiss and granitic formations. According to angles taken in the valleys of Aragua, the gneiss appears to descend below the granite, which must consequently be of a more recent formation. The appearance of a stratified granite excited my attention, the more because, having had direction of the mines at Fichtelberg in Franconia for several years, I was accustomed to see granites divided into ledges of 3 or 4 feet thick, but little inclined, and forming masses like towers or old ruins at the summit of the highest mountains. Note: at Ochsenkopf, at Rudolfstein, at Epprichstein, at Luxburg, and at Schneeberg. The dip of the strata of these granites of Fichtelberg is generally only from 6 to 10 degrees, rarely, at Schneeberg, 18 degrees. According to the dips I observed in the neighbouring strata of gneiss and mica slate, I should think that the granite of Fichtelberg is very ancient, and serves as a basis for other formations. But the strata of Grunstein, and the disseminated tin ore which it contains, may lead us to doubt its great antiquity, from the analogy of the granites of Saxony containing tin. End of note. The heat became stifling as we approached the coast. A reddish vapour veiled the horizon. It was near sunset, and the breeze was not yet stirring. We rested in the lonely farms, known under the names of Hato de Campuri and the House of the Canarian, Casa del Ileño. The river of hot water, along the banks of which we passed, became deeper. A crocodile, more than 9 feet long, lay dead on the strand. We wished to examine its teeth, and the inside of its mouth, but having been exposed to the sun for several weeks, it exhaled a smell so fetid that we were obliged to relinquish our design and remount our horses. When we arrived at the level of the sea, the road turned eastward, and crossed a barren shore 1.5 leagues broad, resembling that of Cumana. We there found some scattered cactuses, a sesuvium, a few plants of Coccoloba uvifera, and along the coast some avicennias and mangroves. We forded the Guayguaza and the Rio Estevan, which by their frequent overflowing form great pools of stagnant water. Small rocks of meandrites, madrepores, and other corals, either ramified or with a rounded surface, rise in this vast plain, and seem to attest the recent retreat of the sea. But these masses, which are the habitations of polypi, are only fragments embedded in a breccia with a calcareous cement. I say a breccia, because we must not confound the fresh and white corallites of this recent littoral formation with the corallites blended in the mass of transition rocks, grauwacke, and black limestone. We were astonished to find in this uninhabited spot a large Parkinsonia aculeata, loaded with flowers. Our botanical works indicate this tree as peculiar to the New World, but during 5 years we saw it only twice in a wild state, once in the plains of the Rio Guayguaza, and once in the Llanos of Cumana, 30 leagues from the coast, near the Villa del Pao, but there was reason to believe that this latter place had once been a conuco, or cultivated enclosure. Everywhere else on the continent of America we saw the Parkinsonia, like the plumeria, only in the gardens of the Indians. At Porto Cabello, as at La Guayra, it is disputed whether the port lies east or west of the town, with which the communications are the most frequent. But the inhabitants believe that Porto Cabello is north-northwest of Nueva Valencia, and my observations give a longitude of 3 or 4 minutes more towards the west. We were received with the utmost kindness in the house of a French physician, Monsieur Juliac, who had studied medicine at Montpellier. His small house contained a collection of things the most various, but which were all calculated to interest travellers. We found works of literature and natural history, notes on meteorology, skins of the jaguar and of large aquatic serpents, live animals, monkeys, armadillos, and birds. Our host was principal surgeon to the Royal Hospital of Porto Cabello, and was celebrated in the country for his skilful treatment of the yellow fever. During a period of 7 years, he had seen 6,000 or 8,000 persons enter the hospitals, attacked by this cruel malady. He had observed the ravages that the epidemic caused in Admiral Aristibal's fleet in 1793. That fleet lost nearly a third of its men, for the sailors were almost all unseasoned Europeans, and held unrestrained intercourse with the shore. M. Juliac had heretofore treated the sick, as was commonly practised in terra firma and in the island, by bleeding, aperient medicines, and acid drinks. In this treatment no attempt was made to raise the vital powers by the action of stimulants, so that, in attempting to allay the fever, the languor and debility were augmented. In the hospitals where the sick were crowded, the mortality was often 33% among the white Creoles, and 65 in 100 among the Europeans recently disembarked. Since a stimulant treatment, the use of opium, of benzoin, and of alcoholic draughts has been substituted for the old debilitating method, the mortality has considerably diminished. It was believed to be reduced to 20 in 100 among Europeans, and 10 among Creoles, even when black vomiting and hemorrhage from the nose, ears, and gums indicated a high degree of exacerbation in the malady. Note: I have treated in another work of the proportions of mortality in the yellow fever. Novella Spagna, Volume 2, pages 777, 785, and 867. At Cadiz, the average mortality was, in 1800, 20%. At Seville in 1801, it amounted to 60%. At Vera Cruz, the mortality does not exceed 12 or 15% when the sick can be properly attended. In the civil hospitals of Paris, the number of deaths, 1 year with another, is from 14 to 18%. But it is asserted that a great number of patients enter the hospitals almost dying, or at a very advanced time of life. I relate faithfully what was then given as the general result of observation. But I think, in these numerical comparisons, it must not be forgotten that, notwithstanding appearances, the epidemics of several successive years do not resemble each other, and that, in order to decide on the use of fortifying or debilitating remedies, if indeed this difference exists in an absolute sense, we must distinguish between the various periods of the malady. The climate of Porto Cabello is less ardent than that of La Guaira. The breeze there is stronger, more frequent, and more regular. The houses do not lean against rocks that absorb the rays of the sun during the day, and emit caloric at night, and the air can circulate more freely between the coast and the mountains of Ilaria. The causes of the insalubrity of the atmosphere must be sought in the shores that extend to the east, as far as the eye can reach, towards the Punta de Tucasos, near the fine port of Chichiribiche. There are situated the salt works, and there, at the beginning of the rainy season, tertian fevers prevail and easily degenerate into asthenic fevers. It is affirmed that the mestizos who are employed in the salt works are more tawny, and have a yellower skin, when they have suffered several successive years from those fevers, which are called the malady of the coast. The poor fishermen who dwell on this shore are of the opinion that it is not the inundations of the sea and the retreat of the salt water which renders the lands covered with mangroves so unhealthful. They believe that the insalubrity of the air is owing to the fresh water, that is, to the overflowings of the Guayguaza and the Estevan, the swell of which is so great and sudden in the months of October and November. Note: in the West India Islands, all the dreadful maladies which prevail during the wintry season have been for a long time attributed to the south winds. These winds convey the emanations of the mouths of the Orinoco and of the small rivers of terra firma toward the higher latitudes. The banks of the Rio Estevan have been less insalubrious since little plantations of maize and plantains have been established, and, by raising and hardening the ground, the river has been confined within narrower limits. A plan is formed of giving another issue to the Rio San Estevan, and thus to render the environs of Porto Cabello more wholesome. A canal is to lead the waters toward that part of the coast which is opposite the island of Guayguaza. The salt works of Porto Cabello somewhat resemble those of the peninsula of Araya near Cumana. The earth, however, which they lixivate by collecting the rainwater into small basins, contains less salt. It is questioned here, as at Cumana, whether the ground be impregnated with saline particles, because it has been for ages covered at intervals with sea water, evaporated by the heat of the sun, or whether the soil be muriatiferous, as in a mine very poor in native salt. I had not leisure to examine this plain with the same attention as the peninsula of Araya. Besides, does not this problem reduce itself to the simple question, whether the salt be owing to new or very ancient inundations? The labouring at the salt works of Porto Cabello being extremely unhealthy, the poorest men alone engage in it. They collect the salt in little stores, and afterwards sell it to the shopkeepers in the town. During our abode at Porto Cabello, the current on the coast, generally directed toward the west, ran from west to east. This upward current, corriente por arriba, is very frequent during 2 or 3 months of the year, from September to November. It is believed to be owing to some northwest winds that have blown between Jamaica and Cape St. Anthony in the island of Cuba. Note: the wrecks of the Spanish ships burnt at the island of Trinidad at the time of its occupation by the English in 1797 were carried by the general or rotary current to Punta Brava near Porto Cabello. This general current toward the east, from the coast of Paria to the Isthmus of Panama and the western extremity of the island of Cuba, was the subject of a violent dispute between Don Diego Columbus, Oviedo, and the pilot Andres in the 16th century. End of note. The military defence of the coasts of terra firma rests on 6 points: the castle of San Antonio at Cumana, the Morro of Nueva Barcelona, the fortifications of La Guaira, mounting 134 guns, Porto Cabello, Fort San Carlos at the mouth of the lake of Maracaibo, and Cartagena. Porto Cabello is next to Cartagena the most important fortified place. The town of Porto Cabello is quite modern, and the port is one of the finest in the world. Art has had scarcely anything to add to the advantages which the nature of the spot presents. A neck of land stretches first toward the north, then toward the west. Its western extremity is opposite to a range of islands connected by bridges, and so close together that they might be taken for another neck of land. These islands are all composed of a calcareous breccia of extremely recent formation, and analogous to that on the coast of Cumana and near the castle of Araya. It is a conglomerate containing fragments of madrepores and other corals cemented by a limestone basis and grains of sand. We had already seen this conglomerate near the Rio Guaguaza. By a singular disposition of the ground, the port resembles a basin or a little inland lake, the southern extremity of which is filled with little islands covered with mangroves. The opening of the port toward the west contributes much to the smoothness of the water. Note: it is disputed at Porto Cabello whether the port takes its name from the tranquillity of its waters, "which would not move a hair, Cabello," or, which is more probable, derived from Antonio Cabello, one of the fishermen with whom the smugglers of Curaçao had formed a connection at the period when the first hamlet was constructed on this half-desert coast. End of note. One vessel only can enter at a time, but the largest ships of the line can anchor very near land to take in water. There is no other danger in entering the harbour than the reefs of Punta Brava, opposite which a battery of 8 guns has been erected. Toward the west and southwest we see the fort, which is a regular pentagon with 5 bastions, the battery of the reef, and the fortifications that surround the ancient town, founded on an island of a trapezoidal form. A bridge and the fortified gate of the Staccato join the old to the new town. The latter is already larger than the former, although considered only as its suburb. The bottom of the basin or lake, which forms the harbour of Porto Cabello, turns behind this suburb to the southwest. It is a marshy ground filled with noisome and stagnant water. The town, which has at present nearly 9,000 inhabitants, owes its origin to an illicit commerce, attracted to these shores by the proximity of the town of Burburata, which was founded in 1549. It is only since the administration of the Biscayans and of the company of Guipuzcoa that Porto Cabello, which was but a hamlet, has been converted into a well-fortified town. The vessels of La Guaira, which is less a port than a bad roadstead, come to Porto Cabello to be caulked and repaired. The real defence of the harbour consists in the low batteries on the neck of land at Punta Brava, and on the reef. But from ignorance of this principle, a new fort, the Mirador of Solano, has been constructed at great expense on the mountains commanding the suburb toward the south. Note: the Mirador is situate eastward of the Vigia Alta, and southeast of the battery of the salt works and the powder mill. End of note. More than 10,000 mules are annually exported from Porto Cabello. It is curious enough to see these animals embarked. They are thrown down with ropes, and then hoisted on board the vessels by means of a machine resembling a crane. Ranged in 2 files, the mules with difficulty keep their footing during the rolling and pitching of the ship, and in order to frighten and render them more docile, a drum is beaten during a great part of the day and night. We may guess what quiet a passenger enjoys who has the courage to embark for Jamaica in a schooner laden with mules. We left Porto Cabello on the 1st of March at sunrise. We saw with surprise a great number of boats that were laden with fruit to be sold at the market. It reminded me of a fine morning at Venice. The town presents in general, on the side toward the sea, a cheerful and agreeable aspect. Mountains covered with vegetation and crowned with peaks called Las Tetas de Ilaria, which, from their outline, would be taken for rocks of a trap formation, form the background of the landscape. Near the coast all is bare, white, and strongly illumined, while the screen of mountains is clothed with trees of thick foliage that project their vast shadows upon the brown and rocky ground. On going out of the town, we visited an aqueduct that had just been finished. It is 5,000 varas long, and conveys the waters of the Rio Estevan by a trench to the town. This work has cost more than 30,000 piastres, but its waters gush out in every street. We returned from Porto Cabello to the valleys of Aragua, and stopped at the farm of Barbula, near which a new road to Valencia is in the course of construction. We had heard several weeks before of a tree, the sap of which is a nourishing milk. It is called the cow tree, and we were assured that the negroes of the farm, who drink plentifully of this vegetable milk, consider it a wholesome aliment. All the milky juices of plants being acrid, bitter, and more or less poisonous, this account appeared to us very extraordinary. But we found, by experience during our stay at Barbula, that the virtues of this tree had not been exaggerated. This fine tree rises like the broad-leaved star apple. Note: Chrysophyllum cainito. End of note. Its oblong and pointed leaves, rough and alternate, are marked by lateral ribs, prominent at the lower surface and parallel. Some of them are 10 inches long. We did not see the flower. The fruit is somewhat fleshy, and contains 1 and sometimes 2 nuts. When incisions are made in the trunk of this tree, it yields abundance of a glutinous milk, tolerably thick, devoid of all acridity, and of an agreeable and balmy smell. It was offered to us in the shell of a calabash. We drank considerable quantities of it in the evening, before we went to bed, and very early in the morning, without feeling the least injurious effect. The viscosity of this milk alone renders it a little disagreeable. The negroes and the free people who work in the plantations drink it, dipping into it their bread of maize or cassava. The overseer of the farm told us that the negroes grow sensibly fatter during the season when the palo de vaca furnish them with the most milk. This juice, exposed to the air, presents at its surface, perhaps in consequence of the absorption of the atmospheric oxygen, membranes of a strongly animalized substance, yellowish, stringy, and resembling cheese. These membranes, separated from the rest of the more aqueous liquid, are elastic, almost like chuk, but they undergo, in time, the same phenomenon of putrefaction as gelatin. The people call the coagulum that separates by the contact of the air cheese. This coagulum grows sour in the space of 5 or 6 days, as I observed in the small portions which I carried to Nueva Valencia. The milk contained in a stopped vial had deposited a little coagulum, and, far from becoming fetid, it exhaled constantly a balsamic odour. The fresh juice mixed with cold water was scarcely coagulated at all, but on the contact of nitric acid the separation of the viscous membranes took place. We sent 2 bottles of this milk to M. Foucroy at Paris. In one it was in its natural state, and in the other mixed with a certain quantity of carbonate of soda. The French consul, residing in the island of St. Thomas, undertook to convey them to him. The extraordinary tree of which we have been speaking appears to be peculiar to the Cordillera of the coast, particularly from Barbula to the lake of Maracaibo. Some stocks of it exist near the village of San Mateo; and according to M. Bredemeyer, whose travels have so much enriched the fine conservatories of Schönbrunn and Vienna, in the valley of Caucagua, 3 days' journey east of Caracas. This naturalist found, like us, that the vegetable milk of the palo de vaco had an agreeable taste and an aromatic smell. At Caucagua the natives called the tree that furnishes this nourishing juice the milk tree, arbol de leche. They profess to recognize, from the thickness and colour of the foliage, the trunks that yield the most juice, as the herdsman distinguishes from external signs a good milk cow. No botanist has hitherto known the existence of this plant. It seems, according to M. Kunth, to belong to the sapota family. Long after my return to Europe, I found in the description of the East Indias by Late, a Dutch traveller, a passage that seems to have some relation to the cow tree. "There exist trees," says Late, "in the province of Cumana, the sap of which much resembles curdled milk, and affords a salubrious nourishment." Note: "Inter arbores que spone hic passum, nascuntur memorantur a scriptoribus Hispanis, quaedam lacteum, quaedam liquorum fundum, qui durus ad modum evidat in stargumi, et suavum odorum desifundit, aliaeque liquorum quandam undit, instar laquis coagulati, qui insibus ab ipsis usurpuri sine noxa." Among the trees growing here, it is remarked by Spanish writers that there are some which pour out a milky juice, which soon grows solid like gum, affording a pleasant odour, and also others that give out a liquid which coagulates like cheese, and which they eat at meals without any ill effects. Descriptio Indarium Occidentalium, lib. 18. Amidst the great number of curious phenomena which I have observed in the course of my travels, I confess there are few that have made so powerful an impression on me as the aspect of the cow tree. Whatever relates to milk or to corn inspires an interest which is not merely that of the physical knowledge of things, but is connected with another order of ideas and sentiments. We can scarcely conceive how the human race could exist without farinaceous substances, and without that nourishing juice which the breast of the mother contains, and which is appropriated to the long feebleness of the infant. The amylaceous matter of corn, the object of religious veneration among so many nations, ancient and modern, is diffused in the seeds and deposited in the roots of vegetables. Milk, which serves as an aliment, appears to us exclusively the produce of animal organization. Such are the impressions we have received in our earliest infancy. Such is also the source of that astonishment created by the aspect of the tree just described. It is not here the solemn shade of the forests, the majestic course of rivers, the mountains wrapped in eternal snow, that excite our emotion. A few drops of vegetable juice recall to our minds all the powerfulness and the fecundity of nature. On the barren flank of a rock grows a tree with coriaceous and dry leaves. Its large woody roots can scarcely penetrate into the stone. For several months of the year not a single shower moistens its foliage. Its branches appear dead and dried, but when the trunk is pierced there flows from it a sweet and nourishing milk. It is at the rising of the sun that this vegetable fountain is most abundant. The negroes and natives are then seen hastening from all quarters, furnished with large bowls, to receive the milk, which grows yellow and thickens at its surface. Some empty their bowls under the tree itself, others carry the juice home to their children. End of chapter 2.16, part 5. Chapter 2.16, part 6, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, part 6. In examining the physical properties of animal and vegetable products, science displays them as closely linked together, but it strips them of what is marvellous, and perhaps, therefore, of a part of their charms. Nothing appears isolated. The chemical principles that were believed to be peculiar to animals are found in plants. A common chain links together all organic nature. Long before chemists had recognized small portions of wax in the pollen of flowers, the varnish of leaves, and the whitish dust of our plums and grapes, the inhabitants of the Andes of Quindiu made tapers with a thick layer of wax that covers the trunk of a palm tree. Caroxylon andicola. It is but a few years since we discovered in Europe caseum, the basis of cheese, in the emulsion of almonds. Yet for ages past, in the mountains of the coast of Venezuela, the milk of a tree and the cheese separated from that vegetable milk have been considered as a salutary aliment. How are we to account for this singular course in the development of knowledge? How have the unlearned inhabitants of one hemisphere become cognizant of a fact which, in the other, so long escaped the sagacity of the scientific? It is because a small number of elements and principles, differently combined, are spread through several families of plants. It is because the genera and species of these natural families are not equally distributed in the torrid, the frigid, and the temperate zones. It is that tribes, excited by want, and deriving almost all their subsistence from the vegetable kingdom, discover nutritive principles, farinaceous and alimentary substances, wherever nature has deposited them in the sap, the bark, the roots, or the fruits of vegetables. That amylaceous fecula, which the seeds of the cereal plants furnish in all its purity, is found united with an acrid and sometimes even poisonous juice in the roots of the arums, the Taca pinnatifida, and the Jatropha manihot. The savage of America, like the savage of the South Sea Islands, has learned to dulcify the fecula by pressing and separating it from its juice. In the milk of plants, and in the milky emulsions, matter extremely nourishing, albumin, caseum, and sugar, are found mixed with caoutchouc, and with deleterious and caustic principles, such as morphine and hydrocyanic acid. Opium contains morphine, caoutchouc, etc. These mixtures vary not only in the different families, but also in the species which belong to the same genus. Sometimes it is morphine, or the narcotic principle, that characterizes the vegetable milk, as in some papaverous plants. Sometimes it is caoutchouc, as in the hevea and the castelloa. Sometimes albumin and caseum, as in the cow tree. The lactescent plants belong chiefly to three families of the Euphorbiaceae, the Urticeae, and the Apocynae. After these three great families follow the Papaveraceae, the Chicoraceae, the Lobeliaceae, the Campanulaceae, the Sapotea, and the Cucurbitaceae. The hydrocyanic acid is peculiar to the group of Rosaceo amygdalaceae. In the monocotyledonous plants there is no milky juice, but the perisperm of the palms, which yields such sweet and agreeable milky emulsions, contains, no doubt, caseum. Of what nature is the milk of mushrooms? Since on examining the distribution of vegetable forms over the globe, we find that those three families are more numerous in species in the low regions of the tropics, we must thence conclude that a very elevated temperature contributes to the elaboration of the milky juices, to the formation of the caoutchouc, the albumin, and the caseous matter. The sap of the palo de vaca furnishes unquestionably the most striking example of a vegetable milk in which the acrid and deleterious principle is not united with albumin, caseum, and caoutchouc. The genera Euphorbia and Asclepias, however, though generally known for their caustic properties, already present us with a few species, the juice of which is sweet and harmless. Such are the Tabaiba dulce of the Canary Islands, which we have already mentioned, and the Asclepias lactifera of Ceylon. Euphorbia balsamifera. The milky juice of the Cactus mammillaris is equally sweet. Berman relates that, in the latter country, when cow's milk is wanting, the milk of this Asclepias is used, and that the aliments commonly prepared with animal milk are boiled with its leaves. It may be possible, as Decandolle has well observed, that the natives employ only the juice that flows from the young plant, at a period when the acrid principle is not yet developed. In fact, the first shoots of the apocyneous plants are eaten in several countries. I have endeavoured by these comparisons to bring into consideration, under a more general point of view, the milky juices that circulate in vegetables, and the milky emulsions that the fruits of the amygdalaceous plants and palms yield. I may be permitted to add the results of some experiments which I attempted to make on the juice of the carica papaya during my stay in the valleys of Aragua, though I was then almost destitute of chemical tests. The juice has been since examined by Vaughan, and this celebrated chemist has very clearly recognized the albumin and caseous matter. He compares the milky sap to a substance strongly animalized, to the blood of animals. But his researches were confined to a fermented juice, and a coagulum of a fetid smell, formed during the passage from the Mauritius to France. He has expressed a wish that some traveller would examine the milk of the pawpaw tree just as it flows from the stem or the fruit. The younger the fruit of the carica, the more milk it yields. It is even found in the German scarcely fecundated. In proportion as the fruit ripens, the milk becomes less abundant and more aqueous. Less of that animal matter which is coagulable by acids and by the absorption of atmospheric oxygen is found in it. As the whole fruit is viscous, it might be supposed that, as it grows larger, the coagulable matter is deposed in the organs and forms a part of the pulp, or of the fleshy substance. Note: the same viscosity is also remarked in the fresh milk of the palo de vaca. It is no doubt occasioned by the caoutchouc, which is not yet separated, and which forms one mass with the albumin and the caseum, as the butter and the caseum in animal milk. The juice of a euphorbiaceous plant, Sapium acuparium, which also yields caoutchouc, is so glutinous that it is used to catch parrots. End of note. When nitric acid, diluted with 4 parts of water, is added drop by drop to the milk expressed from a very young fruit, a very extraordinary phenomenon appears. At the centre of each drop, a gelatinous pellicle is formed, divided by greyish streaks. These streaks are simply the juice rendered more aqueous, owing to the contact of the acid having deprived it of the albumin. At the same time, the centre of the pellicles become opaque, and of the colour of the yolk of an egg. They enlarge as if by the prolongation of divergent fibres. The whole liquid assumes at first the appearance of an agate with milky clouds, and it seems as if organic membranes were forming under the eye of the observer. When the coagulum extends to the whole mass, the yellow spots again disappear. By agitation it becomes granulous, like soft cheese. Note: the substance which falls down in grumous and filamentous clots is not pure caoutchouc, but perhaps a mixture of this substance with caseum and albumin. Acids precipitate the caoutchouc from the milky fluid of the euphorbias, fig trees, and hevea. They precipitate the caseum from the milk of animals. A white coagulum was formed in phials closely stopped, containing the milk of the hevea, and preserved among our collections during our journey to the Orinoco. It is perhaps the development of a vegetable acid which then furnishes oxygen to the albumin. The formation of the coagulum of the hevea, or of real caoutchouc, is nevertheless much more rapid in contact with the air. The absorption of atmospheric oxygen is not in the least necessary to the production of butter, which exists already formed in the milk of animals. But I believe it cannot be doubted that, in the milk of plants, this absorption produces the pellicles of caoutchouc, of coagulated albumin, and of caseum, which are successively formed in vessels exposed to the open air. End of note. The yellow colour reappears on adding a few more drops of nitric acid. The acid acts in this instance as the oxygen of the atmosphere at a temperature from 37 to 35 degrees, for the white coagulum grows yellow in 2 or 3 minutes when exposed to the sun. After a few hours the yellow colour turns to brown, no doubt because the carbon is set more free progressively as the hydrogen with which it was combined is burnt. The coagulum formed by the acid becomes viscous, and acquires that smell of wax which I have observed in treating muscular flesh and mushrooms morels with nitric acid. According to the fine experiments of Mr. Hatchett, the albumin may be supposed to pass partly to the state of gelatine. The coagulum of the pawpaw tree, when newly prepared, being thrown into water, softens, dissolves in part, and gives a yellowish tint to the fluid. The milk, placed in contact with water only, forms also membranes. In an instant a tremulous jelly is precipitated, resembling starch. This phenomenon is particularly striking if the water employed be heated to 40 or 60 degrees. The jelly condenses in proportion as more water is poured upon it. It preserves a long time its whiteness, only growing yellow by the contact of a few drops of nitric acid. Guided by the experiments of Fourcroy and Vauquelin on the juice of the hevea, I mixed a solution of carbonate of soda with the milk of the pawpaw. No clot is formed even when pure water is poured on a mixture of the milk with the alkaline solution. The membranes appear only when, by adding an acid, the soda is neutralized, and the acid is in excess. I made the coagulum formed by nitric acid. The juice of lemons or hot water likewise disappear by mixing it with carbonate of soda. The sap again becomes milky and liquid, as in its primitive state. But this experiment succeeds only when the coagulum has been recently formed. On comparing the milky juices of the pawpaw, the cow tree, the hevea, there appears a striking analogy between the juices which abound in caseous matter and those in which caoutchouc prevails. All the white and newly prepared caoutchouc, as well as the waterproof cloaks manufactured in Spanish America by placing a layer of milk of hevea between two pieces of cloth, exhale an animal and nauseating smell. This seems to indicate that the caoutchouc, in coagulating, carries with it the caseum, which is perhaps only an altered albumen. The produce of the breadfruit tree can be no more considered as bread than plantains before the state of maturity, or the tuberous and amylaceous roots of the cassava, the discoria, the convolvulus batatas, and the potato. The milk of the cow tree contains, on the contrary, a caseous matter, like the milk of mammiferous animals. Advancing to more general considerations, we may regard, with M. Gay-Lussac, the caoutchouc as the oily part, the butter of vegetable milk. We find in the milk of plants caseum and caoutchouc, in the milk of animals caseum and butter. The proportions of the two albuminous and oily principles differ in the various species of animals and of lactescent plants. In these last, they are most frequently mixed with other substances hurtful as food, but of which the separation might perhaps be obtained by chemical processes. A vegetable milk becomes nourishing when it is destitute of acrid and narcotic principles, and abounds less in caoutchouc than in caseous matter. Note: the milk of lactescent agarics has not been separately analyzed. It contains an acrid principle in the Agaricus piperatus, and in other species it is sweet and harmless. The experiments of Messrs. Branco, Bouillon, Lagrange, and Vauquelin, Annales de Chimie, volume 46, volume 51, volume 79, volume 80, volume 85, have pointed out a great quantity of albumen in the substance of the Agaricus deliciosus, an edible mushroom. It is this albumen contained in their juice which renders them so hard when boiled. It has been proved that morels, Morchella esculenta, can be converted into sebaceous and adipocerous matter, capable of being used in the fabrication of soap. De Candolle sur les propriétés médicinales des plantes. Saccharine matter has also been found in mushrooms by Gunther. It is in the family of the fungi, more especially in the clavarii, phalli, helvetiae, the meruli, and the small gymnopae which display themselves in a few hours after a storm of rain, that organic nature produces with most rapidity the greatest variety of chemical principles: sugar, albumen, adipocere, acetate of potash, fat, osmazome, the aromatic principles, etc. It would be interesting to examine, besides the milk of the lactescent fungi, those species which, when cut in pieces, change their colour on the contact of atmospheric air. Though we have referred the palo de vaca to the family of the sapotas, we have nevertheless found in it a great resemblance to some plants of the urticeous kind, especially to the fig tree, because of its terminal stipulae in the shape of a horn, and to the brosimum on account of the structure of its fruit. M. Kunth would even have preferred this last classification, if the description of the fruit made on the spot, and the nature of the milk, which is acrid in the urticeae and sweet in the sapotas, did not seem to confirm our conjecture. Bredemeyer saw, like us, the fruit and not the flower of the cow tree. He asserts that he observed, sometimes, two seeds, lying one against the other, as in the alligator pear tree, Laurus persea. Perhaps this botanist had the intention of expressing the same conformation of the nucleus that Schwartz indicates in the description of the brosimum, nucleus bilobus aut bipartibilis. We have mentioned the places where this remarkable tree grows. It will be easy for botanical travellers to procure the flower of the palo de vaca, and to remove the doubts which still remain of the family to which it belongs. Whilst the palo de vaca manifests the immense fecundity and the bounty of nature in the torrid zone, it also reminds us of the numerous causes which favour, in those fine climates, the careless indolence of man. Mungo Park has made known the butter tree of Bambara, which M. de Candolle suspects to be of the family of sapotas, as well as our milk tree. The plantain, the sago tree, and the mauritia of the Orinoco are as much bread trees as the rima of the South Sea. The fruits of the crescentia and the lecythis serve as vessels for containing food, while the spathes of the palms and the bark of trees furnish caps and garments without a seam. The knots, or rather the interior cells of the trunks of bamboos, supply ladders, and facilitate in 1,000 ways the construction of a hut, and the fabrication of chairs, beds, and other articles of furniture that compose the wealth of a savage household. In the midst of this lavish vegetation, so varied in its productions, it requires very powerful motives to excite man to labour, to rouse him from his lethargy, and to unfold his intellectual faculties. Cacao and cotton are cultivated at Barbula. We there found, what is very rare in that country, 2 large cylindrical machines for separating the cotton from its seed, one put in motion by an hydraulic wheel, and the other by a wheel turned by mules. The overseer of the farm who had constructed these machines was a native of Merida. He was acquainted with the road that leads from Nueva Valencia, by the way of Guanare and the Misagual, to Varinas, and thence by the region of Corajones, to the Paramo de Muchichis and the mountains of Merida covered with eternal snows. The notions he gave us of the time requisite for going from Valencia by Varinas to the Sierra Nevada, and thence by the port of Torunos and the Rio Santo Domingo to San Fernando de Apure, were of infinite value to us. It can scarcely be imagined in Europe how difficult it is to obtain accurate information in a country where the communications are so rare, and where distances are diminished or exaggerated according to the desire that may be felt to encourage the traveller, or to deter him from his purpose. I had resolved to visit the eastern extremity of the Cordilleras of New Granada, where they lose themselves in the paramos of Timotes and Niquatao. I learned at Barbula that this excursion would retard our arrival at the Orinoco 35 days. This delay appeared to us so much the longer as the rains were expected to begin sooner than usual. We had the hope of examining afterwards a great number of mountains covered with the perpetual snow at Quito, Peru, and Mexico, and it appeared to me still more prudent to relinquish our project of visiting the mountains of Merida, since by doing so we might miss the real object of our journey, that of ascertaining by astronomical observations the point of communication between the Orinoco, the Rio Negro, and the river Amazon. We returned in consequence from Barbula to Guacara to take leave of the family of the Marquis del Toro, and pass 3 days more on the borders of the lake. It was carnival season, and all was gaiety. The sports in which the people indulge, and which are called carnes toyendas, assume occasionally somewhat of a savage character. Or farewell to flesh. The word carnival has the same meaning, these sports being always held just before the commencement of Lent. Some led an ass loaded with water, and wherever they found a window open, inundated the apartment by means of a pump. Others carried bags filled with hairs of pica pica, Dolichos pruriens, kawash, and blew the hair, which causes a great irritation of the skin, into the faces of those who passed by. From Guacara we returned to Nueva Valencia. We found there a few French emigrants, the only ones we saw during 5 years past in the Spanish colonies. Notwithstanding the ties of blood which unite the royal families of France and Spain, even French priests were not permitted to take refuge in that part of the New World where man with such facility finds food and shelter. Beyond the Atlantic, the United States of America afford the only asylum to misfortune. A government, strong because it is free, confiding because it is just, has nothing to fear in giving refuge to the proscribed. End of chapter 2.16, part 6. Chapter 2.16, part 7. of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.16, Part 7. We have endeavored above to give some notions of the state of the cultivation of indigo, cotton, and sugar in the province of Caracas. Before we quit the valley of Aragua and its neighbouring coast, it remains for us to speak of the cacao plantations, which have at all times been considered as the principal source of the prosperity of those countries. The province of Caracas, note, the province, not the Capitania General, consequently not including the cacao plantations of Cumana, the province of Barcelona, of Maracaibo, of Varinas, and of Spanish Guiana, end of note, at the end of the 18th century, produced annually 150,000 fanegas, of which 100,000 were consumed in Spain, and 30,000 in the province. Estimating a fanega of cacao at only 25 piastres for the price given at Cadiz, we find that the total value of the exportation of cacao by the 6 ports of the Capitania General of Caracas amounts to 4,800,000 piastres. So important an object of commerce merits a careful discussion, and I flatter myself that, from the great number of materials I have collected on all the branches of colonial agriculture, I shall be able to add something to the information published by M. Depont in his valuable work on the provinces of Venezuela. The tree which produces the cacao is not at present found wild in the forests of terra firma to the north of the Orinoco. We began to find it only beyond the cataracts of Achuri and Maypure. It abounds particularly near the banks of the Ventuari, and on the upper Orinoco, between the Padamo and the Gehette. This scarcity of wild cacao trees in South America, north of the latitude of 6 degrees, is a very curious phenomenon of botanical geography, and yet little known. This phenomenon appears the more surprising as, according to the annual produce of the harvest, the number of trees in full bearing in the cacao plantations of Caracas, Nueva Barcelona, Venezuela, Varinas, and Maracaibo is estimated at more than 16 millions. The wild cacao tree has many branches and is covered with a tufted and dark foliage. It bears a very small fruit, like that variety which the ancient Mexicans called tlacacahuatl. Transplanted into the conucos of the Indians of Quasiquiare and the Rio Negro, the wild tree preserves for several generations that force of vegetable life which makes it bear fruit in the 4th year, while in the province of Caracas the harvest begins only the 6th, 7th, or 8th year. It is later in the inland parts than on the coasts and in the valleys of Guapo. We met with no tribe on the Orinoco that prepared a beverage with the seeds of the cacao tree. The savages suck the pulp of the pod and throw away the seeds, which are often found in heaps where they have passed the night. Though chorote, which is a very weak infusion of cacao, is considered on the coast to be a very ancient beverage, no historical fact proves that chocolate, or any preparation whatever of cacao, was known to the natives of Venezuela before the arrival of the Spaniards. It appears to me more probable that the cacao plantations of Caracas were suggested by those of Mexico and Guatemala, and that the Spaniards inhabiting terra firma learned the cultivation of the cacao tree, sheltered in its youth by the foliage of the erythrina and plantain, the fabrication of cakes of chocolatl, and the use of the liquid of the same name in the course of their communications with Mexico, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. Note: this process of the Mexican cultivators, practiced on the coast of Caracas, is described in the memoirs known under the title of Relazioni di certo gentiluomo de Señor Cortés, Conquistador del Mexico, Museo, Tome 2, page 134, end of note. Down to the 16th century, travellers differed in opinion respecting the chocolatl. Benzoni plainly said that it is a drink, fitter for hogs than men, Note: Benzoni, Historia del Mundo Nuevo, 1572, page 104, end of note. The Jesuit Acosta asserts that, the Spaniards who inhabit America are fond of chocolate to excess, but that it requires to be accustomed to that black beverage, not to be disgusted at the mere sight of its froth, which swims on it like yeast on a fermented liquor. He adds, the cacao is a prejudice, una supersticion, of the Mexicans, as the coca is a prejudice of the Peruvians." These opinions remind us of Madame de Sévigné's prediction respecting the use of coffee. Fernando Cortez in his page, the Gentilhombre del Gran Conquistador, whose memoirs were published by Ramusio, on the contrary, highly praised chocolate, not only as an agreeable drink, though prepared cold, but in particular as a nutritious substance. Note. Father Gili has very clearly shown, from 2 passages in the Torquemada, Monarchia Indiana, lib. 14, that the Mexicans prepared the infusion cold, and that the Spaniards introduced the custom of preparing chocolate by boiling water with the paste of cacao. End of note. "He who has drunk 1 cup," says the page of Fernando Cortez, "can travel a whole day without any other food, especially in very hot climates, for chocolate is by its nature cold and refreshing." We shall not subscribe to the latter part of this assertion, but we shall soon have occasion in our voyage on the Orinoco, and our excursion toward the summit of the Cordilleras, to celebrate the salutary properties of chocolate. It is easily conveyed and readily employed. As an aliment, it contains a large quantity of nutritive and stimulating particles in a small compass. It has been said with truth, that in the East rice, gum, and ghee, clarified butter, assist man in crossing the deserts. And so in the New World, chocolate and the flour of maize have rendered accessible to the traveller the tablelands of the Andes and vast uninhabited forests. The cacao harvest is extremely variable. The tree vegetates with such vigour that flowers spring out even from the roots, wherever the earth leaves them uncovered. It suffers from the northeast winds, even when they lower the temperature only a few degrees. The heavy showers that fall irregularly after the rainy season, during the winter months, from December to March, are also very hurtful to the cacao tree. The proprietor of a plantation of 50,000 trees often loses the value of more than 4,000 or 5,000 piastres in cacao in 1 hour. Great humidity is favourable to the tree only when it augments progressively, and is for a long time uninterrupted. If in the season of drought the leaves and the young fruit be wetted by a violent shower, the fruit falls from the stem, for it appears that the vessels which absorb water break from being rendered turgid. Besides, the cacao harvest is one of the most uncertain, on account of the fatal effects of inclement seasons, and the great number of worms, insects, birds, and quadrupeds. Parrots, monkeys, agoutis, squirrels, and stags. Which devour the pod of the cacao tree. And this branch of agriculture has the disadvantage of obliging the new planter to wait 8 or 10 years for the fruits of his labours, and of yielding after all an article of very difficult preservation. The finest plantations of cacao are found in the province of Caracas, along the coast between Caravalleda and the mouth of the Rio Tocuyo, in the valleys of Cacagua, Capaya, Curiepe, and Guapo, and in those of Curipa, between Cape Conare and Cape Unare, near Aroa, Barquisimeto, Guigua, and Uritucu. The cacao that grows on the banks of the Uritucu, at the entrance of the Llanos, in the jurisdiction of San Sebastian de las Reyes, is considered to be of the finest quality. Next to the cacao of Uritucu comes that of Guigua, of Cacagua, of Capaya, and of Cupira. The merchants of Cadiz assign the first rank to the cacao of Caracas, immediately after that of Socomusco, and its price is generally 30 to 40% higher than that of Guayaquil. It is only since the middle of the 17th century, when the Dutch, tranquil processors of the island of Curaçao, awakened by their smuggling the agricultural industry of the inhabitants of the neighbouring coasts, that cacao has become an object of exportation in the province of Caracas. We are ignorant of everything that passed in those countries before the establishment of the Biscay Company of Guipuzcoa in 1728. No precise statistical data have reached us. We only know that the exportation of cacao from Caracas scarcely amounted at the beginning of the 18th century to 30,000 fanegas a year. From 1730 to 1748, the company sent to Spain 858,978 fanegas, which make on an average 47,700 fanegas a year. The price of the fanega fell in 1732 to 45 piastres, when it had been kept at 80 piastres. In 1763, the cultivation had so much augmented that the exportation rose to 80,659 fanegas. In an official document, taken from the papers of the Minister of Finance, the annual produce, la cosecha, of the province of Caracas is estimated at 135,000 fanegas of cacao, 33,000 of which are for home consumption, 10,000 for other Spanish colonies, 77,000 for the mother country, 15,000 for the illicit commerce with the French, English, Dutch, and Danish colonies. From 1789 to 1793, the importation of cacao from Caracas into Spain was, on an average, 77,719 fanegas a year, of which 65,766 were consumed in the country, and 11,953 exported to France, Italy, and Germany. The late wars have had much more fatal effects on the cacao trade of Caracas than on that of Guayaquil. On account of the increase of price, less cacao of the first quality has been consumed in Europe. Instead of mixing, as was done formerly for common chocolate, 1/4 of the cacao of Caracas with 3/4 of that of Guayaquil, the latter has been employed pure in Spain. We must here remark that a great deal of cacao of an inferior quality, such as that of Maranon, the Rio Negro, Honduras, and the island of St. Lucia, bears the name in commerce of Guayaquil cacao. The exportation from that port amounts only to 60,000 fanegas. Consequently, it is 2/3 less than that of the ports of the Capitania General of Caracas. Though the plantations of cacao have augmented in the provinces of Cumana, Barcelona, and Maracaibo, in proportion as they have diminished in the province of Caracas, it is still believed that, in general, this ancient branch of agricultural industry gradually declines. In many parts, coffee and cotton trees progressively take the place of the cacao, of which the lingering harvests weary the patience of the cultivator. It is also asserted that the new plantations of cacao are less productive than the old. The trees do not acquire the same vigour, and yield later and less abundant fruit. The soil is still said to be exhausted, but probably it is rather the atmosphere that is changed by the progress of clearing and cultivation. The air that reposes on a virgin soil covered with forests is loaded with humidity, and those gaseous mixtures that serve for the nutriment of plants and arise from the decomposition of organic substances. When a country has been long subjected to cultivation, it is not the proportions between the azote and oxygen that vary. The constituent bases of the atmosphere remain unaltered, but it no longer contains in a state of suspension those binary and ternary mixtures of carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen, which a virgin soil exhales, and which are regarded as a source of fecundity. The air, purer and less charged with miasmata and heterogeneous emanations, becomes at the same time drier. The elasticity of the vapours undergoes a sensible diminution. On land long cleared, and consequently little favourable to the cultivation of the cacao tree, as for instance in the West India Islands, the fruit is almost as small as that of the wild cacao tree. It is on the banks of the upper Orinoco, after having crossed the Llanos, that we find the true country of the cacao tree, thick forests in which, on a virgin soil, and surrounded by an atmosphere continually humid, the trees furnish from the 4th year abundant crops. Wherever the soil is not exhausted, the fruit has become by cultivation larger and bitter, but also later. On seeing the produce of cacao gradually diminish in terra firma, it may be inquired whether the consumption will diminish in the same proportion in Spain, Italy, and the rest of Europe, or whether it be not probable that by the destruction of the cacao plantations the price will augment sufficiently to rouse anew the industry of the cultivator. This latter opinion is generally admitted by those who deplore, at Caracas, the diminution of so ancient and profitable a branch of commerce. In proportion as civilization extends towards the humid forests of the interior, the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon, or towards the valleys that furrow the eastern declivity of the Andes, the new planters will find lands and an atmosphere equally favourable to the culture of the cacao tree. The Spaniards, in general, dislike a mixture of vanilla with the cacao, as irritating the nervous system. The fruit, therefore, of that orchideous plant is entirely neglected in the province of Caracas, though abundant crops of it might be gathered on the moist and feverish coast between Porto Cabello and Ocumare, especially at Turiamo, where the fruits of the Epidendrum vanilla attain the length of 11 or 12 inches. The English and the Anglo-Americans often seek to make purchases of vanilla at the port of La Guaira, but the merchants procure with difficulty a very small quantity. In the valleys that descend from the chain of the coast toward the Caribbean Sea, in the province of Trujillo, as well as in the missions of Guiana near the cataracts of the Orinoco, a great quantity of vanilla might be collected, the produce of which would be still more abundant if, according to the practice of the Mexicans, the plant were disengaged from time to time from the creeping plants by which it is entwined and stifled. The hot and fertile valleys of the Cordillera of the coast of Venezuela occupy a tract of land which, on the west, toward the lake of Maracaibo, displays a remarkable variety of scenery. I shall exhibit in one view, to close this chapter, the facts I have been able to collect respecting the quality of the soil and the metallic riches of the districts of Aroa, of Barquisimeto, and of Carora. From the Sierra Nevada of Merida and the Paramas and Niquitao, Bocono, and Las Rosas. Note: many travellers who were monks have asserted that the little Parama de las Rosas, the height of which appears to be more than 1600 toises, is covered with rosemary, and the red and white roses of Europe grow wild there. These roses are gathered to decorate the altars in the neighbouring villages on the festivals of the church. By what accident has a rosa centifolia become wild in this country, while we nowhere found it in the Andes of Quito and Peru? Can it really be the rose tree of our garden? End of note. Which contain the valuable bark tree, the eastern Cordillera of New Granada. Note: the bark exported from the port of Maracaibo does not come from the territory of Venezuela, but from the mountains of Pamplona in New Granada, being brought down the Rio de San Faustino that flows into the lake of Maracaibo. Pombo, Noticias sobre de las Cuinas, 1814, page 65. Some is collected near Merida, in the vicinity of Vascuquio. End of note. Decreases in height so rapidly that between the 9th and 10th degrees of latitude it forms only a chain of little mountains, which, stretching to the northeast, by the Altar and Torito, separates the rivers that join the Apure and the Orinoco from those numerous rivers that flow either into the Caribbean Sea or the lake of Maracaibo. On this dividing ridge are built the towns of Nirgua, San Felipe del Fuerte, Barquisimeto, and Tocuyo. The first three are in a very hot climate, but Tocuyo enjoys great coolness, and we heard with surprise that, beneath so fine a sky, the inhabitants have a strong propensity to suicide. The ground rises toward the south, for Trujillo, the lake of Urao, from which carbonate of soda is extracted, and La Grita, all to the east of the Cordillera, though no farther distant, are 400 or 500 toises high. On examining the law which the primitive strata of the Cordillera of the coast follow in their dip, we believe we recognize one of the causes of the extreme humidity of the land bounded by this Cordillera and the ocean. The dip of the strata is most frequently to the northwest, so that the waters flow in that direction on the ledges of rock, and form, as we have stated above, that multitude of torrents and rivers, the inundations of which become so fatal to the health of the inhabitants, from Cape Codera as far as the lake of Maracaibo. Among the rivers which descend northeast toward the coast of Porto Cabello and La Punta de Hicacos, the most remarkable are those of Tocuyo, Aroa, and Yaracuy. Were it not for the miasmata which infect the atmosphere, the valleys of Aroa and Yaracuy would perhaps be more populous than those of Aragua. Navigable rivers would even give the former the advantage of facilitating the exportation of their own crops of sugar and cacao, and that of productions of the neighbouring lands, as the wheat of Quibor, the cattle of Monai, and the copper of Aroa. The mines from which this copper is extracted are in a lateral valley, opening into that of Aroa, and which is less hot and less unhealthy than the ravines nearer the sea. In the latter, the Indians have their gold washings, and the soil conceals rich copper ores, which no one has yet attempted to extract. The ancient mines of Aroa, after having been long neglected, have been wrought anew by the care of Don Antonio Henriquez, whom we met at San Fernando, on the borders of the Apure. The total production of metallic copper is 12 or 1500 quintals a year. This copper, known at Cadiz by the name of Caracas copper, is of excellent quality. It is even preferred to that of Sweden and of Coquimbo in Chile. Part of the copper of Aroa is employed for making bells, which are cast on the spot. Some ores of silver have been recently discovered between Aroa and Nirgua, near Guanita in the mountain of San Pablo. Grains of gold are found in all the mountainous lands between the Rio Yaracuy, the town of San Felipe, Nirgua, and Barquisimeto, particularly in the Rio de Santa Cruz, in which the Indian gold gatherers have sometimes found lumps of the value of 4 or 5 piastres. Do the neighbouring rocks of mica slate and gneiss contain veins? Or is the gold disseminated here, as in the granites of Guadarrama in Spain, and of Fichtelberg in Franconia, through the whole mass of the rock? Possibly the waters, in filtering through it, bring together the disseminated grains of gold, in which case every attempt to work the rock would be useless. In the Savannah de la Mille, near the town of Barquisimeto, a shaft has been sunk in a black shining slate resembling ampelite. The minerals extracted from this shaft, which were sent to me at Caracas, were quartz, non-auriferous pyrites, and carbonated lead, crystallized in needles of a silky luster. In the early times of the conquest, the working of the mines of Nirgua and of Buria was begun, notwithstanding the incursions of the warlike nation of the Giraharas. Note: the valley of Buria and the little river of the same name communicate with the valley of Rio Cojede, or the Rio de Barquisimeto. End of note. In this very district, the accumulation of Negro slaves in 1553 gave rise to an event bearing some analogy to the insurrection in St. Domingo. A Negro slave excited an insurrection among the miners of the Real de San Felipe de Buria. He retired into the woods and founded, with 200 of his companions, a town, where he was proclaimed king. Miguel, this new king, was a friend to pomp and parade. He caused his wife Guiomar to assume the title of queen, and according to Oviedo, he appointed ministers and councillors of state, officers of the royal household, and even a Negro bishop. He soon after ventured to attack the neighbouring town of Nueva Segovia de Barquisimeto, but being repulsed by Diego de Losada, he perished in the conflict. This African monarchy was succeeded at Nirgua by a republic of Zambos, the descendants of Negroes and Indians. The whole municipality, Cabildo, is composed of men of colour, to whom the King of Spain has given the title of, quote, his faithful and loyal subjects, the Zambos of Nirgua, end quote. Few families of whites will inhabit a country where the system of government is so adverse to their pretensions, and the little town is called in derision La República de Zambos y Mulatos. If the hot valleys of Aroa, of Yaracuy, of the Rio Tocuyo, celebrated for their excellent timber, be rendered feverish by luxuriance of vegetation and extreme atmospheric humidity, it is different in the savannas of Monai and Carora. These llanos are separated by the mountainous tract of Tocuyo and Nirgua from the great plains of La Portuguesa and Calabozo. It is very extraordinary to see barren savannas loaded with miasmata. No marshy ground is found there, but several phenomena indicate a disengagement of hydrogen. Note: what is that luminous phenomenon known under the name of the lantern, farol, of Maracaibo, which is perceived every night toward the seaside as well as in the inland parts, at Merida for example, where M. Palacios observed it during 2 years? The distance, greater than 40 leagues, at which the light is observed, has led to the supposition that it might be owing to the effects of a thunderstorm, or of electrical explosions which might daily take place in a pass in the mountains. It is asserted that, on approaching the farol, the rolling of thunder is heard. Others vaguely allege that it is an air volcano, and that asphaltic soils, like those of Mina, cause these inflammable exhalations, which are so constant in their appearance. The phenomenon is observed on a mountainous and uninhabited spot, on the borders of the Rio Catatumbo, near the junction with the Rio Zulia. The situation of the farol is such that, being near in the meridian of the opening, boca, of the lake of Maracaibo, navigators are guided by it as by a lighthouse. End of note. When travellers, who are not acquainted with natural inflammable gases, are shown the Cueva del Cerrito de Monai, the people of the country love to frighten them by setting fire to the gaseous combination which is constantly accumulated in the upper part of the cavern. May we attribute the insalubrity of the atmosphere to the same causes as those which operate in the plains between Tivoli and Rome, namely, disengagements of sulphuretted hydrogen? Note: Don Carlos del Pozo has discovered in this district, at the bottom of the Quebrada de Moroturo, a stratum of clayey earth, black, strongly soiling the fingers, emitting a powerful smell of sulphur, and inflaming spontaneously when slightly moistened and exposed for a long time to the rays of the tropical sun. The detonation of this muddy substance is very violent. End of note. Possibly also the mountainous lands near the Llanos of Monai may have a baneful influence on the surrounding plains. The southeasterly winds may convey to them the putrid exhalations that rise from the ravine of Villegas, and from the Cienega de Cabra between Carora and Carache. I am desirous of collecting every circumstance having a relation to the salubrity of the air, for in a matter so obscure, it is only by the comparison of a great number of phenomena that we can hope to discover the truth. The barren yet feverish savannas, extending from Barquisimeto to the eastern shore of the lake of Maracaibo, are partly covered with a cactus, but the good silvestral cochineal, known by the vague name of grana de Carora, comes from a more temperate region, between Carora and Trujillo, and particularly from the valley of the Rio Macuju, to the east of Merida. Note: this little river descends from the Paramo de los Conejos, and flows into the Rio Ambaragas. End of note. The inhabitants altogether neglect this production, so much sought for in commerce. End of chapter 2.16. Chapter 2.17, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 1. Mountains which separate the valleys of Aragua from the llanos of Caracas. Villa de Cura, Parapara, llanos or steppes, Calabozo. The chain of mountains bordering the lake of Tacarigua towards the south forms in some sort the northern shore of the great basin of the llanos or savannas of Caracas. To descend from the valleys of Aragua into these savannas, it is necessary to cross the mountains of Guigua and of Tucutunimo. From a peopled country, embellished by civilization, we plunge into a vast solitude. Accustomed to the aspect of rocks, and to the shade of the valleys, the traveller beholds with astonishment these savannas without trees, these immense plains, which seem to ascend to the horizon. Before I trace the scenery of the llanos, or of the region of pasturage, I will briefly describe the road we took from Nueva Valencia, by Villa de Cura and San Juan, to the little village of Ortiz, at the entrance of the steppes. We left the valleys of Aragua on the 6th of March before sunrise. We passed over a plain richly cultivated, keeping along the southwest side of the lake of Valencia, and crossing the ground left uncovered by the waters of the lake. We were never weary of admiring the fertility of the soil, covered with calabashes, watermelons, and plantains. The rising of the sun was announced by the distant noise of the howling monkeys. Approaching a group of trees, which rise in the midst of the plain, between those parts which were anciently the islets of Don Pedro and La Negra, we saw numerous bands of araguatos moving as in procession, and very slowly, from one tree to another. A male was followed by a great number of females, several of the latter carrying their young on their shoulders. The howling monkeys, which live in society in different parts of America, everywhere resemble each other in their manners, though the species are not always the same. The uniformity with which the araguatos, note, Simia ursina, end of note, perform their movements, is extremely striking. Whenever the branches of neighbouring trees do not touch each other, the male who leads the party suspends himself by the callous and prehensile part of his tail, and letting fall the rest of his body, swings himself till in one of his oscillations he reaches the neighbouring branch. The whole file performs the same movements on the same spot. It is almost superfluous to add how dubious is the assertion of Ulloa, and so many otherwise well-informed travellers, according to whom the marimondos, note, Simia belzebuth, end of note, the araguatos, and other monkeys with a prehensile tail, form a sort of chain in order to reach the opposite side of a river. Note: Ulloa has not hesitated to represent in an engraving this extraordinary feat of the monkeys with a prehensile tail. See Viage a la America Meridional, Madrid, 1748. End of note. We had opportunities during 5 years of observing thousands of these animals, and for this very reason we place no confidence in statements possibly invented by the Europeans themselves, though repeated by the Indians of the missions as if they had been transmitted to them by their fathers. Man, the most remote from civilization, enjoys the astonishment he excites in recounting the marvels of his country. He says he has seen what he imagines may have been seen by others. Every savage is a hunter, and the stories of hunters borrow from the imagination in proportion as the animals, of which they boast the artifices, are endowed with a high degree of intelligence. Hence arrive the fictions of which foxes, monkeys, crows, and the condor of the Andes have been subjects in both hemispheres. The araguatos are accused of sometimes abandoning their young, that they may be lighter for flight when pursued by the Indian hunters. It is said that mothers have been seen removing their young from their shoulders and throwing them down to the foot of the tree. I am inclined to believe that a movement merely accidental has been mistaken for one premeditated. The Indians have a dislike and a predilection for certain races of monkeys. They love the viuditas, the titis, and generally all the little saguans, while the araguatos, on account of their mournful aspect and their uniform howling, are at once detested and abused. In reflecting on the causes that may facilitate the propagation of sound in the air during the night, I thought it important to determine with precision the distance at which, especially in damp and stormy weather, the howling of a band of araguatos is heard. I believe I obtained proof of its being distinguished at 800 toises distance. The monkeys, which are furnished with 4 hands, cannot make excursions in the llanos, and it is easy amidst vast plains covered with grass to recognize a solitary group of trees, whence the noise proceeds, and which is inhabited by howling monkeys. Now, by approaching or withdrawing from this group of trees, the maximum of the distance may be measured at which the howling is heard. These distances appear to me sometimes 1/3 greater during the night, especially when the weather was cloudy, very hot, and humid. The Indians pretend that when the araguatos fill the forests with their howling, there is always one that chaunts as leader of the chorus. The observation is pretty accurate. During a long interval, one solitary and strong voice is generally distinguished, till its place is taken by another voice of a different pitch. We may observe from time to time the same instinctive imitation among frogs, and almost all animals which live together and exert their voices in unison. The missionaries further assert that, when a female among the araguatos is on the point of bringing forth, the choir suspends its howlings till the moment of the birth of the young. I could not myself judge of the accuracy of this assertion, but I do not believe it to be entirely unfounded. I have observed that, when an extraordinary incident, the moans for instance of a wounded araguato, fixed the attention of the band, the howlings were for some minutes suspended. Our guides assured us gravely that, to cure an asthma, it is sufficient to drink out of the bony drum of the hyaloid bone of the araguato. This animal having so extraordinary a volume of voice, it is supposed that its larynx must necessarily impart to the water poured into it the virtue of curing affections of the lungs. Such is the science of the vulgar, which sometimes resembles that of the ancients. We passed the night at the village of Guigua, the latitude of which I found by observations of Canopus to be 10 degrees 4 minutes 11 seconds. The village, surrounded with the richest cultivation, is only 1,000 toises distant from the lake of Tacarigua. We lodged with an old sergeant, a native of Murcia, a man of very original character. To prove to us that he had studied among the Jesuits, he recited the history of the creation of the world in Latin. He knew the names of Augustus, Tiberius, and Diocletian, and while enjoying the agreeable coolness of the nights in an enclosure planted with bananas, he employed himself in reading all that related to the courts of the Roman emperors. He inquired of us with earnestness for a remedy for the gout, from which he suffered severely. "I know," said he, "a Zambo of Valencia, a famous curioso, who could cure me, but the Zambo would expect to be treated with attentions which I cannot pay to a man of his colour, and I prefer remaining as I am." On leaving Guigua, we began to ascend the chain of mountains, extending on the south of the lake toward Guacimo and La Palma. From the top of a tableland, at 320 toises of elevation, we saw for the last time the valleys of Aragua. The gneiss appeared uncovered, presenting the same direction of strata, and the same dip toward the northwest. Veins of quartz that traverse the gneiss are auriferous, and hence the neighbouring ravine bears the name of Quebrada del Oro. We heard with surprise at every step the name of "ravine of gold," in a country where only one single mine of copper is wrought. We travelled 5 leagues to the village of Maria Magdalena, and 2 leagues more to the Villa de Cura. It was Sunday, and at the village of Maria Magdalena the inhabitants were assembled before the church. They wanted to force our muleteers to stop and hear mass. We resolved to remain, but after a long altercation the muleteers pursued their way. I may observe that this is the only dispute in which we became engaged from such a cause. Very erroneous ideas are formed in Europe of the intolerance, and even of the religious fervour, of the Spanish colonists. San Luis de Cura, or, as it is commonly called, the Villa de Cura, lies in a very barren valley, running northwest and southeast, and elevated, according to my barometrical observations, 266 toises above the level of the ocean. The country, with the exception of some fruit trees, is almost destitute of vegetation. The dryness of the plateau is the greater because, and this circumstance is rather extraordinary in a country of primitive rocks, several rivers lose themselves in crevices in the ground. The Rio de las Minas, north of the Villa de Cura, is lost in a rock, again appears, and then is engulfed anew without reaching the lake of Valencia, toward which it flows. Cura resembles a village more than a town. We lodged with a family who had excited the resentment of government during the revolution at Caracas in 1797. One of the sons, after having languished in a dungeon, had been sent to the Havana to be imprisoned in a strong fortress. With what joy his mother heard that after our return from the Orinoco we should visit the Havana! She entrusted me with 5 piastres, "the whole fruit of her savings." I earnestly wished to return them to her, but I feared to wound her delicacy and give pain to a mother who felt a pleasure in the privations she imposed on herself. All the society of the town was assembled in the evening to admire in a magic lantern views of the great capitals of Europe. We were shown the palace of the Tuileries and the statue of the Elector at Berlin. An apothecary, who had been ruined by an unhappy propensity for working mines, accompanied us in our excursion to the Cerro de Chacao, very rich in auriferous pyrites. We continued to descend the southern declivity of the Cordillera of the coast, in which the plains of Aragua form a longitudinal valley. We passed a part of the night of the 11th of March at the village of San Juan, remarkable for its thermal waters, and the singular form of 2 neighbouring mountains, called the Morros of San Juan. They form slender peaks, which rise from a wall of rocks with a very extensive base. The wall is perpendicular, and resembles the Devil's Wall, which surrounds a part of the group of mountains in the Harz. Note: Die Teufelsmauer, near Wernigerode in Germany. These peaks, when seen from afar in the llanos, strike the imagination of the inhabitants of the plain, who are not accustomed to the least unequal ground, and the height of the peaks is singularly exaggerated by them. They were described to us as being in the middle of the steppes, which they in reality bound on the north, far beyond a range of hills called La Galera. Judging from angles taken at the distance of 2 miles, these hills are scarcely more than 156 toises higher than the village of San Juan, and 350 toises above the level of the llanos. The thermal waters glide out at the foot of these hills, which are formed of transition limestone. The waters are impregnated with sulphuretted hydrogen, like those of Mariara, and form a little pool or lagoon, in which the thermometer rose only to 31.3 degrees. I found, on the night of the 9th of March, by very satisfactory observations of the stars, the latitude of Villa de Cura to be 10 degrees 2 minutes 47 seconds. The Villa de Cura is celebrated in the country for the miracles of an image of the Virgin, known by the name of Nuestra Senora de los Valencianos. This image was found in a ravine by an Indian, about the middle of the 18th century, when it became the object of a contest between the towns of Cura and San Sebastian de los Reyes. The vicars of the latter town asserting that the Virgin had made her first appearance on the territory of their parish, the Bishop of Caracas, in order to put an end to the scandal of this long dispute, caused the image to be placed in the archives of his bishopric, and kept it 30 years under seal. It was not restored to the inhabitants of Cura till 1802. After having bathed in the cool and limpid water of the river of San Juan, the bottom of which is of basaltic grunstein, we continued our journey at 2 in the morning by Ortiz and Parapara to the Mesa de Paja. The road to the llanos being at that time infested with robbers, several travellers joined us so as to form a sort of caravan. We proceeded downhill during 6 or 7 hours, and we skirted the Cerro de Flores, near which the road turns off, leading to the great village of San Jose de Cisnao. We passed the farms of Lucua and Juncalito to enter the valleys which, on account of the bad road and the blue colour of the slates, bears the names of Malpaso and Piedras Azules. This ground is the ancient shore of the great basin of the steppes, and it furnishes an interesting subject of research to the geologist. We there find trap formations, probably more recent than the veins of diabasis near the town of Caracas, which seem to belong to the rocks of igneous formation. They are not long and narrow streams as in Auvergne, but large sheets, streams that appear like real strata. The lithoid masses here cover, if we may use the expression, the shore of the ancient interior sea. Everything subject to destruction, such as the liquid dejections and the scoriae filled with bubbles, has been carried away. These phenomena are particularly worthy of attention on account of the close affinities observed between the phonolites and the amygdaloids, which, containing pyroxenes and hornblende grunsteins, form strata in a transition slate. The better to convey an idea of the whole situation and superposition of these rocks, we will name the formations as they occur in a profile drawn from north to south. We find at first, in the Sierra de Mariara, which belongs to the northern branch of the Cordillera of the coast, a coarse-grained granite. Then, in the valleys of Aragua, on the borders of the lake, and in the islands, it contains, as in the southern branch of the chain of the coast, gneiss and mica slate. These last named rocks are auriferous in the Quebrada del Oro near Guigua, and between Villa de Cura and the Morros de San Juan, in the mountain of Chacao. The gold is contained in pyrites, which are found sometimes disseminated almost imperceptibly in the whole mass of the gneiss, and sometimes united in small veins of quartz. Note: the four metals which are found disseminated in the granite rocks, as if they were of contemporaneous formation, are gold, tin, titanium, and cobalt. End of note. Most of the torrents that traverse the mountains bear along with them grains of gold. The poor inhabitants of Villa de Cura and San Juan have sometimes gained 30 piastres a day by washing the sand, but most commonly, in spite of their industry, they do not in a week find particles of gold of the value of 2 piastres. Here, however, as in every place where native gold and auriferous pyrites are disseminated in the rock, or by the destruction of the rocks, are deposited in alluvial lands, the people conceive the most exaggerated ideas of the metallic riches of the soil. But the success of the workings, which depends less on the abundance of the ore in a vast space of land than on its accumulation in one point, has not justified these favourable prepossessions. The mountain of Chacao, bordered by the ravine of Tucutunemo, rises 700 feet above the village of San Juan. It is formed of gneiss, which, especially in the superior strata, passes into mica slate. We saw the remains of an ancient mine, known by the name of Real de Santa Barbara. The works were directed to a stratum of cellular quartz, full of polyhedric cavities, mixed with iron ore, containing auriferous pyrites and small grains of gold, sometimes, it is said, visible to the naked eye. Note: the stratum of quartz and the gneiss in which it is contained lie hor 8 of the Freiberg compass, and dip 70 degrees to the southwest. At 100 toises distance from the auriferous quartz, the gneiss resumes its ordinary situation, hor 3 to 4, with 60 degrees dip to the northwest. A few strata of gneiss abound in silvery mica and contain, instead of garnets, an immense quantity of small octahedrons of pyrites. This silvery gneiss resembles that of the famous mine of Himmelfurst in Saxony. End of note. It appears that the gneiss of the Cerro de Chacao also furnishes another metallic deposit, a mixture of copper and silver ores. This deposit has been the object of works attempted with great ignorance by some Mexican miners under the superintendence of M. Avalo. The gallery, directed to the northeast, is only 25 toises long. Note: La Cueva de los Mexicanos. End of note. We there found some fine specimens of blue carbonated copper mingled with sulphate of barytes and quartz. But we could not ourselves judge whether the ore contained any argentiferous phylarts, and whether it occurred in a stratum or, as the apothecary who was our guide asserted, in real veins. This much is certain, that the attempt at working the mine cost more than 12,000 piastres in 2 years. It would no doubt have been more prudent to have resumed the works on the auriferous stratum of the Real de Santa Barbara. The zone of gneiss just mentioned is, in the coast chain from the sea to the Via de Cura, 10 leagues broad. In this great extent of land, gneiss and mica slate are found exclusively, and they constitute one formation. Note. This formation, which we shall call gneiss mica slate, is peculiar to the chain of the coast of Caracas. 5 formations must be distinguished, as Messrs. Von Buch and Raumer have so ably demonstrated in their excellent papers on Landeck and the Reisengebirge, namely granite, granite gneiss, gneiss, gneiss mica slate, and mica slate. Geologists whose researches have been confined to a small tract of land, having confounded these formations, which nature has separated in several countries in the most distinct manner, have admitted that the gneiss and mica slate alternate everywhere in superimposed beds, or furnish insensible transitions from one rock to the other. These transitions and alternating superpositions take place no doubt in formations of granite gneiss and gneiss mica slate, but because these phenomena are observed in one region, it does not follow that in other regions we may not find very different circumscribed formations of granite, gneiss, and mica slate. The same considerations may be applied to the formation of serpentine, which are sometimes isolated and sometimes belong to the urite, mica slate, and grunstein. End of note. Beyond the town of Villa de Cura and the Cerro de Chacao, the aspect of the country presents greater geognostic variety. There are still 8 leagues of declivity from the tableland of Cura to the entry of the Llanos, and on the southern slope of the mountains of the coast 4 different formations of rock cover the gneiss. We shall first give the description of the different strata without grouping them systematically. On the south of the Cerro de Chacao, between the ravine of Tucutunimo and Piedras Negras, the gneiss is concealed beneath a formation of serpentine, of which the composition varies in the different superimposed strata. Sometimes it is very pure, very homogeneous, of a dusky olive green, and of a conchoidal fracture. Sometimes it is veined, mixed with bluish steatite, of an unequal fracture, and containing spangles of mica. In both these states I could not discover in it either garnets, hornblende, or diallage. Advancing farther to the south, and we always passed over this ground in that direction, the green of the serpentine grows deeper, and feldspar and hornblende are recognized in it. It is difficult to determine whether it passes into diabasis or alternates with it. There is, however, no doubt of its containing veins of copper ore. Note. One of these veins, on which 2 shafts have been sunk, was directed hor 2.1 and dipped 80 degrees east. The strata of the serpentine, where it is stratified with some regularity, run hor 8 and dip almost perpendicularly. I found malachite disseminated in this serpentine, where it passes into grunstein. End of note. At the foot of this mountain 2 fine springs gush out from the serpentine. Near the village of San Juan, the granular diabasis appears alone uncovered, and takes a greenish-black hue. The feldspar, intimately mixed with the mass, may be separated into distinct crystals. The mica is very rare, and there is no quartz. The mass assumes at the surface a yellowish crust like dolerite and basalt. In the midst of this tract of trap formation, the Morros of San Juan rise like 2 castles in ruins. They appear linked to the Mornes of San Sebastian and to La Galera, which bounds the Llanos like a rocky wall. The Morros of San Juan are formed of limestone of a crystalline texture, sometimes very compact, sometimes spongy, of a greenish gray, shining, composed of small grains and mixed with scattered spangles of mica. This limestone yields a strong effervescence with acids. I could not find in it any vestige of organized bodies. It contains in subordinate strata masses of hardened clay of a bluish black and carburetted. These masses are fissile, very heavy, and loaded with iron. Their streak is whitish, and they produce no effervescence with acids. They assume at their surface, by their decomposition in the air, a yellow colour. We seem to recognize in these argillaceous strata a tendency either to the transition slates or to the kieselschiefer, schistose jasper, which everywhere characterize the black transition limestones. When in fragments, they might be taken at first sight for basalt or hornblende. Note. I had an opportunity of examining again, with the greatest care, the rocks of San Juan, of Chacao, of Parapara, and of Calabozo, during my stay at Mexico, where, conjointly with M. del Rayo, one of the most distinguished pupils of the school of Freiburg, I formed a geognostical collection for the Colegio de Mineria of New Spain. End of note. Another white limestone, compact, and containing some fragments of shells, backs the Morros de San Juan. I could not see the line of junction of these two limestones, or that of the calcareous formation and the diabasis. The transverse valley which descends from the Piedras Negras and the village of San Juan towards Parapara and the Llanos is filled with trap rocks, displaying close affinity with the formation of green slates, which they cover. Sometimes we seem to see serpentine, sometimes grunstein, and sometimes dolerite and basalt. The arrangement of these problematical masses is not less extraordinary. Between San Juan, Malpaso, and Piedras Azules, they form strata parallel to each other, and dipping regularly northward at an angle of 40 or 50 degrees, they cover even the green slates in concordant stratification. Lower down, towards Parapara and Ortiz, where the amygdaloids and phonolites are connected with the grunstein, everything assumes a basaltic aspect. Balls of grunstein heaped one upon another form those rounded cones, which are found so frequently in the Mittelgebirge in Bohemia, near Bilin, the country of phonolites. The following is the result of my partial observations. The grunstein, which at first alternated with strata of serpentine, or was connected with that rock by insensible transitions, is seen alone, sometimes in strata considerably inclined, and sometimes in balls with concentric strata, embedded in strata of the same substance. It lies near Malpaso on green slates, steatitic, mingled with hornblende, destitute of mica and grains of quartz, dipping, like the grunsteins, 45 degrees toward the north, and directed, like them, 75 degrees northwest. A great sterility prevails where these slates predominate, no doubt on account of the magnesia they contain, which, as is proved by the magnesian limestone of England, is very hurtful to vegetation. Note. Magnesian limestone is of a straw yellow colour, and contains madrepores. It lies beneath red marl, or muriatiferous red sandstone. End of note. The dip of the green slates continues the same, but by degrees the direction of their strata becomes parallel to the general direction of the primitive rocks of the chain of the coast. At Piedras Azules these slates, mingled with hornblende, cover in concordant stratification a blackish blue slate, very fissile, and traversed by small veins of quartz. The green slates include some strata of grunstein, and even contain balls of that substance. I nowhere saw the green slates alternate with the black slates of the ravine of Piedras Azules. At the line of junction, these two slates appear rather to pass one into the other, the green slates becoming a pearly grey in proportion as they lose their hornblende. Farther south, towards Parapara and Ortiz, the slates disappear. They are concealed under a trap formation more varied in its aspect. The soil becomes more fertile. The rocky masses alternate with strata of clay, which appear to be produced by the decomposition of the grunsteins, the amygdaloids, and the phonolites. The grunstein, which further north was less granulous, and passed into serpentine, here assumes a very different character. It contains balls of mandelstein, or amygdaloid, 8 or 10 inches in diameter. These balls, sometimes a little flattened, are divided into concentric layers. This is the effect of decomposition. Their nucleus is almost as hard as basalt, and they are intermingled with little cavities, owing to bubbles of gas filled with green earth and crystals of pyroxene and mesotype. Their basis is grayish blue, rather soft, and showing small white spots which, by the regular form they present, I should conceive to be decomposed feldspar. M. von Buch examined with a powerful lens the species we brought. He discovered that each crystal of pyroxene, enveloped in the earthy mass, is separated from it by fissures parallel to the sides of the crystal. These fissures seem to be the effect of a contraction which the mass or basis of the mandelstein has undergone. I sometimes saw these balls of mandelstein arranged in strata, and separated from each other by beds of grunstein of 10 or 14 inches thick, sometimes, and this situation is most common. The balls of mandelstein, 2 or 3 feet in diameter, are found in heaps, and form little mounds with rounded summits, like spheroidal basalt. The clay which separates these amygdaloid concretions arises from the decomposition of their crust. They acquire by the contact of the air a very thin coating of yellow ochre. Southwest of the village of Parapara rises the little Cerro de Flores, which is discerned from afar in the steppes. Almost at its foot, and in the midst of the mandelstein track we have just been describing, a porphyritic phonolite, a mass of compact feldspar of a greenish grey or mountain green, containing long crystals of vitreous feldspar, appears exposed. It is the real porphyrschiefer of Werner, and it would be difficult to distinguish in a collection of stones the phonolite of Parapara from that of Bilin in Bohemia. It does not, however, here form rocks in grotesque shapes, but little hills covered with tabular blocks, large plates extremely sonorous, translucid on the edges, and wounding the hands when broken. End of chapter 2.17, part 1. Chapter 2.17, part 2, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 2. Such are the succession of rocks which I described on the spot, as I progressively found them, from the lake of Tacarigua to the entrance of the steppes. Few places in Europe display a geological arrangement so well worthy of being studied. We saw there in succession 6 formations, namely, mica slate gneiss, green transition slate, black transition limestone, serpentine and grunstein, amygdaloid with pyroxene, and phonolite. I must observe in the first place that the substance just described under the name of grunstein, in every respect, resembles that which forms layers in the mica slate of Capo Blanco and veins near Caracas. It differs only by containing neither quartz, garnets, nor pyrites. The close relations we observed near the Cerro de Chacao between the grunstein and the serpentine cannot surprise these geologists who have studied the mountains of Franconia and Silesia. Near Zobtenberg, between Tampadel and Silsterwitz, a serpentine rock alternates also with gabbro. In the district of Glatz, the fissures of the gabbro are filled with a steatite of a greenish-white color, and the rock which was long thought to belong to the grunsteins is a close mixture of feldspar and diallage. In the mountains of Baruth in Franconia, so abundant in grunstein and serpentine, these formations are not connected together. The serpentine there belongs rather to the schistose hornblende, Hornblendschiefer, as in the island of Cuba. Near Guanajuato in Mexico, I saw it alternating with syenite. These phenomena of serpentine rocks forming layers in eurite, Feinstein, in schistose hornblende, in gabbro, and in syenite, are so much the more remarkable as the great mass of garnetiferous serpentines, which are found in the mountains of gneiss and mica slate, form little distinct mounts, masses not covered by other formations. It is not the same in the mixtures of serpentine and granulated limestone. The grunsteins of Tucutunemo, which we consider as constituting the same formation as the serpentine rock, contain veins of malachite and copper pyrites. These same metalliferous combinations are found also in Franconia, in the grunsteins in the mountains of Steben and Lichtenberg. With respect to the green slates of Malpaso, which have all the characters of transition slates, they are identical with those which M. von Buch has so well described near Schonau in Silesia. They contain beds of grunstein, like the slates of the mountains of Steben just mentioned. On advancing into the adit for draining the Friedrich Wilhelm Stollen mine, which I caused to be begun in 1794, near Steben, and which is yet only 340 toises long, there have successively been found, in the transition slate, subordinate strata of pure and porphyritic grunstein, strata of Lydian stone and ampelite, Aulandschiefer, and strata of fine-grained grunstein. All these strata characterize the transition slates. The black limestone of the Morros de San Juan is also a transition limestone. It forms perhaps a subordinate stratum in the slates of Malpaso. This situation would be analogous to what is observed in several parts of Switzerland. For instance, at the Gleishorn, at the Col de Balme, etc. The slaty zone, the centre of which is the ravine of Piedras Azules, appears divided into 2 formations. On some points, we think we observe one passing into the other. The grunsteins, which begin again to the south of these slates, appear to me to differ little from those found north of the ravine of Piedras Azules. I did not see there any pyroxene, but on the very spot I recognized a number of crystals in the amygdaloid, which appears so strongly linked to the grunstein that they alternate several times. The geologist may consider his task as fulfilled when he has traced with accuracy the positions of the diverse strata, and has pointed out the analogies traceable between these positions and what has been observed in other countries. But how can he avoid being tempted to go back to the origin of so many different substances, and to inquire how far the dominion of fire has extended in the mountains that bound on the great basin of the steppes? In researches on the position of rocks, we have generally to complain of not sufficiently perceiving the connection between the masses, which we believe to be superimposed on one another. Here the difficulty seems to arise from the too intimate and too numerous relations observed in rocks that are thought not to belong to the same family. The phonolite, or leucostein compact of Cordier, is pretty generally regarded by all who have at once examined burning and extinguished volcanoes as a flow of lithoid lava. I found no real basalt or dolerite, but the presence of pyroxene in the amygdaloid of Parapara leaves little doubt of the igneous origin of those spheroidal masses, fissured and full of cavities. Balls of this amygdaloid are enclosed in the grunstein, and this grunstein alternates on one side with green slate, on the other with the serpentine of Ducutanima. Here then is a connection sufficiently close established between the phonolites and the green slates, between the pyroxenic amygdaloids and the serpentines containing copper ores, between volcanic substances and others that are included under the vague name of transition traps. All these masses are destitute of quartz, like the real trap porphyries or volcanic trachytes. This phenomenon is the more remarkable as the grunsteins, which are called primitive, almost always contain quartz in Europe. The most general dip of the slates of Piedras Azules, of the grunsteins of Parapara, and of the pyroxenic amygdaloids embedded in strata of grunstein, does not follow the slope of the ground from north to south, but is pretty regular toward the north. The strata incline towards the chain of the coast, as substances which had not been in fusion might be supposed to do. Can we admit that so many alternating rocks, embedded one in the other, have a common origin? The nature of the phonolites, which are lithoid lavas with a feldspar basis, and the nature of the green slates intermixed with hornblende, oppose this opinion. In this state of things, we may choose between two solutions of the problem in question. In one of these solutions, the phonolite of the Cerro de Flores is to be regarded as the sole volcanic production of the tract, and we are forced to unite the pyroxenic amygdaloids with the rest of the grunsteins in one single formation, that which is so common in the transition mountains of Europe, considered hitherto as not volcanic. In the other solution of the problem, the masses of phonolite, amygdaloid, and grunstein, which are found in the south of the ravine of Piedras Azules, are separated from the grunsteins and serpentine rocks that cover the declivity of the mountains north of the ravine. In the present state of knowledge, I find difficulties almost equally great in adopting either of these suppositions. But I have no doubt that, when the real grunsteins, not the hornblende grunsteins, contained in the gneiss and mica slates, shall have been more attentively examined in other places, when the basalts, with pyroxene, forming strata in primitive rocks. Note, for instance, in Kropsdorf in Silesia, a stratum of basalt has been recognized in the mica slate by two celebrated geologists, Messrs. von Buch and Raumer, Vom Granit des Riesingsberges, 1813, and the diabases and amygdaloids in the transition mountains shall have been carefully studied, when the texture of the masses shall have been subjected to a kind of mechanical analysis, and the hornblendes better distinguished from the pyroxenes. Note, the grunsteins or diabases of the Fichtelgebirge in Franconia, which belong to the transition slate, sometimes contain pyroxenes. End of note. And the grunsteins from the dolerites. A great number of phenomena which now appear isolated and obscure will be ranged under general laws. The phonolite and other rocks of igneous origin at Parapara are so much the more interesting as they indicate ancient eruptions in the granite zone, as they belong to the shore of the basin of the steppes, as the basalts of Haruch belong to the shore of the desert of Sahara, and lastly, as they are the only rocks of the kind we observed in the mountains of the Capitania General of Caracas, which are also destitute of trachytes or trap porphyry, basalts, and volcanic productions. Note. From the Rio Negro to the coasts of Cumana and Caracas, to the east of the mountains of Merida, which we did not visit. End of note. The southern declivity of the western chain is tolerably steep, the steppes, according to my barometrical measures, being 1,000 feet lower than the bottom of the basin of Aragua. From the extensive tableland of the Villa de Cura, we descended towards the banks of the Rio Tucutunemo, which has hollowed for itself, in a serpentine rock, a longitudinal valley running from east to west, at nearly the same level as La Victoria. A transverse valley, lying generally north to south, led us into the llanos by the villages of Parapara and Ortiz. It grows very narrow in several parts. Basins, the bottoms of which are perfectly horizontal, communicate together by narrow passes with steep declivities. They were no doubt formerly small lakes, which, owing to the accumulation of the waters, or some more violent catastrophe, have broken down the dikes by which they were separated. This phenomenon is found in both continents, wherever we examine the longitudinal valleys forming the passages of the Andes and the Alps, or the Pyrenees. Note, for example, the road from the valley of Ursern to the hospice of Saint Gothard, and thence to Airolo. End of note. It is probable that the eruption of the waters toward the llanos have given, by extraordinary rents, the form of ruins to the Morros of San Juan and of San Sebastian. The volcanic tract of Parapara and Ortiz is now only 30 or 40 toises above the llanos. The eruptions consequently took place at the lowest point of the granitic chain. In the Mesa de Paja, in the 9th degree of latitude, we entered the basin of the llanos. The sun was almost at its zenith. The earth, wherever it appeared sterile and destitute of vegetation, was at the temperature of 48 or 50 degrees. Note. A thermometer placed in the sand rose to 38.4 and 40 degrees Reaumur. End of note. Not a breath of air was felt at the height at which we were on our mules. Yet, in the midst of this apparent calm, whirls of dust incessantly rose, driven on by those small currents of air which glide only over the surface of the ground, and are occasioned by the difference of temperature between the naked sand and the spots covered with grass. These sand winds augment the suffocating heat of the air. Every grain of quartz hotter than the surrounding air radiates heat in every direction, and it is difficult to observe the temperature of the atmosphere, owing to these particles of sand striking against the bulb of the thermometer. All around us the plains seemed to ascend to the sky, and the vast and profound solitude appeared like an ocean covered with seaweed. According to the unequal mass of vapours diffused through the atmosphere, and the variable decrement in the temperature of the different strata of air, the horizon in some parts was clear and distinct. In other parts it appeared undulating, sinuous, and as if striped. The earth there was confounded with the sky. Through the dry mist and strata of vapour, the trunks of palm trees were seen from afar, stripped of their foliage and their verdant summits, and looking like the masts of a ship descried upon the horizon. There is something awful, as well as sad and gloomy, in the uniform aspect of these steppes. Everything seems motionless. Scarcely does a small cloud passing across the zenith, and denoting the approach of the rainy season, cast its shadow on the earth. I know not whether the first aspect of the llanos excite less astonishment than that of the chain of the Andes. Mountainous countries, whatever may be the absolute elevation of the highest summits, have an analogous physiognomy, but we accustom ourselves with difficulty to the view of the llanos of Venezuela and Casanare, and to that of the pampas of Buenos Aires and of Chaco, which recall to mind incessantly, and during journeys of 20 or 30 days, the smooth surface of the ocean. I had seen the plains or llanos of La Mancha in Spain, and the heaths, Erecita, that extend from the extremity of Jutland through the Lunenburg and Westphalia to Belgium. These last are really steppes, and during certain ages only small portions of them have yielded to cultivation. But the plains of the west and north of Europe present only a feeble image of the immense llanos of South America. It is in the southeast of our continent, in Hungary between the Danube and the Theiss, in Russia between the Borysthenes, the Don, and the Volga, that we find those vast pastures which seem to have been levelled by a long abode of the waters, and which meet the horizon on every side. The plains of Hungary, where I traversed them on the frontiers of Germany, between Pressburg and Odenburg, strike the imagination of the traveller by a constant mirage, but their greatest extent is more to the east, between Zegled, Debrecen, and Titel. There they present the appearance of a vast ocean of verdure, having only two outlets, one near Vaughan and Weizen, the other between Belgrade and Vidin. The different quarters of the world have been supposed to be characterized by the remark that Europe has its heaths, Asia its steppes, Africa its deserts, and America its savannas. But by this distinction, contrasts are established that are not founded either on the nature of things or the genius of languages. The existence of a heath always supposes an association of plants of the family of Ericae. The steppes of Asia are not everywhere covered with saline plants. The savannas of Venezuela furnish not only the gramina, but with them small herbaceous mimosas, legumina, and other dicotyledonous plants. The plains of Songaria, those which extend between the Don and the Volga, and the Puszta of Hungary, are real savannas, pasturages abounding in grasses. Note: these vast steppes of Hungary are elevated only 30 or 40 toises above the level of the sea, which is more than 80 leagues distant from them. See Wallenberg's Flora Carpathianica. Berit Podmanitsky, a Hungarian nobleman highly distinguished for his knowledge of the physical sciences, caused the level of these plains to be taken to facilitate the formation of a canal then projected between the Danube and the Theiss. He found the line of division, or the convexivity of the ground, which slopes on each side toward the beds of the two rivers, to be only 13 toises above the height of the Danube. The widely extended pastures, which reach in every direction to the horizon, are called in the country puszta, and over a distance of many leagues are without any human habitation. Plains of this kind, intermingled with marshes and sandy tracts, are found on the western side of the Theiss, between Zegled, Csaba, Komlos, and Svarvas, and on the eastern side between Debrecen, Karczag, and Soboslo. The area of these plains of the interior basin of Hungary has been estimated, by a pretty accurate calculation, to be between 2,500 and 3,000 square leagues, 20 to a degree. Between Zegled, Szolnok, and Kecskemét, the plain resembles a sea of sand. End of note. While the savannas to the east and west of the Rocky Mountains and of New Mexico produce chenopodiums containing carbonate and muriate of soda. Asia has real deserts destitute of vegetation, in Arabia, in Gobi, and in Persia. Since we have become better acquainted with the deserts in the interior of Africa, so long and so vaguely confounded together under the name of Desert of Sahara, Zahra, it has been observed that in this continent towards the east, savannas and pastures are found, as in Arabia, situated in the midst of naked and barren tracts. It is these deserts, covered with gravel and destitute of plants, which are almost entirely wanting in the New World. I saw them only in that part of Peru, between Amatape and Coquimbo, on the shores of the Pacific. These are called by the Spaniards not llanos, but the desiertos of Sechura and Atacamas. This solitary tract is not broad, but it is 440 leagues long. The rock pierces everywhere through the quicksands. No drop of rain ever falls on it, and like the desert of the Sahara, north of Timbuktu, the Peruvian desert affords, near Huaura, a rich mine of native salt. Everywhere else, in the New World, there are plains desert because not inhabited, but no real deserts. Note: we are almost tempted, however, to give the name of desert to that vast and sandy tableland of Brazil, the Campos de Parecis, which gives birth to the rivers Tapajos, Paraguay, and Madeira, and which reaches the summit of the highest mountains. Almost destitute of vegetation, it reminds us of Gobi in Mongolia. End of note. The same phenomena are repeated in the most distant regions, and, instead of designating those vast treeless plains in accordance with the nature of the plants they produce, it seems natural to class them into deserts, steppes, or savannas, into bare lands without any appearance of vegetation, and lands covered with gramina or small plants of the dicotyledonous tribe. The savannas of America, especially those of the temperate zone, have in many works been designated by the French term prairies. But this appears to me little applicable to pastures, which are often very dry, though covered with grass of 4 or 5 feet in height. The llanos and the pampas of South America are really steppes. They are covered with beautiful verdure in the rainy season, but in the time of great drought they assume the aspect of a desert. The grass is then reduced to powder. The earth cracks. The alligators and the great serpents remain buried in the dried mud, till awakened from their long lethargy by the first showers of spring. These phenomena are observed on barren tracts of 50 or 60 leagues in length, wherever the savannahs are not traversed by rivers; for on the borders of rivulets, and around little pools of stagnant water, the traveller finds at certain distances, even during the period of great droughts, thickets of mauritia, a palm, the leaves of which spread out like a fan, and preserve a brilliant verdure. The steppes of Asia are all beyond the tropics, and form very elevated tablelands. America also has savannahs of considerable extent on the backs of the mountains of Mexico, Peru, and Quito. But its most extensive steppes, the llanos of Cumana, Caracas, and Meta, are little raised above the level of the ocean, and all belong to the equinoctial zone. These circumstances give them a peculiar character. They have not, like the steppes of southern Asia and the deserts of Persia, those lakes without issue, those small systems of river which lose themselves either in the sands or by subterranean filtrations. The llanos of America incline to the east and south, and their running waters are branches of the Orinoco. The course of these rivers once led me to believe that the plains formed tablelands, raised at least from 100 to 150 toises above the level of the ocean. I supposed that the deserts of interior Africa were also at considerable height, and that they rose one above another as in tiers, from the coast to the interior of the continent. No barometer has yet been carried into the Sahara. With respect to the llanos of America, I found by barometrical heights observed at Calabozo, at Villa de Pau, and at the mouth of the Meta, that their height is only 40 or 50 toises above the level of the sea. The fall of the rivers is extremely gentle, often nearly imperceptible, and therefore the least wind or swelling of the Orinoco causes a reflux in those rivers that flow into it. The Indians believe themselves to be descending during a whole day, when navigating from the mouths of these rivers to their sources. The descending waters are separated from those that flow back by a great body of stagnant water, in which, the equilibrium being disturbed, whirlpools are formed very dangerous for boats. The chief characteristic of the savannahs or steppes of South America is the absolute want of hills and inequalities, the perfect level of every part of the soil. Accordingly, the Spanish conquerors, who first penetrated from Coro to the banks of the Apure, did not call them deserts or savannahs or meadows, but plains, llanos. Often within a distance of 30 square leagues there is not an eminence of a foot high. This resemblance to the surface of the sea strikes the imagination most powerfully where the plains are altogether destitute of palm trees, and where the mountains of the shore and of the Orinoco are so distant that they cannot be seen, as in the Mesa de Pavones. A person would be tempted there to take the altitude of the sun with a quadrant, if the horizon of the land were not constantly misty on account of the variable effects of refraction. This equality of surface is still more perfect in the meridian of Calabozo than towards the east, between Cari, La Villa del Pau, and Nueva Barcelona, but it extends without interruption from the mouths of the Orinoco to the Villa de Oraure and to Ospinos, on a parallel of 180 leagues in length, and from San Carlos to the savannahs of Caqueat, on a meridian of 200 leagues. It particularly characterizes the new continent, as it does the low steppes of Asia, between the Borysthenes and the Volga, between the Irtish and the Obi. The deserts of Central Africa, of Arabia, Syria, and Persia, Gobi and Kasna, present, on the contrary, many inequalities, ranges of hills, ravines without water, and rocks which pierce the sands. The llanos, however, notwithstanding the apparent uniformity of their surface, present two kinds of inequalities which cannot escape the observation of the traveller. The first is known by the name of banks, bancos. They are in reality shoals in the basin of the steppes, fractured strata of sandstone or compact limestone, standing 4 or 5 feet higher than the rest of the plain. These banks are sometimes 3 or 4 leagues in length. They are entirely smooth, with a horizontal surface. Their existence is perceived only by examining their margins. The second species of inequality can be recognized only by geodesical or barometrical levelings, or by the course of rivers. It is called a mesa or table, and is composed of small flats, or rather convex eminences, that rise insensibly to the height of a few toises. Such are towards the east in the province of Cumana, on the north of the Villa de la Merced and Candelaria, the mesas of Amana, of Guanipa and of Honoro, the direction of which is southwest and northeast, and which, in spite of their inconsiderable elevation, divide the waters between the Orinoco and the northern coast of terra firma. The convexity of the savannah alone occasions this partition, where we find the dividing of the waters. Divortia aquarium. Note. Si manlium prope jugus, et divortia aquarium castra posiusi. Livy lib. 38c. 75. End of note. As in Poland, where, far from the Carpathian mountains, the plain itself divides the waters between the Baltic and the Black Sea. Geographers who suppose the existence of a chain of mountains, wherever there is a line of division, have not failed to mark one in the maps, at the sources of the Rio Neveri, the Unare, the Guarapiche, and the Pao. Thus the priests of Mongol race, according to ancient and superstitious custom, erect oboes, or little mounds of stone, on every point where the rivers flow in an opposite direction. The uniform landscape of the Llanos, the extremely small number of their inhabitants, the fatigue of travelling beneath a burning sky, and an atmosphere darkened by dust, the view of that horizon which seems forever to fly before us, those lonely trunks of palm trees, which have all the same aspect, and which we despair of reaching, because they are confounded with other trunks that rise by degrees on the visual horizon, all these causes combine to make the steppes appear far more extensive than they are in reality. The planters, who inhabit the southern declivity of the chain of the coast, see the steppes extending toward the south, as far as the eye can reach, like an ocean of verdure. They know that, from the delta of the Orinoco to the province of Varinas, and thence by traversing the banks of the Meta, the Guaviare, and the Caguan, they can advance 380 leagues. Note. This is the distance from Timbuktu to the northern coast of Africa. End of note. Into the plains, first from east to west, and then from northeast to southeast, beyond the equator, to the foot of the Andes of Pasto. They know by the accounts of travellers the Pampas of Buenos Aires, which are also llanos covered with fine grass, destitute of trees, and filled with oxen and horses become wild. They suppose that, according to the greater part of our maps of America, this continent has only one chain of mountains, that of the Andes, which stretches from south to north, and they form a vague idea of the contiguity of all the plains, from the Orinoco and the Apure to the Rio de la Plata and the Straits of Magellan. End of chapter 2.17. Part 2. Chapter 2.17, Part 3, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 3. Without stopping here to give a mineralogical description of the transverse chains which divide America from east to west, it will be sufficient to notice the general structure of a continent, the extremities of which, though situated in climates little analogous, nevertheless present several features of resemblance. In order to have an exact idea of the plains, their configuration and their limits, we must know the chains of mountains that form their boundaries. We have already described the Cordillera of the coast, of which the highest summit is the Silla de Caracas, and which is linked by the Paramo de las Rosas to the Nevada de Merida and the Andes of New Granada. We have seen that, in the 10th degree of north latitude, it stretches from Quibor and Barquisimeto as far as the point of Paria. A second chain of mountains, or rather, a less elevated but much larger group, extends between the parallels of 3 and 7 degrees, from the mouths of the Guaviare and the Meta to the sources of the Orinoco, the Maroni, and the Essequibo towards French and Dutch Guiana. I call this chain the Cordillera of Parima, or of the Great Cataracts of the Orinoco. It may be followed for a length of 250 leagues, but it is less a chain than a collection of granitic mountains, separated by small plains without being everywhere disposed in lines. The group of the mountains of Parima narrows considerably between the sources of the Orinoco and the mountains of Demerara, in the sierras of Quimiropaca and Pacaraimo, which divide the waters between the Caroni and the Rio Parima, or Rio de Aguas Blancas. This is the scene of the expeditions which were undertaken in search of El Dorado, and the great city of Manoa, the Timbuktu of the New Continent. The Cordillera of Parima does not join the Andes of New Grenada, but is separated from them by a space 80 leagues broad. If we suppose it to have been destroyed in this space by some great revolution of the globe, which is scarcely probable, we must admit that it anciently branched off from the Andes between Santa Fe de Bogota and Pamplona. This remark serves to fix more easily in the memory of the reader the geographical position of a Cordillera till now very imperfectly known. A third chain of mountains unites in 16 and 18 degrees south latitude by Santa Cruz de la Sierra, the Serranias of Aguapehy, and the famous Campos dos Precis, the Andes of Peru, to the mountains of Brazil. It is the Cordillera of Chiquitos, which widens in the Capitania de Minas Gerais, and divides the rivers flowing into the Amazon from those of the Rio de la Plata. Note: there is only a portage or carrying place of 5,322 bracas between the Guapore, a branch of the Marmore and of the Madeira, and the Rio Aguapehy, a branch of the Jaura and of the Paraguay. End of note. Not only in the interior of the country, in the meridian of the Via Boa, but also a few leagues from the coast, between Rio de Janeiro and Bahia. Note: the Cordillera of Chiquitos and of Brazil stretches toward the southeast, in the government of Rio Grande, beyond the latitude of 30 degrees south. End of note. These three transverse chains, or rather, these three groups of mountains, stretching from west to east, within the limits of the torrid zone, are separated by tracts entirely level, the plains of Caracas, or of the lower Orinoco, the plains of the Amazon and the Rio Negro, and the plains of Buenos Aires, or of La Plata. I use the term plains, because the lower Orinoco and the Amazon, far from flowing in a valley, form a little furrow in the midst of a vast level. The two basins placed at the extremities of South America are savannas or steppes, pasturage without trees. The intermediate basin, which receives the equatorial rains during the whole year, is almost entirely one vast forest, through which no other roads are known, save the rivers. The strong vegetation which conceals the soil renders also the uniformity of its level less perceptible, and the plains of Caracas and La Plata bear no other name. The three basins we have just described are called, in the language of the colonists, the Llanos of Varinas and of Caracas, the bosques or selvas, forests, of the Amazon, and the pampas of Buenos Aires. The trees not only for the most part cover the plains of the Amazon, from the Cordillera de Chiquitos as far as that of Parima, they also crown these two chains of mountains, which rarely attain the height of the Pyrenees. Note: we must except the most western part of the Cordillera of Chiquitos, between Cochabamba and Santa Cruz de la Sierra, where the summits are covered with snow, but this colossal group almost belongs to the Andes de la Paz, of which it forms a promontory or spur directed toward the east. End of note. On this account, the vast plains of the Amazon, the Madeira, and the Rio Negro are not so distinctly bounded as the Llanos of Caracas and the Pampas of Buenos Aires. As the region of forests comprises at once the plains and the mountains, it extends from 18 degrees south to 7 and 8 degrees north, and occupies an extent of near 120,000 square leagues. Note: to the west, in consequence of the Llanos of Manso and the Pampas de Huanacos, the forests do not extend generally beyond the parallels of 18 or 19 degrees south latitude, but to the east, in Brazil, in the Capitanias of San Pablo and Rio Grande, as well as in Paraguay, on the borders of the Parana, they advance as far as 25 degrees south. End of note. This forest of South America, for in fact there is only one, is 6 times larger than France. It is known to Europeans only on the shores of a few rivers, by which it is traversed, and has its openings, the extent of which is in proportion to that of the forests. We shall soon skirt the marshy savannas, between the upper Orinoco, the Conorichite, and the Cassiquiare, in the latitude of 3 and 4 degrees. There are other openings, or as they are called, clear savannas. Note: savannas limpias, that is to say, clear of trees. End of note. In the same parallel, between the sources of the Mao and the Rio de Aguas Blancas, south of the Sierra de Pacaraima. These last savannas, which are inhabited by Caribs and nomad Macusis, lie near the frontiers of Dutch and French Guiana. Having noticed the geological constitution of South America, we shall now mark its principal features. The western coasts are bordered by an enormous wall of mountains, rich in precious metals wherever volcanic fire has not pierced through the eternal snow. This is the Cordillera of the Andes. Summits of trap porphyry rise beyond 3,300 toises, and the mean height of the chain is 1,850 toises. Note: in New Granada, Quito, and Peru, according to the measurements taken by Bouguer, La Condamine, and myself. End of note. It stretches in the direction of a meridian, and sends into each hemisphere a lateral branch, in the latitudes of 10 degrees north and 16 and 18 degrees south. The first of these two branches, that of the coast of Caracas, is of considerable length, and forms in fact a chain. The second branch, the Cordillera of Chiquitos, and of the sources of the Guapore, is very rich in gold, and widens toward the east in Brazil into vast tablelands, having a mild and temperate climate. Between these two transverse chains, contiguous to the Andes, an isolated group of granitic mountains is situated from 3 to 7 degrees north latitude, which also runs parallel to the equator, but, not passing the meridian of 71 degrees, terminates abruptly toward the west, and is not united to the Andes of New Granada. These three transverse chains have no active volcanoes. We know not whether the most southern, like the two others, be destitute of trachytes or trap porphyry. None of their summits enter the limit of perpetual snow, and the mean height of the Cordillera of La Parima and of the littoral chain of Caracas does not reach 600 toises, though some of its summits rise 1,400 toises above the level of the sea. Note: we do not reckon here as belonging to the chain of the coast the Nevados and Paramos of Merida and of Trujillo, which are a prolongation of the Andes of New Granada. End of note. The three transverse chains are separated by plains, entirely closed toward the west and open toward the east and southeast. When we reflect on their small elevation above the surface of the ocean, we are tempted to consider them as gulfs stretching in the direction of the current of rotation. If, from the effect of some peculiar attraction, the waters of the Atlantic were to rise 50 toises at the mouth of the Orinoco, and 200 toises at the mouth of the Amazon, the flood would submerge more than the half of South America. The eastern declivity, or the foot of the Andes, now 600 leagues distant from the coast of Brazil, would become a shore beaten by the waves. This consideration is the result of a barometric measurement taken in the province of Jaen de Bracamoros, where the river Amazon issues from the Cordilleras. I found the mean height of this immense river only 194 toises above the present level of the Atlantic. The intermediate plains, however, covered with forests, are still 5 times higher than the Pampas of Buenos Aires and the grass-covered llanos of Caracas and the Meta. Those llanos which form the basin of the Orinoco, and which we cross twice in 1 year, in the months of March and July, communicate with the basin of the Amazon and the Rio Negro, bounded on one side by the Cordillera of Chiquitos, and on the other by the mountains of Parima. The opening which is left between the latter and the Andes of New Granada occasions this communication. The aspect of the country here reminds us, but on a much larger scale, of the plains of Lombardy, which are also only 50 or 60 toises above the level of the ocean, and are directed first from La Brenta to Turin, east and west, and then from Turin to Coni, north and south. If we were authorized, from other geological facts, to regard the three great plains of the lower Orinoco, the Amazon and the Rio de la Plata, as basins of ancient lakes, we should imagine we perceive in the plains of the Rio Vichada and the Meta a channel by which the waters of the upper lake, those of the plains of the Amazon, forced their way towards the lower basin, that of the Llanos of Caracas, separating the Cordillera of La Parima from that of the Andes. Note: in Siberia, the great steppes between the Irtish and the Obi, especially that of Baraba, full of salt lakes, Chabalki, Chani, Karasuk, and Topoloni, appear to have been, according to the Chinese traditions, even within historical times, an inland sea. End of note. This channel is a kind of land strait. The ground, which is perfectly level between the Guaviare, the Meta, and the Apure, displays no vestige of a violent eruption of the waters; but on the edge of the Cordillera of Parima, between the latitudes of 4 and 7 degrees, the Orinoco, flowing in a westerly direction from its source to the mouth of the Guaviare, has forced its way through the rocks, directing its course from south to north. All the great cataracts, as we shall soon see, are within the latitudes just named. When the river has reached the mouth of the Apure, in that very low ground where the slope towards the north is met by the counterslope towards the southeast, that is to say, by the inclination of the plains which rise imperceptibly toward the mountains of Caracas, the river turns anew and flows eastward. It appeared to me that it was proper to fix the attention of the reader on these singular inflections of the Orinoco, because, belonging at once to two basins, its course marks in some sort, even on the most imperfect maps, the direction of that part of the plains intervening between New Grenada and the western border of the mountains of La Parima. The llanos or steppes of the lower Orinoco and of the Meta, like the deserts of Africa, bear different names in different parts. From the mouths of the Dragon, the llanos of Cumana, of Barcelona, and of Caracas or Venezuela follow, running from east to west. Note: the following are subdivisions of these three great llanos, as I marked them down on the spot. The llanos of Cumana and New Andalusia include those of Maturin and Terracin, of Amana, Guanipa, Honoro, and Cari. The llanos of Nueva Barcelona comprise those of Aragua, Pariaguan, and Villa de Pau. We distinguish in the llanos of Caracas those of Chaguaramas, Uritucu, Calabozo or Guarico, La Portuguesa, San Carlos, and Araure. End of note. Where the steppes turn toward the south and south-southwest, from the latitude of 8 degrees, between the meridians of 70 and 73 degrees, we find from north to south the llanos of Varinas, Casuare, the Meta, Guaviare, Caguao, and Caqueta. Note: the inhabitants of these plains distinguish as subdivisions, from the Rio Portuguesa to Caqueta, the llanos of Bonari, Bocono, Nutrias or the Apure, Palmerito, near Quintero, Guardalito, and Arauca, the Meta, Apie, near the port of Pachaquiaro, Vichada, Guaviare, Ariari, Inirrido, the Rio Hacha, and Caguan. The limits between the savannas and the forests, in the plains that extend from the sources of the Rio Negro to Putumayo, are not sufficiently known. End of note. The plains of Varinas contain some few monuments of the industry of a nation that has disappeared. Between Mijagual and the Cano de la Hacha, we find some real tumuli, called in the country the Cerrillos de los Indios. They are hillocks in the shape of cones, artificially formed of earth, and probably containing bones, like the tumuli in the steppes of Asia. A fine road is also discovered near Hato de la Calzada, between Varinas and Canagua, 5 leagues long, made before the conquest, in the most remote times by the natives. It is a causeway of earth 15 feet high, crossing a plain often overflowed. Did nations farther advanced in civilization descend from the mountains of Trujillo and Merido to the plains of the river Apure? The Indians whom we now find between this river and the Meta are in too rude a state to think of making roads or raising tumuli. I calculated the area of these llanos from the Caqueta to the Apure, and from the Apure to the delta of the Orinoco, and found it to be 17,000 square leagues, 20 to a degree. The part running from north to south is almost double that which stretches from east to west, between the lower Orinoco and the littoral chain of Caracas. The Pampas on the north and northwest of Buenos Aires, between the city and Cordova, Jujuy, and the Tucumán, are of nearly the same extent as the llanos, but the Pampas stretch still further on to the length of 18 degrees southward, and the land they occupy is so vast that they produce palm trees at one of their extremities, while the other, equally low and level, is covered with eternal frost. The llanos of America, where they extend in the direction of a parallel of the equator, are 3/4 narrower than the great desert of Africa. This circumstance is very important in a region where the winds constantly blow from east to west. The farther the plains stretch in this direction, the more ardent is their climate. The great ocean of sand in Africa communicates by Yemen with Gradozia and Baluchistan, as far as the right bank of the Indus. Note: we cannot be surprised that the Arabic should be richer than any other language of the East in words expressing the ideas of desert, uninhabited plains, and plains covered with gramina. I could give a list of 35 of these words, which the Arabian authors employ without always distinguishing them by the shades of meaning which each separate word expresses. Makad and Ka indicate, in preference, plains. Bakak, a tableland. Kafir, Mikafir, Smilis, Mak, and Habasar, a naked desert, covered with sand and gravel. Tanufa, a steppe. Zahra means at once a naked desert and a savanna. The word steppe or steppe is Russian and not Tartarian. In the Turco-Tartar dialect, a heath is called Tala or Chol. The word Gobi, which Europeans have corrupted into Kobe, signifies in the Mongol tongue a naked desert. It is equivalent to the Shamo or Kanhai of the Chinese. A steppe or plain covered with herbs is in Mongol Kuda, in Chinese Kuana. End of note. It is from the effect of winds that have passed over the deserts situated to the east, that the little basin of the Red Sea, surrounded by plains which send forth from all sides radiant caloric, is one of the hottest regions of the globe. The unfortunate Captain Tuckey relates, note, Expedition to explore the river Zahir, 1818, end of note, that the centigrade thermometer keeps there generally in the night at 34 degrees, and by day from 40 to 44 degrees. We shall soon see that even in the westernmost part of the steppes of Caracas, we seldom found the temperature of the air in the shade above 37 degrees. These physical considerations on the steppes of the New World are linked with others more interesting, inasmuch as they are connected with the history of our species. The great sea of sand in Africa, the deserts without water, are frequented only by caravans that take 50 days to traverse them. Note. This is the maximum of the time, according to Major Rennell, Travels of Mungo Park, Volume 2, end of note. Separating the Negro race from the Moors, and the Berber and Kabyle tribes, the Sahara is inhabited only in the oases. It affords pasturage only in the eastern part, where from the effect of the trade winds, the layer of sand being less thick, the springs appear at the surface of the earth. In America, the steppes, less vast, less scorching, fertilized by fine rivers, present fewer obstacles to the intercourse of nations. The llanos separate the chain of the coast of Caracas and the Andes of New Granada from the region of forests, from that woody region of the Orinoco which, from the first discovery of America, has been inhabited by nations more rude and farther removed from civilization than the inhabitants of the coast, and still more than the mountaineers of the Cordilleras. The steppes, however, were no more heretofore the rampart of civilization than they are now the rampart of the liberty of the hordes that live in the forests. They have not hindered the nations of the lower Orinoco from going up the little rivers and making incursions to the north and the west. If, according to the various distribution of animals on the globe, the pastoral life could have existed in the New World, if, before the arrival of the Spaniards, the llanos and the pampas had been filled with those numerous herds of cows and horses that graze there, Columbus would have found the human race in a state quite different. Pastoral nations living on milk and cheese, real nomad races, would have spread themselves over those vast plains which communicate with each other. They would have been seen at the period of great droughts, and even at that of inundations, fighting for the possession of pastures, subjugating one another mutually, and, united by the common tie of manners, language, and worship, they would have risen to that state of demi-civilization which we observe with surprise in the nations of the Mongol and Tartar race. America would then, like the centre of Asia, have had its conquerors, who, ascending from the plains to the tablelands of the Cordilleras, and abandoning a wandering life, would have subdued the civilized nations of Peru and New Granada, overturned the throne of the Incas and the Tlazacque, and substituted for the despotism which is the fruit of theocracy, that despotism which arises from the patriarchal government of a pastoral people. Note. The Zacque was a secular chief of Cundinamarca. His power was shared with the high priest, Lama, of Iraca. End of note. In the New World, the human race has not experienced these great moral and political changes, because the steppes, though more fertile than those of Asia, have remained without herds, because none of the animals that furnish milk in abundance are natives of the plains of South America, and because, in the progressive unfolding of American civilization, the intermediate link is wanting that connects the hunting with the agricultural nations. End of chapter 2.17, part 3. Chapter 2.17, Part 4 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804. Volume 2 by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 4. We have thought proper to bring together these general notions on the plains of the new continent, and the contrast they exhibit to the deserts of Africa and the fertile steppes of Asia, in order to give some interest to the narrative of a journey across lands of so monotonous an aspect. Having now accomplished this task, I shall trace the route by which we proceeded from the volcanic mountains of Parapara and the northern side of the Llanos to the banks of the Apure in the province of Varinas. After having passed 2 nights on horseback, and sought in vain by day for some shelter from the heat of the sun beneath the tufts of the moriche palm trees, we arrived before night at the little Hato del Cayman, note, the farm of the alligator, end of note, called also La Guadalupe. It was a solitary house in the steppes, surrounded by a few small huts, covered with reeds and skins. The cattle, oxen, horses, and mules are not penned, but wander freely over an extent of several square leagues. There is nowhere any enclosure. Men, naked to the waist, and armed with a lance, ride over the savannas to inspect the animals, bringing back those that wander too far from the pastures of the farm, and branding all that do not already bear the mark of their proprietor. These mulattoes, who are known by the name of peones llaneros, are partly freedmen and partly slaves. They are constantly exposed to the burning heat of the tropical sun. Their food is meat, dried in the air and a little salted, and of this even their horses sometimes partake. Being always in the saddle, they fancy they cannot make the slightest excursion on foot. We found an old negro slave who managed the farm in the absence of his master. He told us of herds composed of several thousand cows that were grazing in the steppes, yet we asked in vain for a bowl of milk. We were offered in a calabash some yellow, muddy, and fetid water drawn from a neighbouring pool. The indolence of the inhabitants of the Llanos is such that they do not dig wells, though they know that almost everywhere, at 10 feet deep, fine springs are found in a stratum of conglomerate or red sandstone. After suffering during 1/2 of the year from the effect of inundations, they quietly resign themselves, during the other half, to the most distressing deprivation of water. The old negro advised us to cover the cup with a linen cloth, and drink as through a filter, that we might not be incommoded by the smell, and might swallow less of the yellowish mud suspended in the water. We did not then think that we should afterwards be forced, during whole months, to have recourse to this expedient. The waters of the Orinoco are always loaded with earthy particles. They are even putrid where dead bodies of alligators are found in the creeks, lying on banks of sand or half buried in the mud. No sooner were our instruments unloaded and safely placed than our mules were set at liberty to go, as they see here, para buscar agua, that is to say, to search for water. There are little pools round the farm, which the animals find, guided by their instinct, by the view of some scattered tufts of mauritia, and by the sensation of humid coolness caused by little currents of air amid an atmosphere which to us appears calm and tranquil. When the pools of water are far distant, and the people of the farm are too lazy to lead the horses to these natural watering places, they confine them during 5 or 6 hours in a very hot stable before they let them loose. Excess of thirst then augments their sagacity, sharpening as it were their senses and their instinct. No sooner is the stable opened than the horses and the mules, especially the latter, for the penetration of these animals exceeds the intelligence of the horses, rush into the savannas. With upraised tails and heads thrown back, they run against the wind, stopping from time to time as if exploring space. They follow less the impressions of sight than of smell, and at length announce, by prolonged neighings, that there is water in the direction of their course. All these movements are executed more promptly, and with readier success, by horses born in the Llanos, and which have long enjoyed their liberty, than by those that come from the coast, and descend from domestic horses. In animals, for the most part, as in man, the quickness of the senses is diminished by long subjection, and by the habits that arise from a fixed abode, and the progress of civilization. We followed our mules in search of one of those pools, whence the muddy water had been drawn, that so ill quenched our thirst. We were covered with dust and tanned by the sandy wind, which burns the skin even more than the rays of the sun. We longed impatiently to take a bath, but we found only a great pool of feculent water, surrounded with palm trees. The water was turbid, though, to our great astonishment, a little cooler than the air. Accustomed during our long journey to bathe whenever we had the opportunity, often several times in one day, we hastened to plunge into the pool. We had scarcely begun to enjoy the coolness of the bath, when a noise which we heard from the opposite bank made us leave the water precipitately. It was an alligator plunging into the mud. We were only at the distance of 1/4 of a league from the farm, yet we continued walking more than an hour without reaching it. We perceived too late that we had taken a wrong direction. Having left it at the decline of day, before the stars were visible, we had gone forward into the plain at hazard. We were, as usual, provided with a compass, and it might have been easy for us to steer our course from the position of Canopus and the Southern Cross, but unfortunately we were uncertain whether, on leaving the farm, we had gone towards the east or the south. We attempted to return to the spot where we had bathed, and we again walked 3/4 of an hour without finding the pool. We sometimes thought we saw fire on the horizon, but it was the light of the rising stars, enlarged by the vapours. After having wandered a long time in the savannah, we resolved to seat ourselves beneath the trunk of a palm tree, in a spot perfectly dry, surrounded by short grass, for the fear of water snakes is always greater than that of jaguars among Europeans recently disembarked. We could not flatter ourselves that our guides, of whom we knew the insuperable indolence, would come in search of us in the savannah before they had prepared their food and finished their repast. While somewhat perplexed by the uncertainty of our situation, we were agreeably affected by hearing from afar the sound of a horse advancing toward us. The rider was an Indian, armed with a lance, who had just made the rodeo, or round, in order to collect the cattle within a determinate space of ground. The sight of 2 white men, who said they had lost their way, led him at first to suspect some trick. We found it difficult to inspire him with confidence. He at last consented to guide us to the farm of the Cayman, but without slackening the gentle trot of his horse. Our guides assured us that they had already begun to be uneasy about us, and to justify this inquietude they gave us long enumeration of persons who, having lost themselves in the llanos, had been found nearly exhausted. It may be supposed that the danger is imminent only to those who lose themselves far from any habitation, or who, having been stripped by robbers, as has happened of late years, have been fastened by the body and hands to the trunk of a palm tree. In order to escape as much as possible from the heat of the day, we set off at 2 in the morning, with the hope of reaching Calabozo before noon, a small but busy trading town situated in the midst of the llanos. The aspect of the country was still the same. There was no moonlight, but the great masses of nebulae that spot the southern sky enlightened as they set a part of the terrestrial horizon. The solemn spectacle of the starry vault, seen in its immense expanse, the cool breeze which blows over the plain during the night, the waving motion of the grass, wherever it has attained any height, everything recalled to our minds the surface of the ocean. The illusion was augmented when the disk of the sun appearing on the horizon repeated its image by the effects of refraction, and, soon losing its flattened form, ascended rapidly and straight towards the zenith. In proportion as the sun rose toward the zenith, and the earth and the strata of superincumbent air took different temperatures, the phenomenon of the mirage displayed itself in its numerous modifications. This phenomenon is so common in every zone, that I mention it only because we stopped to measure with some precision the breadth of the aerial distance between the horizon and the suspended object. There was a constant suspension, without inversion. The little currents of air that swept the surface of the soil had so variable a temperature that, in a drove of wild oxen, one part appeared with the legs raised above the surface of the ground, while the other rested on it. The aerial distance was, according to the distance of the animal, from 3 to 4 minutes. Where tufts of moriche palm were found growing in long ranges, the extremities of these green rows were suspended like the capes which were for so long a time the subject of my observations at Cumana. A well-informed person assured us that he had seen, between Calabozo and Uritucu, the image of an animal inverted, without there being any direct image. Niebuhr made a similar observation in Arabia. We several times thought we saw on the horizon the figures of tumuli and towers, which disappeared at intervals, without our being able to discern the real shape of the objects. They were perhaps hillocks, or small eminences, situated beyond the ordinary visual horizon. I need not mention those tracts destitute of vegetation, which appear like large lakes with an undulating surface. This phenomenon, observed in very remote times, has occasioned the mirage to receive in Sanskrit the expressive name of desire of the antelope. We admire the frequent allusions in the Indian, Persian, and Arabic poets to the magical effects of terrestrial refraction. It was scarcely known to the Greeks and Romans. Proud of the riches of their soil and the mild temperature of the air, they would have felt no envy of this poetry of the desert. It had its birth in Asia, and the Oriental poets found its source in the nature of the country they inhabited. They were inspired with the aspect of those vast solitudes, interposed like arms of the sea, or gulfs between lands which nature had adorned with her most luxuriant fertility. The plain assumes at sunrise a more animated aspect. The cattle, which had reposed during the night along the pools, or beneath clumps of mauritius and rhopalas, were now collected in herds, and these solitudes became peopled with horses, mules, and oxen, that live here free rather than wild, without settled habitations, and disdaining the care and protection of man. In these hot climates, the oxen, though of Spanish breed, like those of the cold tablelands of Quito, are of a gentler disposition. A traveller runs no risk of being attacked or pursued, as we often were in our excursions on the back of the Cordilleras, where the climate is rude, the aspect of the country more wild, and food less abundant. As we approached Calabozo, we saw herds of roebucks browsing peacefully in the midst of horses and oxen. They are called matacani. Their flesh is good. They are a little larger than our roes, and resemble deer, with a very sleek skin of a fawn colour, spotted with white. Their horns appear to me to have single points. They had little fear of the presence of man, and in herds of 30 or 40 we observed several that were entirely white. This variety, common enough among the large stags of the cold climates of the Andes, surprised us in these low and burning plains. I have since learned that even the jaguar, in the hot regions of Paraguay, sometimes affords albino varieties, the skin of which is of such uniform whiteness that the spots or rings can be distinguished only in the sunshine. The number of matacani, or little deer, they are called in the country venados de tierras caliente, deer of the warm lands, is so considerable in the llanos, that a trade might be carried on with their skins. This trade is carried on, but on a very limited scale, at Carora and at Barquisimeto. A skilful hunter could easily kill more than 20 in a day, but such is the indolence of the inhabitants, that often they will not give themselves the trouble of taking the skin. The same indifference is evinced in the case of the jaguar, a skin of which fetches only 1 piastra in the steppes of Varinas, while at Cadiz it costs 4 or 5. The steppes that we traversed are principally covered with grasses of the genera Kalingia, Sancrus, and Paspalum. Kalingia monocephala, K. odorata, Sancrus pilosus, Vilfa tenacissima, Andropogon plumosum, Panicum micranthum, Poa repens, Paspalum leptostachyium, P. conjugatum, Aristida recurvata, Nova Genera a Species Plantarum, Volume 1, pages 84 to 243, At this season, near Calabozo and San Jerome del Pirital, these grasses scarcely attain the height of 9 or 10 inches. Near the banks of the Apure and the Portuguesa, they rise to 4 feet in height, so that the jaguar can conceal himself among them to spring upon the mules and horses that cross the plain. Mingled with these gramina, some plants of the dicotyledonous class are found, as Turneras, Malvaceae, and what is very remarkable, little mimosas with irritable leaves, called by the Spaniards domideras. The sensitive plant Domosa dormiens. The same breed of cows which fatten in Europe on sainfoin and clover find excellent nourishment in the herbaceous sensitive plants. The pastures where these shrubs particularly abound are sold at a higher price than others. To the east, in the llanos of Cari and Barcelona, the Sipura and the Craniolaria, Sipura graminea, Craniolaria annua, the Scorzonera of the natives, the beautiful white flower of which is from 6 to 8 inches long, rise solitarily amid the gramina. The pastures are richest, not only around the rivers subject to inundations, but also wherever the trunks of palm trees are near each other. The least fertile spots are those destitute of trees, and attempts to cultivate them would be nearly fruitless. We cannot attribute this difference to the shelter afforded by the palm trees, in preventing the solar rays from drying and burning up the soil. I have seen, it is true, trees of this family in the forests of the Orinoco, spreading a tufted foliage, but we cannot say much for the shade of the palm tree of the Llanos, the Palma de Cobija, the roofing palm tree Corypha tectorum, which has but a few folded and palmate leaves, like those of the chamaerops, and of which the lowermost are constantly withered. We were surprised to see that almost all these trunks of the Corypha were nearly of the same size, namely, from 20 to 24 feet high, and from 8 to 10 inches diameter at the foot. Nature has produced few species of palm trees in such prodigious numbers. Amidst thousands of trunks loaded with olive-shaped fruits, we found about 100 without fruit. May we suppose that there are some trees with flowers purely monoecious, mingled with others furnished with hermaphrodite flowers? The llaneros, or inhabitants of the plains, believe that all these trees, though so low, are many centuries old. Their growth is almost imperceptible, being scarcely to be noticed in the lapse of 20 or 30 years. The wood of the Palma de Cobija is excellent for building. It is so hard that it is difficult to drive a nail into it. The leaves, folded like a fan, are employed to cover the roofs of the huts scattered through the llanos, and these roofs last more than 20 years. The leaves are fixed by bending the extremity of the footstalks, which have been beaten beforehand between two stones, so that they may bend without breaking. Besides the solitary trunks of this palm tree, we find dispersed here and there in the steppes a few clumps, real groves, palmares, in which the corypha is intermingled with a tree of the proteaceous family, called chaparro by the natives. It is a new species of rhopala, resembling the embothrium, of which we found no species in South America. The embothriums are represented in American vegetation by the genera Lomatia and Oreocallis, with hard and resonant leaves. The little groves of rhopala are called chaparrals, and it may be supposed that, in a vast plain, where only 2 or 3 species of trees are to be found, the chaparro, which affords shade, is considered a highly valuable plant. The corypha spreads through the llanos of Caracas, from Mesa de Peja as far as Guayaval. Farther north and northwest, near Guanare and San Carlos, its place is taken by another species of the same genus, with leaves alike palmate but larger. It is called the royal palm of the plains, Palma real de los llanos. This palm tree of the plains must not be confounded with the Palma real of Caracas and of Curipe, with pinnate leaves. Other palm trees rise south of Guayaval, especially the piritu with pinnate leaves, perhaps an Iphanes, and the moriche, Mauritia flexuosa, celebrated by Father Gumilla under the name of Arbol de la Vida, or Tree of Life. It is the sago tree of America, furnishing flour, wine, thread for weaving hammocks, baskets, nets, and clothing. Its fruit, in the form of the cones of the pine, and covered with scales, perfectly resembles that of the Calamus rotang. It has somewhat the taste of the apple. When arrived at its maturity, it is yellow within and red without. The araguato monkeys eat it with avidity, and the nation of the Guaraunos, whose whole existence, it may be said, is closely linked with that of the moriche palm tree, produce from it a fermented liquor, slightly acid and extremely refreshing. This palm tree, with its large shining leaves folded like a fan, preserves a beautiful verdure at the period of the greatest drought. The mere sight of it produces an agreeable sensation of coolness, and when loaded with scaly fruit, it contrasts singularly with the mournful aspect of the Palma de Cobija, the foliage of which is always grey and covered with dust. The llaneros believe that the former attracts the vapours in the air, and that for this reason water is constantly found at its foot, when dug for to a certain depth. If the head of the moriche were better furnished with leaves than it generally is, we might perhaps admit that the soil around the tree preserves its humidity through the influence of the shade. The effect is confounded with the cause. The moriche grows best in moist places, and it may rather be said that the water attracts the tree. The natives of the Orinoco, by analogous reasoning, admit that the great serpents contribute to preserve humidity in a province. You would look in vain for water serpents," said an old Indian of Javita to us gravely, "where there are no marshes, because the water ceases to collect when you imprudently kill the serpents that attract it." We suffered greatly from the heat in crossing the Mesa de Calabozo. The temperature of the air augmented sensibly every time that the wind began to blow. The air was loaded with dust, and during these gusts the temperature rose to 40 or 41 degrees. We went slowly forward, for it would have been dangerous to leave the mules that carried our instruments. Our guides advised us to fill our hats with the leaves of the rhopala, to diminish the action of the solar rays on the hair and the crown of the head. We found relief from this expedient, which was particularly agreeable when we could procure the thick leaves of the pothos or some other similar plant. It is impossible to cross these burning plains without inquiring whether they have always been in the same state, or whether they have been stripped of their vegetation by some revolution of nature. The stratum of mould now found on them is in fact very thin. The natives believe that the palmares and the chaparrales, the little groves of palm trees and rhopala, were more frequent and more extensive before the arrival of the Spaniards. Since the llanos have been inhabited and peopled with cattle become wild, the savannah is often set on fire in order to ameliorate the pasturage. Groups of scattered trees are accidentally destroyed with the grasses. The plains were no doubt less bare in the 15th century than they are now. Yet the first conquistadors, who came from Coro, described them as savannas, where nothing could be perceived but the sky and the turf, generally destitute of trees, and difficult to traverse on account of the reverberation of heat from the soil. Why does not the great forest of the Orinoco extend to the north, on the left bank of that river? Why does it not fill that vast space that reaches as far as the Cordillera of the coast, and which is fertilized by numerous rivers? These questions are connected with all that relates to the history of our planet. If, indulging in geological reveries, we suppose that the steppes of America and the desert of the Sahara have been stripped of their vegetation by an eruption of the ocean, or that they formed originally the bottom of an inland sea, we may conceive that thousands of years have not sufficed for the trees and shrubs to advance from the borders of the forests, from the skirts of the plains, either naked or covered with turf, toward the centre, and darken so vast a space with their shade. It is more difficult to explain the origin of bare savannas encircled by forests, than to recognize the causes that maintain forests and savannas within their ancient limits, like continents and seas. We found the most cordial hospitality at Calabozo, in the house of the superintendent of the royal plantations, Don Miguel Cousin. The town, situated between the banks of the Guarico and the Uritucu, contained at this period only 5,000 inhabitants, but everything denoted increasing prosperity. The wealth of most of the inhabitants consists in herds, under the management of farmers, who are called hateros, from the word hato, which signifies in Spanish a house or farm placed in the midst of pastures. The scattered population of the llanos being accumulated on certain points, principally around towns, Calabozo reckons already 5 villages or missions in its environs. It is computed that 98,000 head of cattle wander in the pastures nearest to the town. It is very difficult to form an exact idea of the herds contained in the llanos of Caracas, Barcelona, Cumana, and Spanish Guiana. M. Dupont, who lived in the town of Caracas longer than I, and whose statistical statements are generally accurate, reckons in those vast plains, from the mouths of the Orinoco to the lake of Maracaibo, 1,200,000 oxen, 180,000 horses, and 90,000 mules. He estimates the produce of these herds at 5,000,000 francs, adding to the value of the exportation the price of the hides consumed in the country. There exist, it is believed, in the Pampas of Buenos Aires, 12,000,000 cows and 3,000,000 horses, without comprising in this enumeration the cattle that have no acknowledged proprietor. I shall not hazard any general estimates, which from their nature are too uncertain, but shall only observe that, in the llanos of Caracas, the proprietors of the great hatos are entirely ignorant of the number of the cattle they possess. They only know that of the young cattle, which are branded every year with a letter or mark peculiar to each herd. The richest proprietors mark as many as 14,000 head every year, and sell to the number of 5,000 or 6,000. According to official documents, the exportation of hides from the whole Capitania General of Caracas amounted annually to 174,000 skins of oxen, and 11,500 of goats. When we reflect that these documents are taken from the books of the custom houses, where no mention is made of the fraudulent dealings in hides, we are tempted to believe that the estimate of 1,200,000 oxen wandering in the llanos, from the Rio Caroni and the Guarapiche to the lake of Maracaibo, is much underrated. The port of La Guaira alone exported annually, from 1789 to 1792, 70,000 or 80,000 hides, entered in the custom house books, scarcely 1/5 of which was sent to Spain. The exportation from Buenos Aires at the end of the 18th century was, according to Don Feliz de Azara, 800,000 skins. The hides of Caracas are preferred in the peninsula to those of Buenos Aires, because the latter, on account of a longer passage, undergo a loss of 12% in the tanning. The southern part of the savannahs, commonly called the upper plains, Llanos de Arriba, is very productive in mules and oxen, but the pasturage being in general less good, these animals are obliged to be sent to other plains to be fattened before they are sold. And the Llano de Monay and all the lower plains, Llanos de Abajo, abound less in herds, but the pastures are so fertile that they furnish meat of an excellent quality for the supply of the coast. The mules, which are not fit for labour before the 5th year, are purchased on the spot at the price of 14 or 18 piastres. The horses of the Llanos, descending from the very fine Spanish breed, are not very large. They are generally of a uniform colour, brown bay, like most of the wild animals. Suffering alternately from drought and floods, tormented by the stings of insects and the bites of the large bats, they lead a sorry life. After having enjoyed for some months the care of man, their good qualities are developed. Here there are no sheep. We saw flocks only on the tableland of Quito. The hatos of oxen have suffered considerably of late from troops of marauders, who roam over the steppes, killing the animals merely to take their hides. This robbery has increased since the trade of the lower Orinoco has become more flourishing. For half a century, the banks of that great river, from the mouth of the Apure as far as Angostura, were known only to the missionary monks. The exportation of cattle took place from the ports of the northern coast only, namely from Cumana, Barcelona, Berberata, and Porto Cabello. This dependence on the coast is now much diminished. The southern part of the plains has established an internal communication with the lower Orinoco, and this trade is the more brisk, as those who devote themselves to it easily escape the trammels of the prohibitory laws. The greatest herds of cattle in the Llanos of Caracas are those of the hatos of Maricura, La Cruz, Belen, Altagracia, and Pavon. The Spanish cattle came from Coro and Tocuyo into the plains. History has preserved the name of the colonist who first conceived the idea of peopling these pasturages, inhabited only by deer and a large species of cavy, the thick-nosed tapir or river cavy, Cavia capybara, called chiguira in those countries. Cristoval Rodriguez sent the first horned cattle into the Llanos about the year 1548. He was an inhabitant of the town of Tocuyo, and had long resided in New Granada. When we hear of the innumerable quantity of oxen, horses, and mules that are spread over the plains of America, we seem generally to forget that in civilized Europe, on lands of much less extent, there exist, in agricultural countries, quantities no less prodigious. France, according to M. Pouchet, feeds 600 million large horned cattle, of which 3,500,000 are oxen employed in drawing the plough. In the Austrian monarchy, the number of oxen, cows, and calves has been estimated at 13,400,000 head. Paris alone consumes annually 155,000 horned cattle. Germany receives 150,000 oxen yearly from Hungary. Domestic animals collected in small herds are considered by agricultural nations as a secondary object in the riches of the state. Accordingly, they strike the imagination much less than those wandering droves of oxen and horses, which alone fill the uncultivated tracts of the New World. Civilization and social order favour alike the progress of population and the multiplication of animals useful to man. End of chapter 2.17, part 4. Chapter 2.17, part 5. of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 5. We found at Calabozo, in the midst of the Llanos, an electrical machine with large plates, electrophori, batteries, electrometers, an apparatus nearly as complete as our first scientific men in Europe possess. All these articles had not been purchased in the United States. They were the work of a man who had never seen any instrument, who had no person to consult, and who was acquainted with the phenomena of electricity only by reading the treatise of De la Fond and Franklin's Memoir. Signor Carlos del Pozo, the name of this enlightened and ingenious man, had begun to make cylindrical electrical machines by employing large glass jars, after having cut off the necks. It was only within a few years he had been able to procure by way of Philadelphia 2 plates to construct a plate machine, and to obtain more considerable effects. It is easy to judge what difficulties Signor Pozo had to encounter, since the first works upon electricity had fallen into his hands, and that he had the courage to resolve to procure himself by his own industry all that he had seen described in his books. Till now he had enjoyed only the astonishment and admiration produced by his experiments on persons destitute of all information, and who had never quitted the solitude of the Llanos. Our abode at Calabozo gave him a satisfaction altogether new. It may be supposed that he set some value on the opinions of 2 travellers who could compare his apparatus with those constructed in Europe. I had brought with me electrometers mounted with straw, pith balls, and gold leaf; also a small Leyden jar, which could be charged by friction according to the method of Ingenhouse, and which served for my physiological experiments. Signor del Pozo could not contain his joy on seeing for the first time instruments which he had not made, yet which appeared to be copied from his own. We also showed him the effect of the contact of heterogeneous metals on the nerves of frogs. The names of Galvani and Volta had not previously been heard in those vast solitudes. Next to his electrical apparatus, the work of the industry and intelligence of an inhabitant of the Llanos, nothing at Calabozo excited in us so great an interest as the gymnoti, which are animated electrical apparatuses. I was impatient from the time of my arrival at Cumana to procure electrical eels. We had been promised them often, but our hopes had always been disappointed. Money loses its value as you withdraw from the coast, and how is the imperturbable apathy of the ignorant people to be vanquished when they are not excited by the desire of gain? The Spaniards confound all electric fishes under the name of trembladores, literally tremblers, or producers of trembling. There are some of these in the Caribbean Sea, on the coast of Cumana. The Guayqueri Indians, who are the most skilful and active fishermen in those parts, brought us a fish which, they said, benumbed their hands. This fish ascends the little river Manzanares. It is a new species of ray, the lateral spots of which are scarcely visible, and which much resembles the torpedo. The torpedoes, which are furnished with an electric organ externally visible, on account of the transparency of the skin, form a genus or subgenus different from the rays properly so called. Cuvier, Règne Animal, Volume 2. The Mediterranean contains, according to M. Risso, 4 species of electrical torpedoes, all formerly confounded under the name of raya torpedo. These are Torpedo narke, T. unimaculata, T. galvani, and T. marmorata. The torpedo of the Cape of Good Hope, the subject of the recent experiments of Mr. Todd, is no doubt a nondescript species. The torpedo of Cumana was very lively, very energetic in its muscular movements, and yet the electric shocks it gave us were extremely feeble. They became stronger on galvanizing the animal by the contact of zinc and gold. Other trembladores, real gymnoti or electric eels, inhabit the Rio Colorado, the Guarapiche, and several little streams which traverse the missions of the Chayma Indians. They abound also in the large rivers of America, the Orinoco, the Amazon, and the Meta. But the force of the currents and the depth of the water prevent them from being caught by the Indians. They see these fish less frequently than they feel shocks from them when bathing or swimming in the river. In the llanos, particularly in the environs of Calabozo, between the farms of Morichal and the upper and lower missions, the basins of stagnant water and the confluence of the Orinoco, the Rio Guachiro, the Canos Rastro, Barito, and Paloma, are filled with electric eels. We at first wished to make our experiments in the house we inhabited at Calabozo, but the dread of the shocks caused by the gymnoti is so great and so exaggerated among the common people, that during 3 days we could not obtain one, though they are easily caught, and we had promised the Indians 2 piastres for every strong and vigorous fish. This fear of the Indians is the most extraordinary, as they do not attempt to adopt precautions in which they profess to have great confidence. When interrogated on the effect of the trembladores, they never fail to tell the whites that they may be touched with impunity while you are chewing tobacco. This supposed influence of tobacco on animal electricity is as general on the continent of South America as the belief among the mariners of the effect of garlic and tallow on the magnetic needle. Impatient of waiting, and having obtained very uncertain results from an electric eel which had been brought us alive, but much enfeebled, we repaired to the Cano de Bera to make our experiments in the open air and at the edge of the water. We set off on the 19th of March, at a very early hour, for the village of Rastro. Thence we were conducted by the Indians to a stream which, in the time of drought, forms a basin of muddy waters surrounded by fine trees, the clusia, the amyris, and the mimosa with fragrant flowers. Note: Amyris lateriflora, A. coriacea, Laurus pichurin, Myroxylon secundum, Malpighia reticulata. End of note. To catch the gymnoti with nets is very difficult, on account of the extreme agility of the fish, which bury themselves in the mud. We would not employ the barbasco, that is to say, the roots of the Pichia erythrina, the Jequinia armillaris, and some species of Phyllanthus, which thrown into the pool intoxicate or benumb these eels. These methods have the effect of enfeebling the gymnoti. The Indians therefore told us that they would fish with horses, embarascar con caballos. Note, meaning to excite the fish by horses. End of note. We found it difficult to form an idea of this extraordinary manner of fishing, but we soon saw our guides return from the savannah, which they had been scouring for wild horses and mules. They brought about 30 with them, which they forced to enter the pool. The extraordinary noise caused by the horses' hoofs makes the fish issue from the mud and excites them to the attack. These yellowish and livid eels, resembling large aquatic serpents, swim on the surface of the water and crowd under the bellies of the horses and mules. A contest between animals of so different an organization presents a very striking spectacle. The Indians, provided with harpoons and long slender reeds, surround the pool closely, and some climb up the trees, the branches of which extend horizontally over the surface of the water. By their wild cries and the length of their reeds, they prevent the horses from running away and reaching the bank of the pool. The eels, stunned by the noise, defend themselves by the repeated discharge of their electric batteries. For a long interval they seem likely to prove victorious. Several horses sink beneath the violence of the invisible strokes which they receive from all sides, in organs the most essential to life, and stunned by the force and frequency of the shocks, they disappear under the water. Others, panting, with mane erect and haggard eyes, expressing anguish and dismay, raise themselves and endeavour to flee from the storm by which they are overtaken. They are driven back by the Indians into the middle of the water, but a small number succeed in eluding the active vigilance of the fishermen. These regain the shore, stumbling at every step, and stretch themselves on the sand, exhausted with fatigue, and with limbs benumbed by the electric shocks of the gymnoti. In less than 5 minutes 2 of our horses were drowned. The eel, being 5 feet long and pressing itself against the belly of the horses, makes a discharge along the whole extent of its electric organ. It attacks at once the heart, the intestines, and the celiac fold of the abdominal nerves. It is natural that the effect felt by the horses should be more powerful than that produced upon man by the touch of the same fish at only one of its extremities. The horses are probably not killed, but only stunned. They are drowned from the impossibility of rising amid the prolonged struggle between the other horses and the eels. We had little doubt that the fishing would terminate by killing successively all the animals engaged. By degrees the impetuosity of this unequal combat diminished, and the wearied gymnoti dispersed. They required a long rest, and abundant nourishment to repair the galvanic force which they have lost. Note. The Indians assured us that when the horses are made to run 2 days successively into the same pool, none are killed the second day. See On the Fishing for Gymnoti, Views of Nature, Vaughan's edition, page 18. End of note. The mules and horses appear less frightened. Their manes are no longer bristled, and their eyes express less dread. The gymnoti approach timidly the edge of the marsh, where they are taken by the means of small harpoons fastened to long cords. When the cords are very dry, the Indians feel no shock in raising the fish into the air. In a few minutes we had 5 large eels, most of which were but slightly wounded. Some others were taken by the same means toward evening. The gymnotus is the largest of electrical fishes. I measured some that were from 5 feet to 5 feet 3 inches long, and the Indians assert that they have seen them still larger. We found that a fish of 3 feet 10 inches long weighed 12 pounds. The transverse diameter of the body, without reckoning the anal fin, which is elongated in the form of a keel, was 3 inches and a half. The gymnoti of Cano de Bera are of a fine olive green. The under part of the head is yellow mingled with red. 2 rows of small yellow spots are placed symmetrical along the back, from the head to the end of the tail. Every spot contains an excretory aperture. In consequence, the skin of the animal is constantly covered with a mucous matter which, as Volta has proved, conducts electricity 20 or 30 times better than pure water. It is in general somewhat remarkable that no electric fish yet discovered in the different parts of the world is covered with scales. Note. We yet know with certainty only 7 electric fishes: Torpedonarch risso, T. unimaculata, T. marmorata, T. galvani, Silurus electricus, Tetraodon electricus, Gymnotus electricus. It appears uncertain whether Trichiurus indicus has electrical properties or not. See Cuvier's Règne Animal, Volume 2. But the genus Torpedo, very different from that of the rays properly so called, has numerous species in the equatorial seas, and it is probable that there exist several gymnoti specifically different. The Indians mentioned to us a black and very powerful species, inhabiting the marshes of the Apure, which never attains a length of more than 2 feet, but which we were not able to procure. The raton of the Rio de la Magdalena, which I have described under the name of Gymnotus aequilabiatus, Observations de Zoology, Volume 1, forms a particular subgenus. This is a carapa, not scaly, and without an electric organ. This organ is also entirely wanting in the Brazilian carapo, and in all the rays which were carefully examined by Cuvier. End of note. The gymnoti, like our eels, are fond of swallowing and breathing air on the surface of the water. But we must not thence conclude that the fish would perish if it could not come up to breathe the air. The European eel will creep during the night upon the grass, but I have seen a very vigorous gymnotus that had sprung out of the water die on the ground. M. Provençal and myself have proved by our researches on the respiration of fishes, that their humid bronchii perform the double function of decomposing the atmospheric air and of appropriating the oxygen contained in water. They do not suspend their respiration in the air, but they absorb the oxygen like a reptile furnished with lungs. It is known that carp may be fattened by being fed out of the water if their gills are wet from time to time with humid moss, to prevent them from becoming dry. Fish separate their gill covers wider in oxygen gas than in water. Their temperature, however, does not rise, and they live the same length of time in pure vital air, and in a mixture of 90 parts nitrogen and 10 oxygen. We found that tench placed under inverted jars filled with air absorb half a cubic centimeter of oxygen in an hour. This action takes place in the gills only, for fishes on which a collar of cork has been fastened, and leaving their head out of the jar filled with air, do not act upon the oxygen by the rest of their body. The swimming bladder of the gymnotus is 2 feet 5 inches long in a fish of 3 feet 10 inches. Note. Cuvier has shown that in the Gymnotus electricus there exists, Besides the large swimming bladder, another situated before it and much smaller. It looks like the bifurcated swimming bladder in the Gymnotus aequilabiatus. It is separated by a mass of fat from the external skin, and rests upon the electric organs, which occupy more than 2/3 of the animal's body. The same vessels which penetrate between the plates or leaves of these organs, and which cover them with blood when they are cut transversely, also send out numerous branches to the exterior surface of the air bladder. I found in 100 parts of the air of the swimming bladder 4 of oxygen and 96 of nitrogen. The medullary substance of the brain displays but a feeble analogy with the albuminous and gelatinous matter of the electric organs. But these two substances have in common the great quantity of arterial blood which they receive, and which is deoxidated in them. We may again remark on the occasion that an extreme activity in the functions of the brain causes the blood to flow more abundantly toward the head, as the energy of the movement of the muscles accelerates the deoxidation of the arterial blood. What a contrast between the multitude and the diameter of the blood vessels of the gymnotus and the small space occupied by its muscular system! This contrast reminds the observer that 3 functions of animal life, which appear in other respects sufficiently distinct, the functions of the brain, those of the electrical organ, and those of the muscles, all require the afflux and concourse of arterial or oxygenated blood. It would be temerity to expose ourselves to the first shocks of a very large and strongly irritated gymnotus. If by chance a stroke be received before the fish is wounded or wearied by long pursuit, the pain and numbness are so violent that it is impossible to describe the nature of the feeling they excite. I do not remember having ever received from the discharge of a large Leyden jar a more dreadful shock than that which I experienced by imprudently placing both my feet on a gymnotus just taken out of the water. I was affected during the rest of the day with a violent pain in the knees and in almost every joint. To be aware of the difference that exists between the sensation produced by the voltaic battery and an electric fish, the latter should be touched when they are in a state of extreme weakness. The gymnoti and the torpedoes then cause a twitching of the muscles, which is propagated from the part that rests on the electric organs as far as the elbow. We seem to feel at every stroke an internal vibration, which lasts 2 or 3 seconds, and is followed by a painful numbness. Accordingly, the Tamanac Indians call the gymnotus, in their expressive language, arimna, which means something that deprives of motion. The sensation caused by the feeble shocks of an electric eel appeared to me analogous to that painful twitching with which I have been seized at each contact of 2 heterogeneous metals applied to wounds which I had made on my back by means of cantharides. This difference of sensation between the effects of electric fishes and those of a voltaic battery or Leyden jar feebly charged has struck every observer. There is, however, nothing in this contrary to the supposition of the identity of electricity and the galvanic action of fishes. The electricity may be the same, but its effect will be variously modified by the disposition of the electrical apparatus, by the intensity of the fluid, by the rapidity of the current, and by the particular mode of action. In Dutch Guiana, at Demerara for instance, electric eels were formerly employed to cure paralytic affections. At a time when the physicians of Europe had great confidence in the effects of electricity, a surgeon of Esquibo, named Van der Lot, published in Holland a treatise on the medical properties of the gymnotus. These electric remedies are practised among the savages of America, as they were among the Greeks. We are told by Scribonius Largus, Galen, and Dioscorides, that torpedoes cure the headache and the gout. I did not hear of this mode of treatment in the Spanish colonies which I visited, and I can assert that, after having made experiments during 4 hours successively with gymnoti, M. Bonpland and myself felt, till the next day, a debility in the muscles, a pain in the joints, and a general uneasiness, the effect of a strong irritation of the nervous system. The gymnotus is neither a charged conductor nor a battery, nor an electromotive apparatus, the shock of which is received every time they are touched with one hand, or when both hands are applied to form a conducting circle between the opposite poles. The electric action of the fish depends entirely on its will, because it does not keep the electric organs always charged, or whether by the secretion of some fluid, or by any other means alike mysterious to us, it be capable of directing the action of its organs to an external object. We often tried, both insulated and otherwise, to touch the fish without feeling the least shock. When M. Bonpland held it by the head or by the middle of the body, while I held it by the tail, and standing on the moist ground, did not take each other's hands, one of us received shocks which the other did not feel. It depends upon the gymnotus to direct its action towards the point where it finds itself most strongly irritated. The discharge is then made at one point only, and not at the neighbouring points. If two persons touch the belly of the fish with their fingers at an inch distant, and press it simultaneously, sometimes one, sometimes the other, will receive the shock. In the same manner, when one insulated person holds the tail of a vigorous gymnotus, and another pinches the gills or pectoral fin, it is often the first only by whom the shock is received. It did not appear to us that these differences could be attributed to the dryness or moisture of our hands, or to their unequal conducting power. The gymnotus seemed to direct its strokes sometimes from the whole surface of its body, sometimes from one point only. This effect indicates less a partial discharge of the organ, composed of an innumerable quantity of layers, than the faculty which the animal possesses, perhaps by the instantaneous secretion of a fluid spread through the cellular membrane, of establishing the communication between its organs and the skin only, in a very limited space. Nothing proves more strongly the faculty which the gymnotus possesses of darting and directing its stroke at will than the observations made at Philadelphia and Stockholm on gymnoti rendered extremely tame. Note: by Messrs. Williamson and Fahlberg. The following account is given by the latter gentleman. Quote, "The gymnotus sent from Surinam to Mr. Noorderling at Stockholm lived more than 4 months in a perfect state of health. It was 27 inches long, and the shocks it gave were so violent, especially in the open air, that I found scarcely any means of protecting myself by non-conductors in transporting the fish from one place to another. Its stomach being very small, it ate little at a time, but fed often. It approached living fish, first sending them from afar a shock, the energy of which was proportionate to the size of the prey. The gymnotus seldom failed in its aim. One single stroke was almost always sufficient to overcome the resistance which the strata of water, more or less thick, according to the distance, opposed to the electric current. When very much pressed by hunger, it sometimes directed the shocks against the person who daily brought its food of boiled meat. Persons afflicted with rheumatism came to touch it in the hopes of being cured. They took it at once by the neck and tail. The shocks were in this case stronger than when touched with one hand only. It almost entirely lost its electrical power a short time before its death." End quote. End of note. When they had been made to fast a long time, they killed small fishes put into the tub. They acted from a distance, that is to say, their electrical shock passed through a very thick stratum of water. We need not be surprised that what was observed in Sweden, on a single gymnotus only, we could not perceive in a great number of individuals in their native country. The electric action of animals being a vital action, and subject to their will, it does not depend solely on their state of health and vigour. A gymnotus that had been kept a long time in captivity accustoms itself to the imprisonment to which it is reduced. It resumes by degrees the same habits in the tub which it had in the rivers and marshes. An electrical eel was brought to me at Calabozo. It had been taken in a net, and consequently having no wound. It ate meat, and terribly frightened the little tortoises and frogs which, not aware of their danger, placed themselves on its back. The frogs did not receive the stroke till the moment when they touched the body of the gymnotus. When they recovered, they leaped out of the tub, and when replaced near the fish, they were frightened at the mere sight of it. We then observed nothing that indicated an action at a distance, but our gymnotus recently taken was not yet sufficiently tame to attack and devour frogs. On approaching the finger, or the metallic points, very close to the electric organs, no shock was felt. Perhaps the animal did not perceive the proximity of a foreign body, or, if it did, We must suppose that in the commencement of its captivity, timidity prevented it from darting forth its energetic strokes, except when strongly irritated by an immediate contact. The gymnotus being immersed in water, I placed my hand, both armed and unarmed with metal, within a very small distance from the electric organs, yet the strata of water transmitted no shock, while M. Bonpland irritated the animal strongly by an immediate contact, and received some very violent shocks. Had we placed a very delicate electroscope in the contiguous strata of water, it might possibly have been influenced at the moment when the gymnotus seemed to direct its stroke elsewhere. Prepared frogs, placed immediately on the body of a torpedo, experience, according to Galvani, a strong contraction at every discharge of the fish. The electrical organ of the gymnoti acts only under the immediate influence of the brain and the heart. On cutting a very vigorous fish through the middle of the body, the forepart alone gave shocks. These are equally strong in whatever part of the body the fish is touched. It is most disposed, however, to emit them when the pectoral fin, the electrical organ, the lips, the eyes, or the gills are pinched. Sometimes the animal struggles violently with a person holding it by the tail without communicating the least shock. Nor did I feel any when I made a slight incision near the pectoral fin of the fish, and galvanized the wound by the contact of 2 pieces of zinc and silver. The gymnotus bent itself convulsively, and raised its head out of the water, as if terrified by a sensation altogether new. But I felt no vibration in the hands which held the 2 metals. The most violent muscular movements are not always accompanied by electric discharges. End of chapter 2.17, part 5. Chapter 2.17, Part 6, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.17, Part 6. The action of the fish on the human organs is transmitted and intercepted by the same bodies that transmit and intercept the electrical current of a conductor charged by a Leyden jar or voltaic battery. Some anomalies which we thought we observed are easily explained, when we recollect that even metals, as is proved from their ignition when exposed to the action of the battery, present a slight obstacle to the passage of electricity, and that a bad conductor annihilates the effect on our organs of a feeble electric charge, whilst it transmits to us the effect of a very strong one. The repulsive force which zinc and silver exercise together being far superior to that of gold and silver, I have found that when a frog, prepared and armed with silver, is galvanized under water, the conducting arc of zinc produces contraction as soon as one of its extremities approaches the muscles within 3 lines of distance, while an arc of gold does not excite the organs when the stratum of water between the gold and the muscles is more than half a line thick. In the same manner, by employing a conducting arc composed of 2 pieces of zinc and silver soldered together endwise, and resting, as before, one of the extremities of the metallic circuit on the femoral nerve, it is necessary, in order to produce contractions, to bring the other extremity of the conductor nearer and nearer the muscles, in proportion as the irritability of the organs diminishes. Toward the end of the experiment, the slightest stratum of water prevents the passage of the electrical current, and it is only by the immediate contact of the arc with the muscles that the contractions take place. These effects are, however, dependent on 3 variable circumstances: the energy of the electromotive apparatus, the conductibility of the medium, and the irritability of the organs which receive the impressions. It is because experiments have not been sufficiently multiplied with a view to these 3 variable elements that, in the action of electric eels and torpedoes, accidental circumstances have been taken for absolute conditions, without which the electric shocks are not felt. In wounded gymnoti, which give feeble but very equal shocks, these shocks appear to us constantly stronger on touching the body of the fish with a hand armed with metal than with the naked hand. They are stronger also when, instead of touching the fish with one hand, naked, or armed with metal, we press it at once with both hands, either naked or armed. These differences become sensible only when one has gymnoti enough at disposal to be able to choose the weakest, and when the extreme equality of the electric discharges admits of distinguishing between the sensations felt alternately by the hand naked or armed with metal, or by one or both hands naked, or by one or both hands armed with metal. It is also in the case only of small shocks, feeble and uniform, that they are more sensible on touching the gymnotus with one hand, without forming a chain, with zinc, than with copper or iron. Resinous substances, glass, very dry wood, horn, and even bones, which are generally believed to be good conductors, prevent the action of the gymnoti from being transmitted to man. I was surprised at not feeling the least shock on pressing wet sticks of sealing wax against the organs of the fish, while the same animal gave me the most violent strokes when excited by means of a metallic rod. M. BONPLAND received shocks when carrying a gymnotus on 2 cords of the fibres of the palm tree, which appeared to us extremely dry. A strong discharge makes its way through very imperfect conductors. Perhaps also the obstacle which the conductor presents renders the discharge more painful. I touched the gymnotus with a wet pot of brown clay, without effect. Yet I received violent shocks when I carried the gymnotus in the same pot, because the contact was greater. When 2 persons, insulated or otherwise, hold each other's hands, and only one of these persons touches the fish with the hand, either naked or armed with metal, the shock is most commonly felt by both at once. However, it sometimes happens that, in the most severe shocks, the person who comes into immediate contact with the fish alone feels them. When the gymnotus is exhausted, or in a very reduced state of excitability, and will no longer emit strokes on being irritated with one hand, the shocks are felt in a very vivid manner on forming the chain and employing both hands. Even then, however, the electric shock takes place only at the will of the animal. 2 persons, one of whom holds the tail and the other the head, cannot, by joining hands and forming a chain, force the gymnotus to dart his stroke. Though employing the most delicate electrometers in various ways, insulating them on a plate of glass, and receiving very strong shocks which pass through the electrometer, I could never discover any phenomenon of attraction or repulsion. The same observation was made by M. Fahlberg at Stockholm. That philosopher, however, has seen an electric spark, as Walsh and Ingenhouse had before him, in London, by placing the gymnotus in the air, and interrupting the conducting chain by 2 gold leaves pasted upon glass, and a line distant from each other. No person, on the contrary, has ever perceived a spark issue from the body of the fish itself. We irritated it for a long time during the night at Calabozo, in perfect darkness, without observing any luminous appearance. Having placed 4 gymnoti of unequal strength, in such a manner as to receive the shocks of the most vigorous fish by contact, that is to say, by touching only one of the other fishes, I did not observe that these last were agitated at the moment when the current passed their bodies. Perhaps the current did not penetrate below the humid surface of the skin. We will not, however, conclude from this that the gymnoti are insensible to electricity, and that they cannot fight with each other at the bottom of the pools. Their nervous system must be subject to the same agents as the nerves of other animals. I have indeed seen that, on laying open their nerves, they undergo muscular contractions at the mere contact of 2 opposite metals, and Mr. Fahlberg of Stockholm found that his gymnotus was convulsively agitated when placed in a copper vessel, and feeble discharges from a Leyden jar passed through its skin. After the experiments I had made on gymnoti, it became highly interesting to me, on my return to Europe, to ascertain with precision the various circumstances in which another electric fish, the torpedo of our seas, gives or does not give shocks. Though this fish has been examined by numerous men of science, I found all that had been published on its electrical effects extremely vague. It has been very arbitrarily supposed that this fish acts like a Leyden jar, which may be discharged at will by touching it with both hands; and this supposition appears to have led into error observers who have devoted themselves to researches of this kind. M. Gay-Lussac and myself, during our journey to Italy, made a number of experiments on torpedoes taken in the Gulf of Naples. These experiments furnish many results somewhat different from those I collected on the gymnoti. It is probable that the cause of these anomalies is owing rather to the inequality of electric power in the two fishes than to the different disposition of their organs. Though the power of the torpedo cannot be compared with that of the gymnotus, it is sufficient to cause very painful sensations. A person accustomed to electric shocks can with difficulty hold in his hands a torpedo of 12 or 14 inches, and in possession of all its vigour. When the torpedo gives only very feeble strokes under water, they become more sensible if the animal be raised above the surface. I have often observed the same phenomenon in experimenting on frogs. The torpedo moves the pectoral fins convulsively every time it emits a stroke, and this stroke is more or less painful according as the immediate contact takes place by a greater or less surface. We observed that gymnotus gives the strongest shocks without making any movement with the eyes, head, or fins. Note: the anal fin of the gymnoti only has a sensible motion when these fishes are excited under the belly, where the electric organ is placed. End of note. Is this difference caused by the position of the electric organ, which is not double in the gymnoti? Or does the movement of the pectoral fins of the torpedo directly prove that the fish restores the electrical equilibrium by its own skin, discharges itself by its own body, and that we generally feel only the effect of a lateral shock? We cannot discharge at will either a torpedo or a gymnotus, as we discharge at will a Leyden jar or a voltaic battery. A shock is not always felt, even on touching the electric fish with both hands. We must irritate it to make it give the shock. This action in the torpedoes as well as in the gymnoti is a vital action. It depends on the will only of the animal, which perhaps does not always keep its electric organs charged, or does not always employ the action of its nerves to establish the chain between the positive and negative poles. It is certain that the torpedo gives a long series of shocks with astonishing celerity, whether it is that the plates or lamina of its organs are not wholly exhausted, or that the fish recharges them instantaneously. The electric stroke is felt when the animal is disposed to give it, whether we touch with a single finger only one of the surfaces of the organs, or apply both hands to the two surfaces, the superior and the inferior, at once. In either case, it is altogether indifferent whether the person who touches the fish with one finger or both hands be insulated or not. All that has been said on the necessity of a communication with the damp ground to establish a circuit is founded on inaccurate observations. M. Gay-Lussac made the important observation that when an insulated person touches the torpedo with one finger, it is indispensable that the contact be direct. The fish may with impunity be touched with a key, or any other metallic instrument. No shock is felt when the conducting or non-conducting body is interposed between the finger and the electric organ of the torpedo. This circumstance proves a great difference between the torpedo and the gymnotus, the latter giving his strokes through an iron rod several feet long. When the torpedo is placed on a metallic plate of very little thickness, so that the plate touches the inferior surface of the organs, the hand that supports the plate never feels any shock, though another insulated person may excite the animal, and the convulsive movement of the pectoral fins may denote the strongest and most reiterated discharges. If, on the contrary, a person support the torpedo placed upon a metallic plate with the left hand, as in the foregoing experiment, and the same person touch the superior surface of the electric organ with the right hand, a strong shock is then felt in both arms. The sensation is the same when the fish is placed between two metallic plates, the edges of which do not touch, and the person applies both hands at once to these plates. The interposition of one metallic plate prevents the communication if that plate be touched with one hand only, while the interposition of two metallic plates does not prevent the shock when both hands are applied. In the latter case, it cannot be doubted that the circulation of the fluid is established by the two arms. If in this situation of the fish between two plates there exists any immediate communication between the edges of these two plates, no shock takes place. The chain between the two surfaces of the electric organ is then formed by the plates, and the new communication, established by the contact of the two hands with the two plates, remains without effect. We carried the torpedo with impunity between two plates of metal, and felt the strokes it gave only at the instant when they ceased to touch each other at the edges. Nothing in the torpedo or the gymnotus indicates that the animal modifies the electrical state of the bodies by which it is surrounded. The most delicate electrometer is in no way affected, in whatever manner it is employed, whether bringing it near the organs or insulating the fish, covering it with a metallic plate, and causing the plate to communicate by a conducting wire with the condenser of Volta. We were at great pains to vary the experiments by which we sought to render the electrical tension of the torpedo sensible, but they were constantly without effect, and perfectly confirmed what M. Bonpland and myself had observed respecting the gymnoti during our abode in South America. Electrical fishes, when very vigorous, act with equal energy under water and in the air. This observation led us to examine the conducting property of water, and we found that, when several persons form the chain between the superior and inferior surface of the organs of the torpedo, the shock is felt only when these persons join hands. The action is not intercepted if two persons, who support the torpedo with their right hands, instead of taking one another by the left hand, plunge each a metallic point into a drop of water placed on an insulating substance. On substituting flame for the drop of water, the communication is interrupted, and it is only re-established, as in the gymnotus, when the 2 points immediately touch each other in the interior of the flame. We are doubtless very far from having discovered all the secrets of the electrical action of fishes, which is modified by the influence of the brain and the nerves. But the experiments we have just described are sufficient to prove that these fishes act by a concealed electricity and by electromotive organs of a peculiar construction, which are recharged with extreme rapidity. Volta admits that the discharges of the opposite electricities in the torpedoes and the gymnoti are made by their own skin, and that when we touch them with one hand only, or by means of a metallic point, we feel the effect of a lateral shock, the electrical current not being directed solely the shortest way. When a Leyden jar is placed on a wet woolen cloth, which is a bad conductor, and the jar is discharged in such a manner that the cloth makes part of the chain, prepared frogs, placed at different distances, indicate by their contractions that the current spreads itself over the whole cloth in 1,000 different ways. According to this analogy, the most violent shock given by the gymnotus at a distance would be but a feeble part of the stroke, which re-establishes the equilibrium in the interior of the fish. Note: the heterogeneous poles of the double electric organs must exist in each organ. Mr. Todd has recently proved, by experiments made on torpedoes at the Cape of Good Hope, that the animal continues to give violent shocks when one of these organs is extirpated. On the contrary, all electrical action is stopped, and this point, as elucidated by Galvani, is of the greatest importance, if injury be inflicted on the brain, or if the nerves which supply the plates of the electrical organs be divided. In the latter case, the nerves being cut and the brain left untouched, the torpedo continues to live and perform every muscular movement. A fish, exhausted by too numerous electrical discharges, suffered much more than another fish deprived, by dividing the nerves, of any communication between the brain and the electromotive apparatus. Philosophical Transactions, 1816. End of note. As the gymnotus directs its stroke wherever it pleases, it must also be admitted that the discharge is not made by the whole skin at once, but that the animal, excited perhaps by the motion of a fluid poured into one part of the cellular membrane, establishes at will the communication between its organs and some particular part of the skin. It may be conceived that a lateral stroke, out of the direct current, must become imperceptible under the two conditions of a very weak discharge, or a very great obstacle presented by the nature and length of the conductor. Notwithstanding these considerations, it appears to me very surprising that shocks of the torpedo, strong in appearance, are not propagated to the hand when a very thin plate of metal is interposed between it and the fish. Schilling declared that the gymnotus approached the magnet involuntarily. We tried in 1,000 ways this supposed influence of the magnet on the electrical organs, without having ever observed any sensible effect. The fish no more approached the magnet than a bar of iron not magnetic. Iron filings, thrown on its back, remained motionless. The gymnoti, which are objects of curiosity and of the deepest interest to the philosophers of Europe, are at once dreaded and detested by the natives. They furnish indeed, in their muscular flesh, pretty good aliment, but the electric organ fills the greater part of their body, and this organ is slimy and disagreeable to the taste. It is accordingly separated with care from the rest of the eel. The presence of gymnoti is also considered as the principal cause of the want of fish in the ponds and pools of the Llanos. They, however, kill many more than they devour, and the Indians told us that when young alligators and gymnoti are caught at the same time in very strong nets, the latter never show the slightest trace of a wound, because they disable the young alligators before they are attacked by them. All the inhabitants of the waters dread the society of the gymnoti. Lizards, tortoises, and frogs seek pools where they are secure from the electric action. It became necessary to change the direction of a road near Uritucu, because the electrical eels were so numerous in one river that they every year killed a great number of mules as they forded the water with their burdens. Though in the present state of our knowledge we may flatter ourselves with having thrown some light on the extraordinary effects of electric fishes, yet a vast number of physical and physiological researches still remain to be made. The brilliant results which chemistry has obtained by means of the voltaic battery have occupied all observers, and turned attention for some time from the examinations of the phenomena of vitality. Let us hope that these phenomena, the most awful and the most mysterious of all, will in their turn occupy the earnest attention of natural philosophers. This hope will be easily realized if they succeed in procuring a new living gymnoti in some one of the great capitals of Europe. The discoveries that will be made on the electromotive apparatus of these fish, much more energetic and more easy of preservation than the torpedoes, will extend to all the phenomena of muscular motion subject to volition. Note: in order to investigate the phenomena of the living electromotive apparatus in its greatest simplicity, and not to mistake for general conditions circumstances which depend on the degree of energy of the electric organs, it is necessary to perform the experiments on those electrical fishes most easily tamed. If gymnoti were not known, we might suppose, from the observations made on torpedoes, that fishes cannot give their shocks from a distance through thick strata of water, or through a bar of iron, without forming a circuit. Mr. Williamson has felt strong shocks when he held only one hand in the water, and this hand, without touching the gymnotus, was placed between it and the small fish towards which the stroke was directed from 10 or 15 inches distance. Philosophical Transactions, volume 65, pages 99 and 108. When the gymnotus was enfeebled by bad health, the lateral shock was imperceptible, and in order to feel the shock, it was necessary to form a chain and touch the fish with both hands at once. Cavendish, in his ingenious experiments on an artificial torpedo, had well remarked these differences, depending on the greater or less energy of the charge. Philosophical Transactions, 1776, page 212. End of note. It will perhaps be found that, in most animals, every contraction of the muscular fibre is preceded by a discharge from the nerve into the muscle, and that the mere simple contact of heterogeneous substances is a source of movement and of life in all organized beings. Did an indigenous and lively people, the Arabians, guess from remote antiquity that the force which inflames the vault of the heavens in storms is the living and invisible weapon of inhabitants of the waters? It is said that the electric fish of the Nile bears the name in Egypt that signifies thunder. Note: it appears, however, that a distinction is to be made between rad, thunder, and rahad, the electrical fish, and that this latter word means simply that which causes trembling. End of note. We left the town of Calabozo on the 24th of March, highly satisfied with our stay, and the experiments we had made on an object so worthy of the attention of physiologists. I had besides obtained some good observations of the stars, and discovered with surprise that the errors of maps amounted here also to 1/4 of a degree of latitude. No person had taken an observation before me on the spot, and geographers, magnifying as usual the distance from the coast to the islands, have carried back beyond measure all the localities toward the south. As we advanced into the southern part of the Llanos, we found the ground more dusty, more destitute of herbage, and more cracked by the effect of long drought. The palm trees disappeared by degrees. The thermometer kept, from 11 in the morning till sunset, at 34 or 35 degrees. The calmer the air appeared at 8 or 10 feet high, the more we were enveloped in those whirlwinds of dust caused by the little currents of air that sweep the ground. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon we found a young Indian girl stretched upon the savannah. She was almost in a state of nudity, and appeared to be about 12 or 13 years of age. Exhausted with fatigue and thirst, her eyes, nostrils, and mouth filled with dust, she breathed with a rattling in her throat, and was unable to answer our questions. A pitcher, overturned and half filled with sand, was lying at her side. Happily, one of our mules was laden with water, and we roused the girl from her lethargic state by bathing her face, and forcing her to drink a few drops of wine. She was at first alarmed on seeing herself surrounded by so many persons, but by degrees she took courage and conversed with our guides. She judged, from the position of the sun, that she must have remained during several hours in that state of lethargy. We could not prevail on her to mount one of the beasts of burden, and she would not return to Uritucu. She had been in service at a neighbouring farm, and she had been discharged because at the end of a long sickness she was less able to work than before. Our menaces and prayers were alike fruitless. Insensible to suffering, like the rest of her race, she persisted in her resolution of going to one of the Indian missions near the city of Calabozo. We removed the sand from her pitcher and filled it with water. She resumed her way along the steppe before we had remounted our horses, and was soon separated from us by a cloud of dust. During the night we forded the Rio Uritucu, which abounds with a breed of crocodiles remarkable for their ferocity. We were advised to prevent our dogs from going to drink in the rivers, for it often happens that the crocodiles of Uritucu come out of the water and pursue dogs upon the shore. This intrepidity is so much the more striking, as at 8 leagues distance the crocodiles of the Rio Cisnao are extremely timid and little dangerous. The manners of animals vary in the same species according to local circumstances difficult to be determined. We were shown a hut, or rather a kind of shed, in which our host of Calabozo, Don Miguel Cousin, had witnessed a very extraordinary scene. Sleeping with one of his friends, on a bench or couch covered with leather, Don Miguel was awakened early in the morning by a violent shaking and a horrible noise. Clods of earth were thrown into the middle of the hut. Presently a young crocodile, 2 or 3 feet long, issued from under the bed, darted at a dog which lay on the threshold of the door, and, missing him in the impetuosity of his spring, ran toward the beach to gain the river. On examining the spot where the barbacoa, or couch, was placed, the cause of this strange adventure was easily discovered. The ground was disturbed to a considerable depth. It was dried mud, which had covered the crocodile in that state of lethargy, or summer sleep, in which many of the species lie during the absence of the rains in the llanos. The noise of men and horses, perhaps the smell of the dog, had aroused the crocodile. The hut being built at the edge of the pool, and inundated during the part of the year, the crocodile had no doubt entered, at the time of the inundation of the savannahs, by the same opening at which it was seen to go out. The Indians often find enormous boas, which they call uji, or water serpents, in the same lethargic state. Note: Culebra de agua, named by the common people traga venado, the swallower of stags. The word uji belongs to the Tamanac language. End of note. To reanimate them, they must be irritated or wetted with water. Boas are killed and immersed in the streams to obtain, by means of putrefaction, the tendinous parts of the dorsal muscles, of which excellent guitar strings are made at Calabozo, preferable to those furnished by the intestines of the alouate monkeys. The drought and heat of the llanos act like cold upon animals and plants. Beyond the tropics, the trees lose their leaves in a very dry air. Reptiles, particularly crocodiles and boas, having very indolent habits, leave with reluctance the basins in which they have found water at the period of great inundations. In proportion as the pools become dry, these animals penetrate into the mud to seek that degree of humidity which gives flexibility to their skin and integuments. In this state of repose they are seized with stupefaction, but possibly they preserve a communication with the external air, and however little that communication may be, it possibly suffices to keep up the respiration of an animal of the saurian family, provided with enormous pulmonary sacs, exerting no muscular motion, and in which almost all the vital functions are suspended. It is probable that the mean temperature of the dried mud exposed to the solar rays is more than 40 degrees. When the north of Egypt, where the coolest month does not fall below 13.4 degrees, was inhabited by crocodiles, they were often found torpid with cold. They were subject to winter sleep, like the European frog, lizard, sand martin, and marmot. If the hibernal lethargy be observed both in cold-blooded and in hot-blooded animals, we shall be less surprised to learn that these two classes furnish alike examples of a summer sleep. In the same manner as the crocodiles of South America, the tanrecs, or Madagascar hedgehogs, in the midst of the torrid zone, pass 3 months of the year in lethargy. On the 25th of March, we traversed the smoothest part of the steppes of Caracas, the Mesa de Pavones. It is entirely destitute of the corypha and moriche palm trees. As far as the eye can reach, not a single object 15 inches high can be discovered. The air was clear, and the sky of a very deep blue, but the horizon reflected a livid and yellowish light, caused no doubt by the quantity of sand suspended in the atmosphere. We met some large herds of cattle, and with them flocks of birds of a black colour with an olive shade. They are of the genus Crotophaga, and follow the cattle. Note: the Spanish colonists call the Crotophaga ani zamorito, little carrion vulture, Vultur araminuta, or garrapatero, the eater of garrapatas, insects of the Acarus family. End of note. We have often seen them perched on the backs of cows, seeking for gadflies and other insects. Like many birds of these desert places, they fear so little the approach of man that children often catch them in their hands. In the valleys of Aragua, where they are very common, we have seen them perch upon the hammocks on which we were reposing in open day. We discover, between Calabozo, Uritucu, and the Mesa de Pavones, wherever there are excavations of some few feet, the geological constitution of the Llanos. A formation of red sandstone, ancient conglomerate, covers an extent of several thousand square leagues. We shall find it again in the vast plains of the Amazon, on the eastern boundary of the province of Jaen de Bracamoros. This prodigious extent of red sandstone in the low grounds stretching along the east of the Andes is one of the most striking phenomena I observed during my examination of rocks in the equinoctial regions. The red sandstone of the Llanos of Caracas lies in a concave position, between the primitive mountains of the shore and of Parima. On the north it is backed by the transition slates. Note: at Malpaso and Piedras Azules. End of note. And on the south it rests immediately on the granites of the Orinoco. We observed in it rounded fragments of quartz, kieselschiefer, and Lydian stone, cemented by an olive-brown ferruginous clay. The cement is sometimes so bright a red that the people of the country take it for cinnabar. We met a Capuchin monk at Calabozo, who was in vain attempting to extract mercury from this red sandstone. In the Mesa de Paja, this rock contains strata of another quartzose sandstone, very fine-grained. More to the south, it contains masses of brown iron and fragments of petrified trees of the monocotyledonous family, but we did not see in it any shells. The red sandstone, called by the Llaneros the stone of the reefs, Piedra de Arrecifes, is everywhere covered with a stratum of clay. This clay, dried and hardened in the sun, splits into separate prismatic pieces with 5 or 6 sides. Does it belong to the trap formation of Parapara? It becomes thicker and mixed with sand as we approach the Rio Apure, for near Calabozo it is 1 toise thick, near the mission of Guayaval 5 toises, which may lead to the belief that the strata of red sandstone dips toward the south. We gather in the Mesa de Pavones little nodules of blue iron ore disseminated in the clay. A dense whitish-grey limestone with a smooth fracture, somewhat analogous to that of Caripe, and consequently to that of Jura, lies on the red sandstone between Tisnao and Calabozo. Note: does this formation of secondary limestone of the Llanos contain galena? It has been found in strata of black marl at Barbacoa, between Trujillo and Barquisimeto, northwest of the Llanos. End of note. In several other places, for instance, in the Mesa de San Diego, and between Ortiz and the Mesa de Paja, note, also near Cachipe and San Joaquim in the Llanos of Barcelona, end of note, we find above the limestone lamellar gypsum, alternating with strata of marl. Considerable quantities of this gypsum are sent to the city of Caracas, which is situated amidst primitive mountains. Note: this trade is carried on at Parapara. A load of 8 arrobas sells at Caracas for 24 piastres. End of note. This gypsum generally forms only small beds, and is mixed with a great deal of fibrous gypsum. Is it of the same formation as that of Guira on the coast of Paria, which contains sulphur? Or do the masses of this latter substance, found in the valley of Buen Pastor and on the banks of the Orinoco, belong, with the argillaceous gypsum of the Llanos, to a secondary formation much more recent? These questions are very interesting in the study of the relative antiquity of rocks, which is the principal basis of geology. I know not of any salt deposits in the Llanos. Horned cattle prosper here without those famous barreros, or muriatiferous lands, which abound in the pampas of Buenos Aires, known in North America under the name of salt licks. End of note. After having wandered for a long time, and without any traces of a road, in the desert savannas of the Mesa de Pavones, we were agreeably surprised when we came to a solitary farm, the Hato de Alta Gracia, surrounded with gardens and basins of limpid water. Hedges of bead trees encircled groups of icacos laden with fruit. Farther on we passed the night near the small village of San Geronimo del Guayaval, founded by Capuchin missionaries. It is situated near the banks of the Rio Guarico, which falls into the Apure. I visited the missionary, who had no other habitation than his church, not having yet built a house. He was a young man, and he received us in the most obliging manner, giving us all the information we desired. His village, or to use the word established among the monks, his mission, was not easy to govern. The founder, who had not hesitated to establish for his own profit a pulperia, in other words, to sell bananas and guarapo in the church itself, had shown himself to be not very nice in the choice of the new colonists. Many marauders of the Llanos had settled at Guayaval, because the inhabitants of a mission are exempt from the authority of the secular law. Here, as in Australia, it cannot be expected that good colonists will be formed before the second or third generation. We passed the Guarico and encamped in the savannas south of Guayaval. Enormous bats, no doubt of the tribe of Phyllostomas, hovered as usual over our hammocks during a great part of the night. Every moment they seemed to be about to fasten on our faces. Early in the morning we pursued our way over low grounds, often inundated. In the season of rains, a boat may be navigated as on a lake between Guarico and the Apure. We arrived on the 27th of March at the Villa de San Fernando, the capital of the mission of the Capuchins in the province of Varinas. This was the termination of our journey over the Llanos, for we passed the 3 months of April, May, and June on the rivers. End of chapter 2.17. Chapter 2.18, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.18, Part 1. San Fernando de Apure. Intertwinings and bifurcations of the rivers Apure and Arauca. Navigation on the Rio Apure. Till the second half of the 18th century, the names of the great rivers Apure, Arauca, and Meta were scarcely known in Europe, certainly less than they had been in the 2 preceding centuries, when the valiant Felipe de Ura and the conquerors of Tocuyo traversed the Llanos to seek, beyond the Apure, the great legendary city of El Dorado, and the rich country of the Omeguas, the Timbuktu of the new continent. Such daring expeditions could not be carried out without all the apparatus of war, and the weapons, which had been destined for the defence of the new colonists, were employed without intermission against the unhappy natives. When more peaceful times succeeded to those of violence and public calamity, 2 powerful Indian tribes, the Cabras and the Caribs of the Orinoco, made themselves masters of the country which the conquistadors had ceased to ravage. None but poor monks were then permitted to advance to the south of the steppes. Beyond the Uritucu, an unknown world opened to the Spanish colonists, and the descendants of those intrepid warriors who had extended their conquests from Peru to the coast of New Granada and the mouth of the Amazon, knew not the roads that led from Coro to the Rio Meta. The shore of Venezuela remained a separate country. and the slow conquests of the Jesuit ministries were successful only by skirting the banks of the Orinoco. These fathers had already penetrated beyond the great cataracts of Atures and Maypures, when the Andalusian Capuchins had scarcely reached the plains of Calabozo from the coast and the valleys of Aragua. It would be difficult to explain these contrasts by the system according to which the different monastic orders are governed, for the aspect of the country contributes powerfully to the more or less rapid progress of the missions. They extend but slowly into the interior of the land, over mountains or in steppes, wherever they do not follow the course of a particular river. It will scarcely be believed that the Via de Fernando de Apure, only 50 leagues distant in a direct line from that part of the coast of Caracas which has been longest inhabited, was founded at no earlier a date than 1789. We were shown a parchment full of fine paintings, containing the privileges of this little town. The parchment was sent from Madrid at the solicitation of the monks, whilst yet only a few huts of reeds were to be seen around a great cross raised in the centre of the hamlet. The missionaries and the secular governments being alike interested in exaggerating in Europe what they have done to augment the culture and population of the provinces beyond the sea, it often happens that the names of towns and villages are placed on the list of new conquests long before their foundation. The situation of San Fernando, on a large navigable river, near the mouth of another river which traverses the whole province of Varinas, is extremely advantageous for trade. Every production of that province, hides, cacao, cotton, and the indigo of Mihual, which is of the first quality, passes through this town toward the mouths of the Orinoco. During the season of rains, large vessels go from Angostura as far as San Fernando de Apure, and by the Rio Santo Domingo as far as Torunos, the port of the town of Varinas. At that period the inundations of the rivers, which form a labyrinth of branches between the Apure, the Arauca, the Capanaparo, and the Sinaruco, cover the country nearly 400 square leagues. At this point the Orinoco turned aside from its course, not by neighbouring mountains, but by the rising of counterslopes, runs eastward instead of following its previous direction in the line of the meridian. Considering the surface of the globe as a polyhedron, formed of planes variously inclined, we may conceive by the mere inspection of the maps that the intersection of these slopes, rising toward the north, the west, and the south, between San Fernando de Apure, Caycara, and the mouth of the Meta, must cause a considerable depression. Note. The rising toward the north and the west are connected with two lines of ridges, the mountains of Villa de Cura and of Merida. The third slope, running from north to south, is that of the land strait between the Andes and the chain of Parima. It determines the general inclination of the Orinoco from the mouth of the Guaviare to that of the Apure. End of note. The savannas in this basin are covered with 12 or 14 feet of water, and present, at the period of rains, the aspect of a great lake. The farms and villages, which seem as if situated on shoals, scarcely rise 2 or 3 feet above the surface of the water. Everything here calls to mind the inundations of Lower Egypt, and the lake of Xerez, heretofore so celebrated among geographers, though it exists only during some months of the year. The swellings of the rivers Apure, Meta, and Orinoco are also periodical. In the rainy season, the horses that wander in the savannah, and have not time to reach the rising grounds of the llanos, perish by hundreds. The mares are seen, followed by their colts, swimming during a part of the day, to feed upon the grass, the tops of which alone wave above the waters. The colts are drowned everywhere in large numbers, because they are sooner tired of swimming, and strive to follow the mares in places where the latter alone can touch the ground. In this state they are pursued by the crocodiles, and it is by no means uncommon to find the prints of the teeth of these carnivorous reptiles on their thighs. The carcasses of horses, mules, and cows attract an innumerable quantity of vultures. The zamuros are the ibises of this country, and they render the same service to the inhabitants of the llanos as the vulture Percnopterus to the inhabitants of Egypt. We cannot reflect on the effects of these inundations without admiring the prodigious pliability of the organization of the animals which man has subjected to his sway. In Greenland the dog eats the refuse of the fisheries, and when fish are wanting, feeds on seaweed. The ass and the horse, originally natives of the cold and barren plains of Upper Asia, follow man to the New World, return to the wild state, and lead a restless and weary life in the burning climates of the tropics. Pressed alternately by excess of drought and of humidity, they sometimes seek a pool in the midst of a bare and dusty plain, to quench their thirst, and at other times flee from water and the overflowing rivers, as menaced by an enemy that threatens them on all sides. Tormented during the day by gadflies and mosquitoes, the horses, mules, and cows find themselves attacked at night by enormous bats, which fasten on their backs, and cause wounds that become dangerous because they are filled with acaridae and other hurtful insects. In the time of great drought, the mules gnaw even on the thorny cactus, in order to imbibe its cooling juice, and draw it forth as from a vegetable fountain. Note: the asses are particularly adroit in extracting the moisture contained in the Cactus melocatus. They push aside the thorns with their hooves, but sometimes lame themselves in performing this feat. End of note. During the great inundations, these same animals lead an amphibious life, surrounded by crocodiles, water serpents, and manatees. Yet such are the immutable laws of nature, that their races are preserved in the struggle with the elements, and amid so many sufferings and dangers. When the waters retire, and the rivers return again into their beds, the savannah is overspread with a beautiful scented grass, and the animals of Europe and Upper Asia seem to enjoy, as in their native climes, the renewed vegetation of spring. During the time of great floods, the inhabitants of these countries, to avoid the force of the currents, and the danger arising from the trunks of trees which these currents bring down, instead of ascending the beds of the rivers in their boats, cross the savannas. To go from San Fernando to the villages of San Juan de Payara, San Rafael de Atamaica, or San Francisco de Capanaparo, they direct their course due south, as if they were crossing a single river of 20 leagues broad. The junctions of the Guarico, the Apure, the Caballari, and the Arauca with the Orinoco form, at 160 leagues from the coast of Guyana, a kind of interior delta, of which hydrography furnishes few examples in the Old World. According to the height of the mercury in the barometer, the waters of the Apure have only a fall of 34 toises from San Fernando to the sea. The fall from the mouths of the Osage and the Missouri to the bar of the Mississippi is not more considerable. The savannas of lower Louisiana everywhere remind us of the savannas of the lower Orinoco. During our stay of 3 days in the little town of San Fernando, we lodged with a Capuchin missionary who lived much at his ease. We were recommended to him by the Bishop of Caracas, and he showed us the most obliging attention. He consulted me on the works that had been undertaken to prevent the flood from undermining the shore on which the town was built. The flowing of the Portuguesa into the Apure gives the latter an impulse towards southeast, and, instead of procuring a freer course for the river, attempts were made to confine it by dikes and piers. It was easy to predict that these would be rapidly destroyed by the swell of the waters, the shore having been weakened by taking away the earth from behind the dike to employ it in these hydraulic constructions. San Fernando is celebrated for the excessive heat which prevails there the greater part of the year, and before I begin the recital of our long navigation on the rivers, I shall relate some facts calculated to throw light on the meteorology of the tropics. We went, provided with thermometers, to the flat shores covered with white sand which border the river Apure. At 2 in the afternoon I found the sand, wherever it was exposed to the sun, at 52.5 degrees. The instrument, raised 18 inches above the sand, marked 42.8 degrees, and at 6 feet high, 38.7 degrees. The temperature of the air under the shade of a ceiba was 36.2 degrees. These observations were made during a dead calm. As soon as the wind began to blow, the temperature of the air rose 3 degrees higher, yet we were not enveloped by a wind of sand, but the strata of air had been in contact with the soil more strongly heated, or through which whirlwinds of sand had passed. This western part of the Llanos is the hottest, because it receives air that has already crossed the rest of the barren steppe. The same difference has been observed between the eastern and western parts of the deserts of Africa, where the trade winds blow. The heat augments sensibly in the Llanos during the rainy season, particularly in the month of July, when the sky is cloudy and reflects the radiant heat toward the earth. During this season the breeze entirely ceases, and according to thermometrical observations made by M. Pozo, the thermometer rises in the shade to 39 and 39.5 degrees, though kept at a distance of more than 15 feet above the ground. As we approached the banks of the Portuguesa, the Apure, and the Apurito, the air became cooler from the evaporation of so considerable a mass of water. This effect is more especially perceptible at sunset. During the day, the shores of the rivers, covered with white sand, reflect the heat in an insupportable degree, even more than the yellowish brown clayey grounds of Calabozo and Tisnao. On the 28th of March, I was on the shore at sunrise to measure the breadth of the Apure, which is 206 toises. The thunder rolled in all directions around. It was the first storm and the first rain of the season. The river was swelled by the easterly wind, but it soon became calm, and then some great cetacea, much resembling the porpoises of our seas, began to play in long files on the surface of the water. The slow and indolent crocodiles seemed to dread the neighbourhood of these animals, so noisy and impetuous in their evolutions, for we saw them dive whenever they approached. It is a very extraordinary phenomenon to find cetacea at such a distance from the coast. The Spaniards of the missions designate them, as they do the porpoises of the ocean, by the name of toninas. The Tamanacs call them orinucna. They are 3 or 4 feet long, and, bending their back and pressing with their tail on the inferior strata of the water, they expose to view a part of the back and of the dorsal fin. I did not succeed in obtaining any, though I often engaged Indians to shoot at them with their arrows. Father Gili asserts that the Guimanos eat their flesh. Are these cetacea peculiar to the great rivers of South America, like the manatee, which, according to Cuvier, is also a freshwater cetaceous animal? Or must we admit that they go up from the sea against the current, as the beluga sometimes does in the rivers of Asia? What would lead me to doubt this last supposition is, that we saw toninas above the great cataracts of the Orinoco in the Rio Atabapo. Did they penetrate into the centre of equinoctial America from the mouth of the Amazon, by communication of that river with the Rio Negro, the Cassiquiare, and the Orinoco? They are found here at all seasons, and nothing seems to denote that they make prodigious migrations like salmon. While the thunder rolled around us, the sky displayed only scattered clouds that advanced slowly toward the zenith, and in an opposite direction. The hygrometer of Deluc was at 53 degrees, the centigrade thermometer 23.7 degrees, and Saussure's hygrometer 87.5 degrees. The electrometer gave no sign of electricity. As the storm gathered, the blue of the sky changed at first to deep azure, and then to grey. The vesicular vapour became visible, and the thermometer rose 3 degrees, as is almost always the case within the tropics, from a cloudy sky which reflects the radiant heat of the soil. A heavy rain fell. Being sufficiently habituated to the climate not to fear the effect of tropical rains, we remained on the shore to observe the electrometer. I held it more than 20 minutes in my hand, 6 feet above the ground, and observed that in general the pith balls separated only a few seconds before the lightning was seen. The separation was 4 lines. The electric charge remained the same during several minutes, and having time to determine the nature of the electricity by approaching a stick of sealing wax, I saw here what I had often observed on the ridge of the Andes during a storm, that the electricity of the atmosphere was first positive, then nil, and then negative. These oscillations from positive to negative were often repeated. Yet the electrometer constantly denoted, a little before the lightning, only E, or positive E and never negative E. Towards the end of the storm the west wind blew very strongly, the clouds dispersed, and the thermometer sunk to 22 degrees on account of the evaporation from the soil and the freer radiation towards the sky. I have entered into these details on the electric charge of the atmosphere because travellers in general confine themselves to the description of the impressions produced on a European newly arrived by the solemn spectacle of a tropical storm. In a country where the year is divided into great seasons of drought and wet, or, as the Indians say in their expressive language, of sun, note, in the Maypure dialect Camoti, properly the heat of the sun. The Tamanacs call the season of drought Uamu, the time of grasshoppers, end of note, and rain, note, in the Tamanac language Canepo. The year is designated among several nations by the name of one of the 2 seasons. The Maypures say so many suns, or rather, so many heats; the Tamanacs, so many rains.) It is highly interesting to follow the progress of meteorological phenomena in the transition from one season to another. We had already observed in the valleys of Aragua, from the 18th and 19th of February, clouds forming at the commencement of the night. In the beginning of the month of March, the accumulation of the vesicular vapours visible to the eye, and with them signs of atmospheric electricity, augmented daily. We saw flashes of heat lightning to the south, and the electrometer of Volta constantly displayed, at sunset, positive electricity. The pith balls, unexcited during the day, separated to the width of 3 or 4 lines at the commencement of the night, which is triple what I generally observed in Europe, with the same instrument, in calm weather. Upon the whole, from the 26th of May, the electrical equilibrium of the atmosphere seemed disturbed. During whole hours the electricity was nil, then it became very strong, and soon after was again imperceptible. The hygrometer of Deluc continued to indicate great dryness, from 33 to 35 degrees, and yet the atmosphere appeared no longer the same. Amidst these perpetual variations of the electric state of the air, the trees, divested of their foliage, already began to unfold new leaves, and seemed to feel the approach of spring. The variations which we have just described are not peculiar to one year. Everything in the equinoctial zone has a wonderful uniformity of succession, because the active powers of nature limit and balance each other, according to laws that are easily recognized. I shall here note the progress of atmospherical phenomena in the islands to the east of the Cordilleras of Merida and of New Grenada, in the Llanos of Venezuela and the Rio Meta, from 4 to 10 degrees of north latitude, wherever the rains are constant from May to October, and comprehending consequently the periods of the greatest heats, which occur in July and August. Note. The maximum of the heat is not felt on the coast at Cumana, at La Guayra, and in the neighbouring island Margareta, before the month of September; and the rains, if the name be given to a few drops that fall at intervals, are observed only in the months of October and November. Nothing can equal the clearness of the atmosphere from the month of December to that of February. The sky is then constantly without clouds, and if one should appear, it is a phenomenon that engages the whole attention of the inhabitants. A breeze from the east, and from east northeast, blows with violence. As it brings with it air always of the same temperature, the vapours cannot become visible by cooling. About the end of February and the beginning of March, the blue of the sky is less intense. The hygrometer indicates by degrees greater humidity. The stars are sometimes veiled by a slight stratum of vapour, and their light is no longer steady and planetary. They are seen twinkling from time to time when at 20 degrees above the horizon. The breeze at this period becomes less strong, less regular, and is often interrupted by dead calms. The clouds accumulate towards south-southeast, appearing like distant mountains, with outlines strongly marked. From time to time they detach themselves from the horizon, and traverse the vault of the sky with a rapidity which little corresponds with the feeble wind prevailing in the lower strata of the air. At the end of March, the southern region of the atmosphere is illumined by small electric explosions. They are like phosphorescent gleams, circumscribed by vapour. The breeze then shifts from time to time, and for several hours together, to the west and southwest. This is a certain sign of the approach of the rainy season, which begins at the Orinoco about the end of April. The blue sky disappears, and a grey tint spreads uniformly over it. At the same time, the heat of the atmosphere progressively increases, and soon the heavens are no longer obscured by clouds, but by condensed vapours. The plaintive cry of the howling apes begins to be heard before sunrise. The atmospheric electricity, which during the season of drought, from December to March, had been constantly, in the daytime, from 1.7 to 2 lines, becomes extremely variable from the month of March. It appears nil during whole days, and then for some hours the pith balls diverge 3 or 4 lines. The atmosphere, which is generally, in the torrid as well as in the temperate zone, in a state of positive electricity, passes alternately for 8 or 10 minutes to the negative state. The season of rains is that of storms, and yet a great number of experiments made during 3 years prove to me that it is precisely in this season of storms that we find the smallest degree of electric tension in the lower regions of the atmosphere. Are storms the effect of this unequal charge of the different superincumbent strata of air? What prevents the electricity from descending toward the earth in air which becomes more humid after the month of March? The electricity at this period, instead of being diffused through the whole atmosphere, appears accumulated on the exterior envelope at the surface of the clouds. According to M. Gay-Lussac, it is the formation of the cloud itself that carries the fluid toward its surface. The storm rises in the plains 2 hours after the sun has passed the meridian, consequently a short time after the moment of the maximum of diurnal heat within the tropics. It is extremely rare in the islands to hear thunder during the night or in the morning. Storms at night are peculiar to certain valleys of rivers, having a peculiar climate. What then are the causes of this rupture of the equilibrium and electrical tension of the air, of this continual condensation of the vapours into water, of this interruption of the breezes, of this commencement and duration of the rainy seasons? I doubt whether electricity has any influence on the formation of vapours. It is rather the formation of these vapours that augments and modifies the electrical tension. North and south of the equator, storms or great explosions take place at the same time in the temperate and in the equinoctial zone. Is there an action propagated through the great aerial ocean from the temperate zone toward the tropics? How can it be conceived that in that zone where the sun rises constantly to so great a height above the horizon, its passage through the zenith can have so powerful an influence on the meteorological variations? I am of the opinion that no local cause determines the commencement of the rains within the tropics, and that a more intimate knowledge of the higher currents of air will elucidate these problems, so complicated in appearance. We can observe only what passes in the lower strata of the atmosphere. The Andes are scarcely inhabited beyond the height of 2,000 toises, and at that height the proximity of the soil and the masses of mountains which form the shoals of the aerial ocean have a sensible influence on the ambient air. What we observe on the tableland of Antisana is not what we should find at the same height in a balloon, hovering over the llanos or the surface of the ocean. We have just seen that the season of rains and storms in the northern equinoctial zone coincides with the passage of the sun through the zenith of the place. Note: these passages take place in the 5th and 10th degrees of north latitude, between the 3rd and the 16th of April, and between the 27th of August and the 8th of September. End of note. With the cessation of the northeast breezes, and with the frequency of calms and vendavales, which are stormy winds from southeast and southwest, accompanied by a cloudy sky. I believe that, in reflecting on the general laws of the equilibrium of the gaseous masses constituting our atmosphere, we may find in the interruption of the current that blows from a homonymous pole, in the want of the renewal of air in the torrid zone, and in the continued action of an ascending humid current, a very simple cause of the coincidence of these phenomena. While the northeasterly breeze blows with all its violence north of the equator, it prevents the atmosphere which covers the equinoctial lands and seas from saturating itself with moisture. The hot and moist air of the torrid zone arises aloft and flows off again toward the poles, while inferior polar currents, bringing drier and colder strata, are every instant taking the place of the columns of ascending air. By this constant action of two opposite currents, the humidity, far from being accumulated in the equatorial region, is carried toward the cold and temperate regions. During the season of breezes, which is that when the sun is in the southern signs, the sky in the northern equinoctial zone is constantly serene. The vesicular vapours are not condensed, because the air, unceasingly renewed, is far from the point of saturation. In proportion as the sun, entering the northern signs, rises towards the zenith, the breeze from the northeast moderates, and by degrees entirely ceases. The difference of temperature between the tropics and the temperate northern zone is then the least possible. It is the summer of the boreal pole, and if the mean temperature of the winter between 42 and 52 degrees of north latitude be from 20 to 26 degrees of the centigrade thermometer less than the equatorial heat, the difference in summer is scarcely from 4 to 6 degrees. The sun being in the zenith, and the breeze having ceased, The causes which produce humidity and accumulate it in the northern equinoctial zone become at once more active. The column of air reposing on this zone is saturated with vapours, because it is no longer renewed by the polar current. Clouds form in this air saturated and cooled by the combined effects of radiation and the dilation of the ascending air. This air augments its capacity for heat in proportion as it rarefies. With the formation and collection of the vesicular vapours, electricity accumulates in the higher regions of the atmosphere. The precipitation of the vapours is continual during the day, but it generally ceases at night, and frequently even before sunset. The showers are regularly more violent, and accompanied with electric explosions a short time after the maximum of the diurnal heat. This state of things remains unchanged till the sun enters into the southern signs. This is the commencement of cold in the northern temperate zone. The current from the North Pole is then re-established, because the difference between the heat of the equinoctial and temperate regions augments daily. The northeast breeze blows with violence. The air of the tropics is renewed, and can no longer attain the degree of saturation. The rains consequently cease. The vesicular vapour is dissolved, and the sky resumes its clearness and its azure tint. Electrical explosions are no longer heard, doubtless because electricity no longer comes in contact with the groups of vesicular vapours in the high regions of the air. I had almost said the coating of clouds, on which the fluid can accumulate. We have here considered the cessation of the breezes as the principal cause of the equatorial rains. These rains in each hemisphere last only as long as the sun has its declination in that hemisphere. It is necessary to observe that the absence of the breeze is not always succeeded by a dead calm, but that the calm is often interrupted, particularly along the western coast of America, by bendavales or southwest and southeast winds. This phenomenon seems to demonstrate that the columns of humid air which rise in the northern equatorial zone sometimes flow off toward the south pole. In fact, the countries situated in the torrid zone, both north and south of the equator, furnish, during their summer, while the sun is passing through their zenith, the maximum of difference of temperature with the air of the opposite pole. The southern temperate zone has its winter, while it rains on the north of the equator, and while a mean heat prevails from 5 to 6 degrees greater than in the time of drought, when the sun is lower. Note: from the equator to 10 degrees of north latitude, the mean temperatures of the summer and winter months scarcely differ 2 or 3 degrees, but at the limits of the torrid zone toward the Tropic of Cancer, the difference amounts to 8 or 9 degrees. End of note. The continuation of the rains, while the bendavales blow, proves that the currents from the remoter pole do not act in the northern equinoctial zone, like the currents of the nearer pole, on account of the greater humidity of the southern polar current. The air, wafted by this current, comes from a hemisphere consisting almost entirely of water. It traverses all the southern equinoctial zone to reach the parallel of 8 degrees north latitude, and is consequently less dry, less cold, less adapted to act as a countercurrent to renew the equinoctial air and prevent its saturation, than the northern polar current or the breeze of the northeast. Note: in the two temperate zones, the air loses its transparency every time that the wind blows from the opposite pole, that is to say, from the pole that is not the same denomination as the hemisphere in which the wind blows. End of note. We may suppose that the bendavales are impetuous winds which, on some coasts, for instance on that of Guatemala, because they are not the effect of a regular and progressive descent of the air of the tropics towards the south pole, but they alternate with calms, are accompanied by electrical explosions, and are in fact squalls that indicate a reflux, an abrupt and instantaneous rupture of the equilibrium in the aerial ocean. We have here discussed one of the most important phenomena of the meteorology of the tropics, considered in its most general view. In the same manner as the limits of the trade winds do not form circles parallel with the equator, the action of the polar currents is variously felt in different meridians. The chains of mountains and the coasts in the same hemisphere have often opposite seasons. There are several examples of these anomalies, but in order to discover the laws of nature, we must know, before we examine into the causes of local perturbations, the average state of the atmosphere, and the constant type of its variations. The aspect of the sky, the progress of the electricity, and the shower of the 28th of March announced the commencement of the rainy season. We were still advised, however, to go from San Fernando de Apure by San Francisco de Capanaparo, the Rio Sinaruco, and the Hato de San Antonio, to the village of the Otomacs, recently founded near the banks of the Meta, and to embark on the Orinoco a little above Carichana. This way by land lies across an unhealthy and feverish country. An old farmer, named Francisco Sanchez, obligingly offered to conduct us. His dress denoted the great simplicity of manners prevailing in those distant countries. He had acquired a fortune of more than 10,000 piastres, and yet he mounted on horseback, with his feet bare, and wearing large silver spurs. We knew by the experience of several weeks the dull uniformity of the vegetation of the Llanos, and preferred the longer road, which leads by the Rio Apure to the Orinoco. We chose one of those very large canoes called lanchas by the Spaniards. A pilot and 4 Indians were sufficient to manage it. They constructed near the stern, in the space of a few hours, a cabin covered with palm leaves, sufficiently spacious to contain a table and benches. These were made of ox hides, strained tight, and nailed to frames of Brazil wood. I mention these minute circumstances to prove that our accommodations on the Rio Apure were far different from those to which we were afterwards reduced in the narrow boats of the Orinoco. We loaded the canoe with provision for a month. Fowls, eggs, plantains, cassava, and cacao are found in abundance at San Fernando. The good Capuchin, Fray Jose Maria de Malaga, gave us sherry wine, oranges, and tamarinds to make cooling beverages. We could easily foresee that a roof constructed of palm leaves would become excessively hot on a large river, where we were almost always exposed to the perpendicular rays of the sun. The Indians relied less on the provision we had purchased than on their hooks and nets. We took also some firearms, which we found in general use as far as the cataracts, but farther south the great humidity of the air prevents the missionaries from using them. The Rio Apure abounds in fish, manatees, and turtles, the eggs of which afford an aliment more nutritious than agreeable to the taste. Its banks are inhabited by an innumerable quantity of birds, among which the pauhi and the guacharaca, which may be called the turkeys and pheasants of those countries, are found to be the most useful. Their flesh appeared to be harder and less white than that of the gallinaceous tribe in Europe, because they use much more muscular exercise. We did not forget to add to our provision fishing tackle, firearms, and a few casks of brandy, to serve as a medium of barter with the Indians of the Orinoco. End of chapter 2.18, part 1. Chapter 2.18, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.18, Part 2. We departed from San Fernando on the 30th of March at 4 in the afternoon. The weather was extremely hot, the thermometer rising in the shade to 34 degrees, though the breeze blew very strongly from the southeast. Owing to this contrary wind, we could not set our sails. We were accompanied in the whole of this voyage on the Apure, the Orinoco, and the Rio Negro, by the brother-in-law of the governor of the province of Varinas, Don Nicolas Soto, who had recently arrived from Cadiz. Desirous of visiting countries so calculated to excite the curiosity of a European, he did not hesitate to confine himself with us during 74 days in a narrow boat infested with mosquitoes. His amiable disposition and gay temper often helped to make us forget the sufferings of a voyage which was not wholly exempt from danger. We passed the mouth of the Apurito and coasted the island of the same name, formed by the Apure and the Guarico. This island is in fact only a very low spot of ground bordered by 2 great rivers, both of which, at a little distance from each other, fall into the Orinoco, after having formed a junction below San Fernando by the first bifurcation of the Apure. The Isla de Apurito is 22 leagues in length, and 2 or 3 leagues in breadth. It is divided by the Caño de la Tigrera and the Caño del Manatí into 3 parts, the 2 extremes of which bear the names of Isla de Blanco and Isla de los Garzitas. The right bank of the Apure, below the Apurito, is somewhat better cultivated than the left bank, where the Yaruros or Japuin Indians have constructed a few huts with reeds and stalks of palm leaves. These people, who live by hunting and fishing, are very skilful in killing jaguars. It is they who principally carry the skins, known in Europe by the name of tiger skins, to the Spanish villages. Some of these Indians have been baptized, but they never visit the Christian churches. They are considered as savages because they choose to remain independent. Other tribes of Yaruros live under the rule of the missionaries, in the village of Achaguas, situated south of the Rio Payara. The individuals of this nation, whom I had an opportunity of seeing at Orinoco, have a stern expression of countenance, and some features in their physiognomy, erroneously called Tartarian, belong to branches of the Mongol race, the eye very long, the cheekbones high, but the nose prominent throughout its whole length. They are taller, browner, and less thick-set than the Chayma Indians. The missionaries praise the intellectual character of the Yaruros, who were formerly a powerful and numerous nation on the banks of the Orinoco, especially in the environs of Quicara, below the mouth of the Guarico. We passed the night at Diamante, a small sugar plantation formed opposite the island of the same name. During the whole of my voyage from San Fernando to San Carlos del Rio Negro, and thence to the town of Angostura, I noted down day by day, either in the boat or where we disembarked at night, all that appeared to me worthy of observation. Violent rains and the prodigious quantity of mosquitoes with which the air is filled on the banks of the Orinoco and the Cassiquiare necessarily occasioned some interruptions, but I supplied the omission by notes taken a few days after. I here subjoin some extracts from my journal. Whatever is written while the objects we describe are before our eyes bears a character of truth and individuality which gives attraction to things the least important. On the 31st March, a contrary wind obliged us to remain on shore till noon. We saw a part of some cane fields laid waste by the effect of a conflagration which had spread from a neighbouring forest. The wandering Indians everywhere set fire to the forest where they have encamped at night, and during the season of drought, vast provinces would be the prey of these conflagrations, if the extreme hardness of the wood did not prevent the trees from being entirely consumed. We found trunks of desmanthus and mahogany, which were scarcely charred 2 inches deep. Having passed the Diamante, we entered a land inhabited only by tigers, crocodiles, and chiguires. The latter are a large species of the genus Cavia of Linnaeus. We saw flocks of birds, crowded so closely together as to appear against the sky like a dark cloud which every instant changed its form. The river widens by degrees. One of its banks is generally barren and sandy from the effect of inundations. The other is higher and covered with lofty trees. In some parts the river is bordered by forests on each side, and forms a straight canal 150 toises broad. The manner in which the trees are disposed is very remarkable. We first find bushes of sauso, note, Hermisia castaneifolia. This is a new genus, approaching the Alchornea of Schwartz, end of note, forming a kind of hedge 4 feet high, and appearing as if they had been clipped by the hand of man. A copse of cedar, braziletto, and lignum vitae rises behind this hedge. Palm trees are rare. We saw only a few scattered trunks of the thorny piritu and corozo. The large quadrupeds of those regions, the jaguars, tapirs, and peccaries, have made openings in the hedge of sauso, which we have just described. Through these the wild animals pass when they come to drink at the river. As they fear but little the approach of a boat, we had the pleasure of viewing them as they paced slowly along the shore till they disappeared in the forest, which they entered by one of the narrow passes left at intervals between the bushes. These scenes, which were often repeated, had ever for me a peculiar attraction. The pleasure they excite is not owing solely to the interest which the naturalist takes in the objects of his study. It is connected with a feeling common to all men who have been brought up in the habits of civilization. You find yourself in a new world, in the midst of untamed and savage nature. Now the jaguar, the beautiful panther of America, appears upon the shore, and now the hocco, note, Caex elector, the peacock pheasant, C. poxy, the cashew bird, end of note, with its black plumage and tufted head, moves slowly along the sausos. Animals of the most different classes succeed each other. Es como en el paradiso. It is just as it was in paradise, said our pilot, an old Indian of the missions. Everything, indeed, in these regions recalls to mind the state of the primitive world with its innocence and felicity. But in carefully observing the manners of animals among themselves, we see that they mutually avoid and fear each other. The golden age has ceased, and in this paradise of the American forests, as well as everywhere else, sad and long experience has taught all beings that benignity is seldom found in alliance with strength. When the shore is of considerable breadth, the hedge of sauso remains at a distance from the river. In the intermediate space we see crocodiles, sometimes to the number of 8 or 10, stretched on the sand. Motionless, with their jaws wide open, they repose by each other, without displaying any of those marks of affection observed in other animals living in society. The troop separates as soon as they quit the shore. It is, however, probably composed of one male only, and many females, for as M. Descourtis, who has so much studied the crocodiles of St. Domingo, observed to me, the males are rare, because they kill one another in fighting during the season of their loves. These monstrous creatures are so numerous, that throughout the whole course of the river, we had almost at every instant 5 or 6 in view. Yet at this period the swelling of the Rio Apure was scarcely perceived, and consequently hundreds of crocodiles were still buried in the mud of the savannas. About 4 in the afternoon we stopped to measure a dead crocodile, which had been cast ashore. It was only 16 feet 8 inches long. Some days after, M. Bonpland found another, a male, 22 feet 3 inches long. In every zone, in America as in Egypt, this animal attains the same size. The species so abundant in the Apure, the Orinoco, it is the arua of the Tamanac Indians, the amana of the Maypure Indians, the Crocodilus acutus of Cuvier, and the Rio de la Magdalena is not a cayman, but a real crocodile, analogous to that of the Nile, having feet dentated at the external edges. When it is recollected that the male enters the age of puberty only at 10 years, and that its length is then 8 feet, we may presume that the crocodile measured by M. Bonpland was at least 28 years old. The Indians told us that at San Fernando scarcely a year passes without 2 or 3 grown-up persons, particularly women who fetch water from the river, being drowned by these carnivorous reptiles. They related to us the history of a young girl of Uritucu, who by singular intrepidity and presence of mind saved herself from the jaws of a crocodile. When she felt herself seized, she sought the eyes of the animal, and plunged her fingers into them with such violence that the pain forced the crocodile to let her go after having bitten off the lower part of her left arm. The girl, notwithstanding the enormous quantity of blood she lost, reached the shore, swimming with the hand that still remained to her. In those desert countries, where man is ever wrestling with nature, discourse daily turns on the best means that may be employed to escape from a tiger, a boa, or a crocodile. Everyone prepares himself in some sort for the dangers that may await him. I knew, said the young girl of Urutica coolly, that the cayman lets go his hold if you push your fingers into his eyes. Long after my return to Europe, I learned that in the interior of Africa the negroes know and practice the same means of defence. Who does not recollect with lively interest Isaac, the guide of the unfortunate Mungo Park, who was seized twice by a crocodile, and twice escaped from the jaws of the monster, having succeeded in thrusting his fingers into the creature's eyes while under the water? The African Isaac and the young American girl owe their safety to the same presence of mind and the same combination of ideas. The movements of the crocodile of the Apure are sudden and rapid when it attacks any object, but it moves with the slowness of a salamander when not excited by rage or hunger. The animal in running makes a rustling noise, which seems to proceed from the rubbing of the scales of its skin one against another. In this movement it bends its back, and appears higher on its legs than when at rest. We often heard this rattling of the scales very near us on the shore, but it is not true, as the Indians pretend, that, like the armadillo, the old crocodiles, "can erect their scales, and every part of their armour." The motion of these animals is no doubt generally in a straight line, or rather like that of an arrow, supposing it to change its direction at certain distances. However, notwithstanding the little apparatus of false ribs, which connects the vertebrae of the neck, and seems to impede the lateral movement, crocodiles can turn easily when they please. I often saw young ones biting their tails, and other observers have seen the same action in crocodiles at their full growth. If their movements almost always appear to be straightforward, it is because, like our small lizards, they move by starts. Crocodiles are excellent swimmers. They go with facility against the most rapid current. It appeared to me, however, that in descending the river they had some difficulty in turning quickly about. A large dog, which had accompanied us in our journey from Caracas to the Rio Negro, was one day pursued in swimming by an enormous crocodile. The latter had nearly reached its prey when the dog escaped by turning round suddenly and swimming against the current. The crocodile performed the same movement, but much more slowly than the dog, which succeeded in gaining the shore. The crocodiles of the Apure find abundant food in the chiguires, thick-nosed tapirs, which live 50 or 60 together in troops on the banks of the river. Cavia capybara, Linn. The word chiguire belongs to the language of the Palencas and the Cumanagotos. The Spaniards call this animal guardatinaja, the Caribs capigua, the Tamanacs capiva, and the Maypures chiato. According to Azara, it is known at Buenos Aires by the Indian names of capigua and capiguara. These various denominations show a striking analogy between the languages of the Orinoco and those of the Rio de la Plata. These animals, as large as our pigs, have no weapons of defence. They swim somewhat better than they run, yet they become the prey of crocodiles in the water and of tigers on the land. It is difficult to conceive how, being thus persecuted by two powerful enemies, they become so numerous, but they breed with the same rapidity as the little cavies or guinea pigs which come to us from Brazil. We stopped below the mouth of the Cano de la Tigrera, in a sinuosity called the Vuelta del Jofal, to measure the velocity of the water at its surface. It was not more than 3.2 feet in a second, which gives 2.56 feet for the mean velocity. In order to measure the velocity of the surface of a river, I generally measure on the beach a base of 250 feet, and observed with the chronometer the time that a floating body, abandoned to the current, required to reach this distance. The height of the barometer indicated barely a slope of 17 inches in a mile of 950 toises. The velocity is the simultaneous effect of the slope of the ground and the accumulation of the waters by the swelling of the upper parts of the river. We were again surrounded by chiguires, which swim like dogs, raising their heads and necks above the water. We saw with surprise a large crocodile on the opposite shore, motionless, and sleeping in the midst of these nibbling animals. It awoke at the approach of our canoe, and went into the water slowly, without frightening the chiguires. Our Indians accounted for this indifference by the stupidity of the animals, but it is more probable that the chiguires know by long experience that the crocodile of the Apure and the Orinoco does not attack upon land unless he finds the object he would seize immediately in his way at the instant when he throws himself into the water. Near the Joval, nature assumes an awful and extremely wild aspect. We there saw the largest jaguar we had ever met with. The natives themselves were astonished at its prodigious length, which surpassed that of any Bengal tiger I had ever seen in the museums of Europe. The animal lay stretched beneath the shade of a large samang, a species of mimosa. It had just killed a chiguire, but had not yet touched its prey, on which it kept one of its paws. The Zamuro vultures were assembled in great numbers to devour the remains of the jaguar's repast. They presented the most curious spectacle, by a singular mixture of boldness and timidity. They advanced within the distance of 2 feet from the animal, but at the least movement he made, they drew back. In order to observe more nearly the manners of these creatures, we went into the little skiff that accompanied our canoe. Tigers very rarely attack boats by swimming to them, and never but when their ferocity is heightened by a long privation of food. The noise of our oars led the animal to rise slowly and hide itself beneath the sauso bushes that bordered the shore. The vultures tried to profit by this moment of absence to devour the chiguire, but the tiger, notwithstanding the proximity of our boat, leapt into the midst of them, and in a fit of rage, expressed his gait, and by the movement of his tail carried off his prey to the forest. The Indians regretted that they were not provided with their lances, in order to go on shore and attack the tiger. They were accustomed to this weapon, and were right in not trusting to our firearms. In so excessively damp an atmosphere, muskets often miss fire. Continuing to descend the river, we met with the great herd of chiguires, which the tiger had put to flight, and from which he had selected his prey. These animals saw us land very unconcernedly. Some of them were seated, and gazed upon us, moving the upper lip like rabbits. They seemed not to be afraid of man, but the sight of our dog put them to flight. Their hind legs being longer than their forelegs, their pace is a slight gallop, but with so little swiftness that we succeeded in catching 2 of them. The chiguire, which swims with the greatest agility, utters a short moan in running, as if its respiration were impeded. It is the largest of the family of rodentia, or gnawing animals. It defends itself only at the last extremity, when it is surrounded and wounded, having great strength in its grinding teeth, particularly the hinder ones, which are pretty long. It can tear the paw of a tiger, or the leg of a horse, with its bite. Note: we counted 18 on each side. On the hind feet, at the upper end of the metatarsus, there is a callosity 3 inches long and 3/4 of an inch broad, destitute of hair. The animal, when seated, rests upon this part. No tail is visible externally, but on putting aside the hair we discovered a tubercle, a mass of naked and wrinkled flesh, of a conical figure, and 1/2 inch long. End of note. Its flesh has a musky smell somewhat disagreeable, yet hams are made of it in this country, a circumstance which almost justifies the name of water hog, given to the chiguire by some of the older naturalists. The missionary monks do not hesitate to eat these hams during Lent. According to their zoological classification, they place the armadillo, the thick-nosed tapir, and the manatee near the tortoises, the first because it is covered with a hard armour like a shell, and the others because they are amphibious. The chiguires are found in such numbers on the banks of the rivers Santo Domingo, Apure, and Arauca, in the marshes and in the inundated savannas of the llanos, that the pasturages suffer from them. Note: near Uritico, in the Caño del Ravanal, we saw a flock of 80 or 100 of these animals. End of note. They browse the grass which fattens the horses best, and which bears the name of chiguirero, or chiguire grass. They also feed upon fish, and we saw with surprise that when scared by the approach of a boat, the animal in diving remains 8 or 10 minutes under water. We passed the night as usual in the open air, though in a plantation, the proprietor of which employed himself in hunting tigers. He wore scarcely any clothing, and was of a dark brown complexion like a Zambo. This did not prevent him classing himself among the whites. He called his wife and his daughter, who were as naked as himself, Doña Isabella and Doña Manuela. Without having ever quitted the banks of the Apure, he took a lively interest in the news of Madrid, inquiring eagerly respecting those never-ending wars, and everything down yonder. Todas las cosas de Allah. He knew, he said, that the king was soon to come and visit the grandees of the country of Caracas, but he added with some pleasantry, that as the people of the court can only eat white bread, they will never pass beyond the Victoria, and we shall not see them here. I brought with me a chiguire which I had intended to have roasted, but our host assured us that such Indian game was not fit for nos otros caballeros blancos, white gentlemen like ourselves and him. Accordingly, he offered us some venison, which he had killed the day before with an arrow, for he had neither powder nor firearms. We supposed that a small wood of plantain trees concealed from us the hut of his farm. But this man, so proud of his nobility and the colour of his skin, had not taken the trouble of constructing even an ajupa, or hut, of palm leaves. He invited us to have our hammocks hung near his own, between 2 trees, and he assured us with an air of complacency that, if we came up river in the rainy season, we should find him beneath a roof, bajo techo. We soon had reason to complain of a system of philosophy which is indulgent to indolence, and renders a man indifferent to the conveniences of life. A furious wind arose after midnight, lightnings flashed over the horizon, thunder rolled, and we were wet to the skin. During this storm a whimsical incident served to amuse us for a moment. Dona Isabella's cat had perched upon the tamarind tree, at the foot of which we lay. It fell into the hammock of one of our companions, who, being hurt by the claws of the cat, and suddenly aroused from a profound sleep, imagined he was attacked by some wild beast of the forest. We ran to him on hearing his cries, and had some trouble to convince him of his error. While it rained in torrents on our hammocks and on our instruments which we had brought ashore, Don Ignacio congratulated us on our good fortune in not sleeping on the strand, but finding ourselves in his domain among whites and persons of respectability, entre gente blanca y de trata. Wet as we were, we could not easily persuade ourselves of the advantages of our situation, and we listened with some impatience to the long narrative our host gave us of his pretended expedition to the Rio Meta, of the valour he had displayed in a sanguinary combat with the Guahibo Indians, and the services that he had rendered to God and his king in carrying away Indian children, los indiecitos, from their parents to distribute them in the missions. We were struck with the singularity of finding in that vast solitude a man believing himself to be of European race, and knowing no other shelter than the shade of a tree, and yet having all the vain pretensions, hereditary prejudices, and errors of long-standing civilization. On the 1st of April, at sunrise, we quitted Señor Don Ignacio and Señora Dona Isabella, his wife. The weather was cooler, for the thermometer, which generally kept in the daytime at 30 or 35 degrees, had sunk to 24 degrees. The temperature of the river was little changed. It continued constantly at 26 or 27 degrees. The current carried with it an enormous number of trunks of trees. It might be imagined that on ground entirely smooth, and where the eye cannot distinguish the least hill, the river would have formed by the force of its current a channel in a straight line. But a glance at the map, which I traced by the compass, will prove the contrary. The two banks worn by the waters do not furnish an equal resistance, and almost imperceptible inequalities of the level suffice to produce great sinuosities. Yet below the Joval, where the bed of the river enlarges a little, it forms a channel that appears perfectly straight, and is shaded on each side by very tall trees. This part of the river is called Caño Rico. I found it to be 136 toises broad. We passed a low island inhabited by thousands of flamingos, rose-coloured spoonbills, herons, and moorhens, which displayed plumage of the most various colours. These birds were so close together that they seemed to be unable to stir. The island they frequent is called Isla de Aves, or Bird Island. Lower down we passed the point where the Rio Arichuna, an arm of the Apure, branches off to the Cabulare, carrying away a considerable body of its waters. We stopped on the right bank at a little Indian mission, inhabited by the tribe of Guamos, called the village of Santa Barbara de Arichuna. The Guamos are a race of Indians very difficult to fix on a settled spot. Note: Father Gili observes that their Indian name is Uama and Pau, and that they originally dwelt on the upper Apure. End of note. They have great similarity of manners with the Achaguas and the Guahibos. Note: their Indian name is Guahiva. End of note. And the Ottomacs, partaking their disregard of cleanliness, their spirit of vengeance, and their taste for wandering, but their language differs essentially. The greater part of these four tribes live by fishing and hunting, in plains often inundated, situated between the Apure, the Meta, and the Guaviare. The nature of these regions seems to invite the natives to a wandering life. On entering the mountains of the cataracts of the Orinoco, we shall soon find, among the Piraoas, the Macos, and the Maquaritaras, milder manners, a love of agriculture, and great cleanliness in the interior of their huts. On mountain ridges, in the midst of impenetrable forests, man is compelled to fix himself and cultivate a small spot of land. This cultivation requires little care, while in a country where there are no other roads than rivers, the life of the hunter is laborious and difficult. The Guamos of the mission of Santa Barbara could not furnish us with the provision we wanted. They cultivate only a little cassava. They appeared hospitable, and when we entered their huts, they offered us dried fish, and water cooled in porous vessels. Beyond the Vuelta del Cochino Roto, in a spot where the river has scooped itself a new bed, we passed the night on a bare and very extensive strand. The forest being impenetrable, we had the greatest difficulty to find dry wood to light fires, near which the Indians believed themselves in safety from the nocturnal attacks of the tiger. Our own experience seems to bear testimony in favour of this opinion. But Azara asserts that, in his time, a tiger in Paraguay carried off a man who was seated near a fire lighted in the savannah. The night was calm and serene, and there was a beautiful moonlight. The crocodiles, stretched along the shore, placed themselves in such a manner as to be able to see the fire. We thought we observed that its blaze attracted them, as it attracts fishes, crayfish, and other inhabitants of the water. The Indians showed us the tracks of 3 tigers in the sand, 2 of which were very young. A female had no doubt conducted her little ones to drink at the river. Finding no tree on the strand, we stuck our oars in the ground, and to these we fastened our hammocks. Everything passed tranquilly till 11 at night, and then a noise so terrific arose in the neighbouring forest that it was almost impossible to close our eyes. Amid the cries of so many wild beasts howling at once, the Indians discriminated such only as were at intervals heard separately. These were the little soft cries of the sapajous, the moans of the alouate apes, the howlings of the jaguar and cougar, the peccary and the sloth, and the cries of the curassow, the paraca, and other gallinaceous birds. When the jaguars approached the skirt of the forest, our dog, which till then had never ceased barking, began to howl and seek for shelter beneath our hammocks. Sometimes, after a long silence, the cry of the tiger came from the tops of the trees, and then it was followed by the sharp and long whistling of the monkeys, which appeared to flee from the danger that threatened them. We heard the same noises repeated during the course of whole months, whenever the forest approached the bed of the river. The security evinced by the Indians inspires confidence in the minds of travellers, who readily persuade themselves that the tigers are afraid of fire, and that they do not attack a man lying in his hammock. These attacks are in fact extremely rare, and, during a long abode in South America, I remember only one example of a llanero who was found mutilated in his hammock opposite the island of Achaguas. When the natives are interrogated on the causes of the tremendous noise made by the beasts of the forest at certain hours of the night, the answer is, "They are keeping the feast of the full moon." I believe this agitation is most frequently the effect of some conflict that has arisen in the depths of the forest. The jaguars, for instance, pursue the peccaries and the tapirs, which, having no defence but in their numbers, flee in close troops, and break down the bushes they find in their way. Terrified at this struggle, the timid and mistrustful monkeys answer, from the tops of the trees, the cries of the large animals. They awaken the birds that live in society, and by degrees the whole assembly is in commotion. It is not always in a fine moonlight, but more particularly at the time of a storm and violent showers, that this tumult takes place among the wild beasts. "May heaven grant them a quiet night and repose, and us also," said the monk who accompanied us to the Rio Negro, when, sinking with fatigue, he assisted in arranging our accommodations for the night. It was indeed strange to find no silence in the solitude of woods. In the inns of Spain we dread the sounds of guitars from the next apartment. On the Orinoco, where the traveller's resting place is the open beach, or beneath the shelter of a solitary tree, his slumbers are disturbed by a serenade from the forest. End of chapter 2.18, part 2. Section 2.18, Part 3, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.18, Part 3. We set sail before sunrise on the 2nd of April. The morning was beautiful and cool, according to the feelings of those who are accustomed to the heat of these climates. The thermometer rose only to 28 degrees in the air, but the dry and white sand of the beach, notwithstanding its radiation toward a cloudless sky, retained a temperature of 36 degrees. The porpoises (toninas) ploughed the river in long files. The shore was covered with fishing birds. Some of these perched on the floating wood as it passed down the river, and surprised the fish that preferred the middle of the stream. Our canoe was aground several times during the morning. These shocks are sufficiently violent to split a light bark. We struck on the points of several large trees, which remained for years in an oblique position sunk in the mud. These trees descend from Sarare at a period of great inundations, and they so fill the bed of the river that canoes in going up find it difficult sometimes to make their way over the shoals, or wherever there are eddies. We reached a spot near the island of Carizales, where we saw trunks of the locust tree of an enormous size above the surface of the water. They were covered with a species of plotus, nearly resembling the ahinga, or white-bellied darter. These birds perch in files, like pheasants and paracas, and they remain for hours entirely motionless, with their beaks raised toward the sky. Below the island of Carizales, we observed a diminution of the waters of the river, at which we were the more surprised, as, after the bifurcation at the Boca de Arichuna, there is no branch, no natural drain, which takes away water from the Apure. The loss is solely the effect of evaporation and of filtration on a sandy and wet shore. Some idea of the magnitude of these effects may be formed from the fact that we found the heat of the dry sands, at different hours of the day, from 36 to 52 degrees, and that of sands covered with 3 or 4 inches of water, 32 degrees. The beds of rivers are heated as far as the depth to which the solar rays can penetrate, without undergoing too great an extinction in their passage through the superincumbent strata of water. Besides, filtration extends in a lateral direction far beyond the bed of the river. The shore, which appears dry to us, imbibes water as far as up to the level of the surface of the river. We saw water gush out at a distance of 50 toises from the shore, every time that the Indians struck their oars into the ground. Now these sands, wet below but dry above, and exposed to the solar rays, act like sponges, and lose the infiltrated water every instant by evaporation. The vapour that is emitted traverses the upper stratum of sand strongly heated, and becomes sensible to the eye when the air cools toward evening. As the beach dries, it draws from the river new portions of water, and it may be easily conceived that this continual alternation of vaporization and lateral absorption must cause an immense loss, difficult to submit to exact calculation. The increase of these losses would be in proportion to the length of the course of rivers, if from their source to their mouth they were equally surrounded by a flat shore. But these shores being formed by deposits from the water, and the water having less velocity in proportion as it is more remote from its source, throwing down more sediment in the lower than in the upper part of its course, many rivers in hot countries undergo a diminution in the quantity of their water as they approach their outlets. Mr. Barrow observed these curious effects of sands in the southern part of Africa on the banks of the Orange River. They have also become the subject of a very important discussion in the various hypotheses that have been formed respecting the course of the Niger. Note: geographers supposed for a long period that the Niger was entirely absorbed by the sands, and evaporated by the heat of the tropical sun, as no embouchure could be found on the western coast of Africa to meet the requirements of so enormous a river. It was discovered, however, by the landers in 1830, that it does really flow into the Atlantic, yet the cause mentioned above is so powerful, that of all the numerous branches into which it separates at its mouth, only one, the Nun River, is navigable even for light ships, and for half the year even those are unable to enter. End of note. Near the Vuelta de Basilio, where we landed to collect plants, we saw on the top of a tree 2 beautiful little monkeys, black as jet, the size of the sai, with prehensile tails. Their physiognomy and their movements sufficiently showed that they were neither the Quato, Simia Beelzebub, nor the Chamak, nor any of the Ateles. Our Indians themselves had never seen any that resembled them. Monkeys, especially those living in troops, make long emigrations at certain periods, and consequently it happens that at the beginning of the rainy season the natives discover round their huts different kinds which they have not before observed. On the same bank our guides showed us a nest of young iguanas only 4 inches long. It was difficult to distinguish them from common lizards. There was no distinguishing mark yet formed but the dewlap below the throat. The dorsal spines, the large erect scales, all those appendages that render the iguana so remarkable when it attains its full growth, were scarcely traceable. The flesh of this animal of the saurian family appeared to us to have an agreeable taste in every country where the climate is very dry. We even found it so at periods when we were not in want of other food. It is extremely white, and next to the flesh of the armadillo, one of the best kinds of food to be found in the huts of the natives. It rained toward evening, and before the rain fell, swallows, exactly resembling our own, skimmed over the surface of the water. We also saw a flock of parakeets, pursued by little goshawks without crests. The piercing cries of these parakeets contrasted singularly with the whistling of the birds of prey. We passed the night in the open air upon the beach, near the island of Carizales. There were several Indian huts in the neighbourhood, surrounded with plantations. Our pilot assured us beforehand that we should not hear the cries of the jaguar, which, when not extremely pressed by hunger, withdraws from places where he does not reign unmolested. "Men put him out of humour," "Los hombres lo enfadan," say the people in the missions, a pleasant and simple expression that marks a well-observed fact. Since our departure from San Fernando, we had not met a single boat on this fine river. Everything denoted the most profound solitude. On the morning of the 3rd of April, our Indians caught with a hook the fish known in the country by the name of caribe. Caribe in the Spanish language signifies cannibal, or caribito, because no other fish has such a thirst for blood. It attacks bathers and swimmers, from whom it often bites away considerable pieces of flesh. The Indians dread extremely these caribes, and several of them showed us the scars of deep wounds in the calf of the leg and in the thigh, made by these little animals. They swim at the bottom of rivers, but if a few drops of blood be shed on the water, they rise by thousands to the surface, so that if a person be only slightly bitten, it is difficult for him to get out of the water without receiving a severer wound. When we reflect on the numbers of these little fish, the largest and most voracious of which are only 4 or 5 inches long, on the triangular form of their sharp and cutting teeth, and on the amplitude of their retractile mouths, we need not be surprised at the fear which the caribe excites in the inhabitants of the banks of the Apure and the Orinoco. In places where the river was very limpid, where not a fish appeared, we threw into the water little morsels of raw flesh, and in a few minutes a perfect cloud of caribes had come to dispute their prey. The belly of this fish has a cutting edge indented like a saw, a characteristic which may also be traced in the serrasalms, the miletes, and the pristogastris. The presence of a second adipose dorsal fin, and the form of the teeth covered by lips distant from each other, and largest in the lower jaw, place the caribe among the serrasalmes. Its mouth is much wider than that of the miletes of Cuvier. Its body toward the back is ash-coloured, with a tint of green, but the belly, the gill covers, and the pectoral, anal, and ventral fins are of a fine orange hue. 3 species are known in the Orinoco, and are distinguished by their size. The intermediate appears to be identical with the medium species of the piraya or piranha of Markgrave. Sulmo robius, Linn. The carabito has a very agreeable flavour. As no one dares to bathe where it is found, it may be considered as one of the greatest scourges of those climates, in which the sting of the mosquitoes and the general irritation of the skin render the use of baths so necessary. We stopped at noon in a desert spot called Agodonal. I left my companions while they drew the boat ashore and were occupied in preparing our dinner. I went along the beach to get a near view of a group of crocodiles sleeping in the sun and lying in such a manner as to have their tails, which were furnished with broad plates, resting on one another. Some little herons, white as snow, walked along their banks, and even upon their heads, as if passing over trunks of trees. Garzon chico. It is believed in Egypt that herons have an affection for crocodiles, because they take advantage in fishing of the terror that monstrous animal causes among the fishes, which he drives from the bottom to the surface of the water. But on the banks of the Nile the heron keeps prudently at some distance from the crocodile. End of note. The crocodiles were of a greenish grey, half covered with dried mud. From their colour and their immobility they might have been taken for statues of bronze. This excursion had nearly proved fatal to me. I had kept my eyes constantly turned toward the river, but whilst picking up some spangles of mica agglomerated together in the sand, I discovered the recent footsteps of a tiger, easily distinguished from their form and size. The animal had gone toward the forest, and turning my eyes on that side, I found myself within 80 paces of a jaguar that was lying under the thick foliage of a ceiba. No tiger had ever appeared to me so large. There are accidents in life against which we may seek in vain to fortify our reason. I was extremely alarmed, yet sufficiently master of myself and of my emotions to enable me to follow the advice which the Indians had so often given us as to how we ought to act in such cases. I continued to walk on without running, avoided moving my arms, and thought I observed that the jaguar's attention was fixed on a herd of capybaras which was crossing the river. I then began to return, making a large circuit toward the edge of the water. As the distance increased, I thought I might accelerate my pace. How often was I tempted to look back in order to assure myself that I was not pursued. Happily, I yielded very tardily to this desire. The jaguar had remained motionless. These enormous cats with spotted robes are so well fed in countries abounding in capybaras, peccaries, and deer, that they rarely attack men. I arrived at the boat out of breath, and related my adventure to the Indians. They appeared very little interested in my story. Yet, after having loaded our guns, they accompanied us to the ceiba beneath which the jaguar had lain. He was no longer there, and it would have been imprudent to have pursued him into the forest, where he must have dispersed or advanced in single file amidst the intertwining lianas. In the evening we passed the mouth of the Caño del Manatí, thus named on account of the immense quantity of manatees caught there every year. This herbivorous animal of the cetaceous family is called by the Indians apsia and avia, and it attains here generally 10 or 12 feet in length. Note: the first of these words belongs to the Tamanac language, and the second to the Otomac. Father Gili proves, in opposition to Oviedo, that manatee, fish with hands, is not Spanish, but belongs to the languages of Haiti, St. Domingo, and the Maypures. I believe also that, according to the genius of the Spanish tongue, the animal would have been called menudo or magnon, but not manatee. End of note. It usually weighs from 500 to 800 pounds, but it is asserted that one has been taken of 8,000 pounds weight. The manatee abounds in the Orinoco, below the cataracts, in the Rio Meta, and in the Apure, between the two islands of Carizales and Conserva. We found no vestiges of nails on the external surface or the edges of the fins, which are quite smooth, but little rudiments of nails appear at the third phalanx when the skin of the fins is taken off. We dissected one of these animals, which was 9 feet long, at Carichana, a mission of the Orinoco. The upper lip was 4 inches longer than the lower one. It was covered with a very fine skin, and served as a proboscis. The inside of the mouth, which has a sensible warmth in an animal newly killed, presented a very singular conformation. The tongue was almost motionless, but in front of the tongue there was a fleshy excrescence in every jaw, and a cavity filled with a very hard skin, into which the excrescence fitted. The manatee eats such quantities of grass that we have found its stomach, which is divided into several cavities, and its intestines, 108 feet long, filled with it. On opening the animal at the back, we were struck with the magnitude, form, and situation of its lungs. They have very large cells, and resemble immense swimming bladders. They are 3 feet long. Filled with air, they have a bulk of more than 1,000 cubic inches. I was surprised to see that, possessing such considerable receptacles for air, the manatee comes so often to the surface of the water to breathe. Its flesh is very savoury, though, from what prejudice I know not, it is considered unwholesome and apt to produce fever. It appeared to me to resemble pork rather than beef. It is most esteemed by the Guamos and the Ottomacs, and these two nations are particularly expert in catching the manatee. Its flesh, when salted and dried in the sun, can be preserved a whole year, and, as the clergy regard this mammiferous animal as a fish, it is much sought during Lent. The vital principle is particularly strong in the manatee. It is tied after being harpooned, but is not killed till it has been taken into the canoe. This is effected when the animal is very large, in the middle of the river, by filling the canoe 2/3 with water, sliding it under the animal, and then bailing out the water by means of a calabash. This fishery is most easy after great inundations, when the manatee has passed from the great rivers into the lakes and surrounding marshes, and the waters diminish rapidly. At the period when the Jesuits governed the missions of the Lower Orinoco, they assembled every year at Cabruta, below the mouth of the Apure, to have a grand fishing for manatees with the Indians of their missions, at the foot of the mountain now called El Capuchino. The fat of the animal, known by the name of manatee butter, manteca de manatee, is used for lamps in the churches, and is also employed in preparing food. It has not the fetid smell of whale oil, or that of the other cetaceous animals which spout water. The hide of the manatee, which is more than 1.5 inches thick, is cut into slips, and serves like thongs of ox leather to supply the place of cordage in the llanos. When immersed in water, it has the defect of undergoing a slight degree of putrefaction. Whips are made of it in the Spanish colonies. Hence the words latigo and manatee are synonymous. These whips of manatee leather are a cruel instrument of punishment for the unhappy slaves, and even for the Indians of the missions, though, according to the laws, the latter ought to be treated like freemen. We passed the night opposite the island of Conserva. In skirting the forest, we were surprised by the sight of an enormous trunk of a tree, 70 feet high, and thickly set with branching thorns. It is called by the natives barba de tigre. It was perhaps a tree of the Berberideous family. Note. We found, on the banks of the Apure, Amania apurensis, Cordia cordifolia, C. grandiflora, Molygos sperguloides, Myosotis lithospermoides, Spermacochi diffusa, Coronilla occidentalis, Bignonia apurensis, Pisonia pubescens, Rulia viscosa, some new species of Jusia, and a new genus of the composite family approximating to Rolandra, the Trichospira menthoides of M. Kunth. End of note. The Indians had kindled fires at the edge of the water. We again perceived that their light attracted the crocodiles, and even the porpoises, toninas, the noise of which interrupted our sleep till the fire was extinguished. A female jaguar approached our station whilst taking her young one to drink at the river. The Indians succeeded in chasing her away, but we heard for a long time the cries of the little jaguar, which mewed like a young cat. Soon after, our great dog was bitten, or, as the Indians say, stung, at the point of the nose, by some enormous bats that hovered around our hammocks. These bats had long tails, like the molosses. I believe, however, that they were phyllostomes, the tongue of which, furnished with papillae, is an organ of suction, and is capable of being considerably elongated. The dog's wound was very small and round, and though he uttered a plaintive cry when he felt himself bitten, it was not from pain, but because he was frightened at the sight of the bats, which came out from beneath our hammocks. These accidents are much more rare than is believed even in the country itself. In the course of several years, notwithstanding we slept so often in the open air, in climates where vampire bats, note, Vespertilio spectrum, end of note, and other analogous species are so common, we were never wounded. Besides, the puncture is no way dangerous, and in general causes so little pain that it often does not awaken the person till after the bat has withdrawn. The 4th day of April was the last day we passed on the Rio Apure. The vegetation of its banks became more and more uniform. During several days, and particularly since we had left the mission of Arichuna, we had suffered cruelly from the stings of insects, which covered our faces and hands. They were not mosquitoes, which have the appearance of little flies, or of the genus Simulium, but zancudos, which are really gnats, though very different from our European species. Note. M. Latreille has discovered that the mosquitoes of South Carolina are of the genus Simulium, Atractocera migan. These insects appear only after sunset. Their proboscis is so long that, when they fix on the lower surface of a hammock, they pierce through it and the thickest garments with their sting. We had intended to pass the night at the Vuelta del Palmito, but the number of jaguars at that part of the Apure is so great, that our Indians found 2 hidden behind the trunk of a locust tree at the moment when we were going to sling our hammocks. We were advised to re-embark, and take our station in the island of Apurito, near its junction with the Orinoco. That portion of the island belongs to the province of Caracas, while the right banks of the Apure and the Orinoco form a part, the one of the province of Varinas, the other of Spanish Guiana. We found no trees to which we could suspend our hammocks, and were obliged to sleep on ox hides spread on the ground. The boats were too narrow and too full of zancudos to permit us to pass the night in them. In the place where we had landed our instruments, the banks being steep, we saw new proofs of the indolence of the gallinaceous birds of the tropics. The curassows and cashew birds have the habit of going down several times a day to the river to allay their thirst. Note. The latter, Crax poxy, is less common than the former. End of note. They drink a great deal, and at short intervals. A vast number of these birds had joined, near our station, a flock of paraca pheasants. They had great difficulty in climbing up the steep banks. They attempted it several times without using their wings. We drove them before us as if we had been driving sheep. The zamuro vultures raised themselves from the ground with great reluctance. We were singularly struck at the small quantity of water which the Rio Apure furnishes at this season to the Orinoco. The Apure, which, according to my measurements, was still 136 toises broad at the Caño Rico, was only 60 or 80 at its mouth. Note. Not quite so broad as the Seine at the Pont Royal, opposite the Palace of the Tuileries, and a little more than half the width of the Thames at Westminster Bridge. End of note. Its depth here was only 3 or 4 toises. It loses, no doubt, a part of its waters by the Rio Arichuna and the Caño del Manatí, 2 branches of the Apure that flow into the Paria and the Guarico, but its greatest loss appears to be caused by filtrations on the beach, of which we have before spoken. The velocity of the Apure near its mouth was only 3.2 feet per second, so that I could easily have calculated the whole quantity of the water if I had taken by a series of proximate soundings the whole dimensions of the transverse section. We touched several times on the shoals before we entered the Orinoco. The ground gained from the water is immense toward the confluence of the 2 rivers. We were obliged to be towed along by the bank. What a contrast between this state of the river immediately before the entrance of the rainy season, when all the effects of dryness of the air and of evaporation have attained their maximum, and that autumnal state when the Apure, like an arm of the sea, covers the savannas as far as the eye can reach. We discern toward the south the lonely hills of Coruato, while to the east the granite rocks of Curiquima, the sugar loaf of Caycara, and the mountains of the Tyrant, Cerros del Tirano, began to rise on the horizon. Note. This name alludes, no doubt, to the expedition of Antonio Sedeno. The port of Caycara, opposite Cabruta, still bears the name of that conquistador. End of note. It was not without emotion that we beheld for the first time after long expectation the waters of the Orinoco, at a point so distant from the coast. End of chapter 2.18, part 3.